requesting for strongback retract.
Allows the MVAC engine to perform better in the vacuum of space. Now, following separation of the second stage, we will be attempting to recover the first stage for a 6th time on our drone ship. Just read the instructions, and you can see that there live on your screen.
Blower has started.
And if successful, it will mark the 117th recovery of a Falcon 9 first stage. Now, we are coming up upon the TE retraction, and to do so, the clamp arms need to open, and you can see on your screen those clamp arms just below the fairing are opening up. Once they're fully open, the transport erector will start to move slightly away from the vehicle and clear its way for liftoff. If you've been following along, you know that we've had a pretty busy week here at SpaceX. On Sunday, the first ever private astronaut mission to the International Space Station undocked from the floating laboratory and safely splashed down the following day in the Atlantic Ocean. After 17 days in space, here you can see the Axiom astronauts taking their first breaths of fresh air in more than 2 weeks. Here you can see Commander Michael Lopez Alegria, pilot Larry Connor, and mission specialist Mark Pathy and Eitan Stibba. Then early Wednesday morning, SpaceX launched Crew 4, carrying NASA astronauts Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, Jessica Watkins, and ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti to the International Space Station. It took the crew about 16 hours after liftoff to reach their destination.
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
And along the way, they took a moment to have some fun and give us a little tour around the Dragon spacecraft. And we're not done yet. The Crew 4's arrival to station, Crew 3 is now preparing to return back to Earth after their long-duration stay aboard the International Space Station. So stay tuned for more on that. And this has also been a great week for anyone who's ever had a bad Wi-Fi experience on a plane, as Starlink is now coming to air travel. JSX, a regional air carrier in the continental United States, and Hawaiian Airlines have both selected Starlink as their in-flight internet provider. And both airlines will make Starlink service available to every passenger without complicated login or payment screens, so that when customers get on the plane, the internet just works. So that's very exciting. But with just a couple minutes left to go, Falcon 9 is moving into the final stages of the countdown. We already heard LOX load complete on the first stage. We are awaiting completion of LOX load on the second stage here.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
Great news, that's that call out. What that means is now prop load is complete on Falcon 9 and ready for T0 today. We'll start to vent out.
Yes, close out.
Start to vent out the liquid oxygen lines on the transporter erector, so you can see those white clouds there on your screen. And then at the T-minus 1 minute mark, the Falcon 9 flight computers will take over the launch countdown. And we should hear that call out here shortly. And great weather over there at the Cape. This is great, a great day for...
Falcon 9 is in startup.
And great news. It's a great day for a launch. Falcon 9 is now in startup. We are now just waiting for the final go from the launch director.
Falcon 9, Starlink 416, LD is go for launch.
And great news, we are go for launch.
30 seconds.
Now with all systems go, let's watch as Falcon 9 takes our 53 Starlink satellites into orbit.
Fifteen seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Liftoff for Starlink. Go Falcon. Go Starlink 416. vehicle is pitching downrange.
M1D chamber pressure is nominal.
Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Space Launch Complex 40, carrying our 53 Starlink satellites. Now, although at liftoff gravity is pulling the vehicle straight down, as we ascend, we tilt the engines.
Power and telemetry nominal.
And tilting those engines is called gimbaling. That turns the rocket horizontally, and you can kind of see that there on your screen. So we are still going up, but we're also heading horizontally away from the launch pad. And that is what we call a gravity turn. And we are coming up on max Q here in a few seconds.
Max Q.
And there's that call out that we've just passed through max Q. Now that's the largest structural load that the vehicle sees on ascent, and we have passed through it. So next step will be a series of events. First will be MECO, or main engine cutoff, and that's where all 9 of the Merlin engines will shut down, and that slows the vehicle down in preparation for the second milestone, which
Start
is
of MVAC engine chill.
the second milestone will be stage separation. That's where the first and second stage separate from each other. First stage will start to make its way back to Earth, and the second stage will continue on its journey
Vehicle is following a nominal trajectory.
with SES-1, or second stage engine startup 1. And that's where the single Merlin vacuum engine will light up and propel the second stage along with the Starlink satellites to orbit. We've got some awesome views watching Falcon 9 on ascent. We're just about 15 seconds away from those 3 events: MECO, stage separation, and SES-1. Just about 10 seconds or so after SES-1, we should also see the fairing halves jettison from the second stage.
Main engine cut off. Stage separation confirmed. MVAC ignition. Bearing separation confirmed.
And some incredible views there. We just had MECO stage separation. You can see those fairing halves on your right-hand screen
Both
falling
vehicles
back
are
to
following
Earth.
nominal trajectories.
And got some nominal call-outs. The MVAC engine lit up on the second stage. The first stage grid fins have deployed. So on your left-hand screen, you're looking at a view from the first stage. On your right-hand screen, you're looking at a view of the MVAC engine on the second stage. While that second stage is doing its job, that first stage is coming back home to Earth, and it'll execute 2 burns to get back home. First is the entry burn, and that's where 3 of the 9 M1D engines reignite, and that helps to slow the stage down as it's entering back into the denser part of the Earth's atmosphere. Then the atmosphere actually helps to scrub a lot of the velocity of the vehicle until the second and final burn, which is the landing burn. That's a single engine burn that brings the vehicle speed down rapidly in order to touch down on the drone ship.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
And again, today we will be attempting to land on Just Read the Instructions. And each one of these M1D engines is about 190,000 pounds of thrust. So we do only use 1 engine for that final landing burn to touch down on our drone ship. And the drone ship, just for size, is about equivalent to
Both vehicles are following nominal trajectories.
it's equivalent to the size of a football field, so it's pretty large. We're just a couple minutes away from the entry burn starting up on the first stage. First stage also has 4 landing legs made of carbon fiber aluminum honeycomb, and they're placed symmetrically around the Falcon 9 vehicle and stowed at the base of the vehicle. They just deploy just right before the vehicle touches down. Got some great views here. Again, on your left-hand screen is a view looking aft, now looking forward of the first stage. And on your right-hand screen, a view of the second stage. Again, looking at the MVAC engine, but we got a great view of the Earth in the background of both of these views. Again, today we are carrying our Starlink satellites to their drop-off orbit. And on your left-hand screen, you might see some white puffs there. There you go. Those are nitrogen gas puffs. Those help with attitude control, as well as the grid fins helping to guide the vehicle back to the landing zone. Everything's still looking nominal. Stage 2 on a nominal trajectory.
Stage 1 entry burn startup. Stage 1 FTS is saved.
And on your left-hand screen, you can see those engines reigniting. This burn will last about 20 seconds long. This is the entry burn for the first stage.
Stage 1 entry burn shut down.
And as you saw, those engines shut down. That concludes the entry burn.
Both vehicles continue to follow nominal trajectories.
And just the callouts that we want to hear, everything is still looking nominal for both vehicles. Now we are just about a minute away from the landing burn beginning on the first stage. Again, as I mentioned, the atmosphere helps to scrub a lot of the velocity as first stage makes its way back to the landing zone after the entry burn has concluded. And we got a great view here of the second stage. And I mentioned that soot earlier on the first stage. As you saw, the vehicle,
Stage 1 transonic.
the first stage vehicle actually enters back into the Earth's atmosphere with the engines first, so it is flying through its own plume. And the fuel for Falcon 9 is a kerosene, which is carbon-based, and that's what creates that soot onto the vehicle. We are coming up on the landing burn here for
Stage
first
1
stage.
landing burn.
Great timing. Landing burn has begun. Again, this will also last about 20 seconds, and we should see the landing legs deploy just before touchdown, and some great views here.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
Incredible
Stage 1
views.
landing confirmed.
Falcon 9 has landed on our drone, so just read the instructions. What an incredible landing. This marks the 117th recovery of a first stage booster. And we are coming up on SECO, which is second stage engine cutoff 1 in a few seconds
Second
here.
engine cut off.
Nominal parking orbit.
And great callouts. We just had SECO 1, that's second stage engine cutoff 1, with a confirmation of good orbit. So with that successful confirmation of second stage engine cutoff and a good orbit, we will be ending our webcast for today's launch. Now, as mentioned previously, we will be confirming payload deploy via our social channels, so keep an eye out for that. Thank you to the Federal Aviation Administration for supporting
Acquisition of signal. Newfoundland.
mission today. And of course, thank you to all of our viewers and all of our Starlink customers using our service at this time. Keep an eye out on our social channels for the latest SpaceX news, and we'll see you next time.
All right, we've been listening into coverage from SpaceX there for the Falcon 9 launch of the 53 Starlink satellites, and it's always exciting to be seeing that, especially heading into the weekend, and we appreciate all of you joining us on your Friday evening here. We are coming up on the 3 o'clock hour here in Phoenix, Arizona, 6 o'clock out on the East Coast. Want to take you out to a live look at all of the temps cross country right now here in Phoenix. We are sitting at a pretty beautiful 70 degrees, maybe a little bit cooler depending on where you're at. Northern Arizona 64, going over to Florida also in the 70s there. Texas in the 60s. So hope you are enjoying your weekend with all these beautiful temperatures, not too much crazy weather this week, which is always something to be thankful for. Well, stick with us because we're going out to Washington, D.C. after the break. We'll be heading out to the White House for the latest from the press secretary there. We were not able to show you that whole thing earlier, so we'll listen into what she has to say about all of the top stories and issues hitting the Biden administration.
Stocks took another dive Friday after Amazon shares plummeted on a disappointing earnings report. Another sign that investors are already rattled by an economy that may be on the ropes due to runaway inflation.
We've got too many dollars chasing too few goods.
On Friday, the government said a key inflation index, closely watched by the Federal Reserve, rose 6.6% over the past year, the fastest pace in 40 years. The report is fueling concerns that prices are rising as economic growth is slowing down. The 1.4% contraction in the first quarter happening despite a boost in consumer spending and business investment.
Our economists and our economic team continues to feel confident in the strength of the economy.
Although the White House is downplaying the possibilities of a recession, higher prices will likely put pressure on the Fed to start aggressively raising rates, increasing borrowing costs for mortgages, cars, and credit. Inflation putting Democrats in a tough spot before the midterms, despite House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's insistence that voters won't blame them, especially for the pain at the pump.
I think they're blaming the oil companies.
One thing growing faster than inflation, student loan debt. And Democrats on Capitol Hill are pushing the president to do something about it.
Hopefully he goes big and cancels all student loan debt, but at the very least cancel up to $50K.
Some economic experts warn canceling student debt will only make inflation worse, a key campaign promise of President Biden now in question. In Washington, Malda Rivera, Fox News.
And a live look at the big board as we had a great breakdown from Fox Business's Jerry Willis. We'll be playing that out here in just a little bit, but we want to hear first from the press secretary, Jen Psaki, as she is highlighting inflation under the Biden administration, what they plan to do moving forward. We heard from Democratic lawmakers yesterday on plans that they have to go ahead and lower some of those gas prices, even though we have been reporting that they have steadied quite a bit just within the past couple of weeks here. She's also going to highlight a couple of other issues, including a U.S. Marine veteran who traveled from the United States to join the war in Ukraine. Well, it was announced today that he was killed fighting there this week. That's according to his family. We'll be speaking with reporters who've been tracking that story all day today. But first, we want to go out to the White House briefing as the press secretary is encouraging Americans to stay here at home and not go overseas to help in the fight.
President Biden is committed to doing everything he can to address some sticky seats over there, to address the pain Americans are feeling at the pump as a result of President Putin's price hike and his unjustified war's impact on global fuel supply. Today, the EPA announced that it's issuing an emergency fuel waiver to allow E15 sales during the summer driving season. This, of course, is a follow-up to what the president announced in Iowa just 2 weeks ago. The waiver is a critical step to address the fuel supply crisis. And again, as I already noted, it's a follow-up to the announcement from last week, and it will lay out actions to increase the use of biofuels in order to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, accelerate the clean energy transition, build real U.S. energy independence, support American agriculture and manufacturing, and save Americans money. At current prices, E15 can save a family 10 cents per gallon of gas on average, and many stores sell E15 at an even greater discount. There's just over 2,000 gas stations, mostly in the Midwest, where without this action, the E15 tank pump would be covered and Americans wouldn't be able to access it. So this builds on the additional steps the president has taken, authorizing the release of 1 million barrels per day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve for the next 6 months, and the largest release in history, working around and building a coalition around the world to release an additional 60 million barrels. I also wanted to give you a little bit of a week ahead, a quick overview for the week ahead. As you're well aware, tomorrow the President and the First Lady will attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner, where the President will speak, and I will lower expectations and say it's not funny at all. Just kidding, see? The following day, President Biden will travel to Minneapolis, Minnesota to attend the memorial service of former Vice President Walter Mondale, who was his friend and mentor. On Monday, the President will present the Presidential Rank Awards to 230 winners for 37 federal agencies in a virtual ceremony. Then he and the First Lady will host a reception to celebrate Eid in the East Room. On Tuesday, the President will travel to Alabama, as we've already announced, to visit a Lockheed Martin facility which manufactures weapon systems such as Javelin anti-tank missiles, which we are providing Ukraine to defend against the Russian invasion. He will also discuss, while he's there, his supplemental funding request, which will help Ukraine defend itself over the long term, support democracy in Ukraine, and address humanitarian needs and economic disruptions due to Putin's war. And on Thursday, the President and First Lady will host a Cinco de Mayo reception in the Rose Garden. Also wanted to note Gary Rosenberg. Where are you, Gary? Hello, Gary. Gary is retired. He's one of the ABC crew members here at the White House. He is retiring today after 43 years. Great, Gary. So, amazing. Thank you for your service. We're not going to make any connection between your timing and the fact that ABC is reportedly taking Kim Kardashian and Pete Davidson to the dinner. Maybe you'll have a wild weekend. So let's get to your questions. I have hopefully a lot of follow-ups to a lot of the supplemental questions you all had yesterday, which I'm sure will come up. So why don't we get to you, Chris?
I was going to start with the supplemental, actually.
Okay, great.
So just wanted looking for an update on where things stand with that, and also with COVID funding, how the conversation's gone so far, and how are things going with Republicans as well in getting their support for some of these measures?
Sure. Well, as I noted yesterday, after we put out and announced this request, we have been working full steam ahead in engaging and having discussions with appropriate members, committees, staff about the urgency in moving both of these requests forward. The President, of course, put them forward because together, and that is his preference for them to move together because they are both essential. There's urgency to moving them both forward. If I may, and this may come up as well, but can I give you just a bit of a rundown? This is to Alex's questions yesterday of what has been spent from the 13.5. Let me just see if I can find this here. Okay, so we noted and we've confirmed for all of you that of the 13.6, we had already spent 3.25 of the security assistance with $250 million left. That remains the case. The first supplemental also provided roughly $6 billion in direct security, indirect economic, that includes, the $6 billion includes that 3.5 as well as economic assistance, all of that in there. So 95% of that has been exhausted. And that means that, of course, the $250 million is part of the 5% left, and also some economic assistance that has not yet been spent from that tranche. The first supplemental also provided about $4.2 billion for humanitarian assistance for humanitarian needs globally. We've spent about $600 million of that so far. So there's more obviously left in that fund, which is why we have only requested less than 3% of what is in our new request package is for that type of humanitarian assistance, because we have more left and there are more global requests, of course, given the surge of refugees and needs around the world that we anticipate receiving. And finally, the supplemental also provided $3 billion to support U.S. troop deployments to reinforce NATO territory, which the Department of Defense is using for this purpose. Of course, they plan ahead. It doesn't mean it's all been spent out, but it has been planned for how it will be spent. So as you can tell, the vast majority of what we had requested and what we had received from Congress has been spent, and the humanitarian piece is still left accounts for how we have framed the next package. Okay, go ahead.
It appears the European Union is preparing a phased-in ban of Russian oil imports. The U.S. has been a partner in helping the EU to get natural gas. Is the U.S. committed to helping them get additional crude supplies, and will that include ways to increase U.S. production and get it over to the European Union?
Yes, so as we've talked about a little bit this week with the announcement about Russia's actions as it relates to Poland and Bulgaria, we started a task force last month with Europe to account for and plan for and work to help them diversify their energy needs and account for any steps that Russia may continue to take to weaponize energy. There was a meeting of that task force, I believe it was yesterday, to have a discussion about how we can continue to work together. We've already taken steps to provide for additional LNG or natural gas resources, because we knew and anticipated that for some of these European countries that was especially going to be a need. In terms of oil, it's of course a global oil market, so our effort there in anticipation of any needs was to take steps to provide more supply, whether that was through our own release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve or the work that the President and his team has done to do the global release, the biggest ever in history. So slightly two different things, but this task force was started in anticipation of these needs. They already had a meeting. We'll continue our work together to help the Europeans with any shortages they have, and also to diversify and ease off of Russian reliance on Russian energy needs.
On the E15 emergency waiver, it says it will last a statutory maximum of 20 days per the EPA, and that you guys will review that to see if it's still needed.
Yeah.
The industry itself has been calling for, and I think Biden has been supportive of a summer-long lifting of the ban. I understand there's reasons why you do the 20 days, but is this administration committed to making E15 available all summer long?
That is how the President made his announcement and is his intention. And I would note, because it's available, if you think of the just over 2,000 gas stations where it's available in the Midwest, largely in the Midwest, without this, the prior regulations would have been, or without the waiver, that basically the E15 pump would be covered and wouldn't be available. So we do anticipate needs continuing for taking additional steps to cut the cost for Americans. This lowers it by about 10 cents for those who use this type of gas, and this is just another way to do that. Go ahead.
Vladimir Putin has confirmed that Russia will be attending the G20 summit, so could we get a reaction from the White House on that? And then related to that, is there any scenario, anything that could happen between now and 6 months from now where the U.S. would actually welcome Russia's presence at the G20, see it as being constructive or productive for Russia to be a part of that summit?
Well, there's a lot that could happen between now and then, but we certainly haven't seen an indication to date of Russia's plan to participate in diplomatic talks constructively. Our hope certainly is that will change, because obviously diplomatic talks and conversations is the way to bring an end to this conflict, and President Putin could end this tomorrow, could end this right now. But I'm not going to get ahead of what that looks like. Obviously, this is an ongoing war on the ground. We have certainly seen those reports, and the president has expressed publicly his opposition to President Putin attending the G20. We have welcomed the Ukrainians attending, or invitation to attend the G20. It is 6 months away, so we don't know how to predict. We can't predict at this point what that will look like. Our understanding, and of course you could confirm this with the Indonesians, is we have reached out to them privately, is that they did invite them before the invasion. So any additional steps beyond that, I would certainly point to them, but we've conveyed our view that we don't think they should be a part of it publicly and privately as well.
Just on a separate matter,
Sure.
An American citizen and former Marine veteran, Willie Joseph Cancel, was killed this week in Ukraine while fighting alongside Ukrainian forces. His mother told CNN that he went to Ukraine because he believes in what Ukraine was fighting for. First of all, is there a message for his family?
Well, first of all, our hearts go out to his family and loved ones. We don't have official confirmation, even though we've seen the reports, but we have not had that official process through the government, so I can't speak to other specifics about him beyond that. But we know Americans are looking for ways to help, and the reports about this individual were that he's a veteran. He had a child, I believe, and certainly sounded like a very passionate young man. We know people want to help, but we do encourage Americans to find other ways to do so rather than traveling to Ukraine to fight there. It is a war zone. It's an active war zone, and we know Americans face significant risks. But certainly, we know a family is mourning, a wife is mourning, and our hearts are with them.
So any other American that is looking to go to Ukraine for the purpose of fighting alongside Ukrainian forces, the U.S.'s message is strictly do not go.
Our advice for months now has been that Americans should not travel to Ukraine for any reason. Go ahead.
In the president's conversation with AMLO, with the Mexican president, just ended, did President Biden make any specific requests of his Mexican counterpart in terms of increasing Mexican either troops or enforcement along either the U.S.-Mexico border or the Mexico border with Central American countries?
Well, what the focus, I have not received an extensive readout yet. I know you will receive one probably while I'm up here. But the majority of the conversation was about migration and was about continued work on coordination, on economic coordination, on taking steps to reduce migration to the border. And they have been a partner in that over the last several months. In terms of specific asks, I just don't have more on that. But I know, Mike, that one of the follow-ups here will be coordination and discussion at a high level from members of their respective national security teams to continue to work together as we head toward the important meetings coming up in a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I think just as a quick follow-up, I understand that it just ended, and so maybe you don't have the information now.
Yeah.
If there's a way to get more information about the specific question of whether or not the United States has asked, you'll remember President Trump pushed the Mexican government to try to increase enforcement along the border by threatening tariffs. Obviously, that's a different strategy.
It's not our approach.
Probably isn't your approach, but it wouldn't be out of the question to imagine that this government would encourage, pressure, ask the Mexican government
to do more, especially on the eve of Title 42 potentially coming down?
Well, I think it's important to remember, I mean, the tone of the call was very constructive. This was not a call where President Biden was threatening the Mexican president in any way. They have been an important partner. We expect them to continue to be. And this call was planned in part because of the Summit of the Americas, but also because of the approaching lifting of Title 42 and the anticipation and expectation from the Department of Homeland Security of the increased influx of migrants trying to come to cross the border. So, but it was meant to be a constructive call. It was not meant to deliver a threatening message. That is my understanding of what took place. And certainly if there's more to provide, we will provide that to all of you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. On the supplemental budget, the administration believes the package will support Ukraine for 5 months. Is there anything you could tell us about that time frame? Is that when the administration believes the war will come to an end, or that it will last for at least another 5 months?
Well, let me give you a little bit of more of a rundown of each of the components in the package too. I know some of this was done yesterday, but I think more of it, we could do more from our end on this front. But to answer your direct question, Weija, that's the end of the fiscal year, and what our objective here was to provide a long enough set of funding requests, or a funding request that would meet, that would mean we wouldn't have to come back in a month or 6 weeks, right? To ensure that there was planning that was possible through the U.S. military and through our European partners and the Ukrainians as well. Now, some of this funding, for example, the $6 billion of this $20 billion of the security assistance component is for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, which is basically direct support for Ukraine to purchase its own weapons from the defense the defense industry here in the United States. They could not even intake, billions and billions and billions of weapons and security assistance in this moment. So that is likely going to be longer term, because if they place an order for specific weapons, sometimes that takes months to produce. It's just meant to provide security assistance so they can plan for what they need over the long term and make those orders directly, which is what that portion of the funding provides for. The other portions of the funding, so $5.4 billion is in drawdown. So that, as you're very familiar with that, because that was a large chunk of what we requested and have implemented in our last package. And that basically allows the United States to, when we provide weapons or give weapons to the Ukrainians, to have the funding to backfill those needs and order those weapons so we can backfill them here and make sure we have what we need here in the United States. $2.4 billion was to purchase high demand weapons for the United States, build additional critical war reserves, and increase intelligence and other defense support. And then $4 billion is in state, foreign, military financing, which is not just for Ukraine. That's for a range of countries. It's FMF funding that will be applicable to a range of countries and what their needs are. And finally, $2.6 billion is to continue supporting U.S. troop deployments in NATO territory. So as you know, we had about 80,000, and now we're up to 100,000. And we're also, of course, providing support to a range of our NATO allies and partners in the region, and that helps support that includes U.S. troop transportation, special pay, medical support. So that's kind of the breakdown of what it is, but some of that would certainly go beyond. It was just meant to be a request that accounts for the fiscal year.
And then turning to COVID, I know you've talked before about protocols in place to protect the president, but given what Kate Bedingfield tweeted this morning, I wonder, is part of the protocol to make sure the president never has any close contacts?
Well, the way we determine, we do take additional steps, and some of those are additional precautions that go beyond even what the CDC recommends, right? So if we are in a meeting with the president, I've noted before, you always are tested. We often wear masks, almost always wear masks in those meetings. We try to socially distance whenever possible, and the way the CDC defines and the close contact is 15 minutes at a certain close proximity. So we try to follow those guidelines and take additional steps, of course, out of an effort to protect the president.
So those who are in a confined space with the president wear masks and are 6 feet apart from him.
That's an effort we make, exactly.
And then just quickly on the vaccines for children.
Yeah.
Because the FDA announced a couple potential dates for when they might start reviewing in June.
Yeah.
When the green light is given, assuming it will be, is there enough supply already on hand to start giving these young children their first doses right away? The supply of both the vaccine and vials, materials, etc.
My understanding, Misha, is that there is. I will quadruple check that and make sure for you, but we have been planning for the possibility of approval for vaccines for children under 5 for some time now, and we like to plan ahead.
Okay, thanks, Jen.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Thank you, Jen. The mayor of Eagle Pass told my colleague down at the border today, and the mayor is a Democrat, by the way, that the border is not being effectively managed and asked the president to come and see it. Does the president have any plans to go to the border?
I don't have any plans to preview at this point in time. Certainly we're open to it, but no plans to preview.
Is it something he would consider doing before the Summit of the Americas, where he's set to meet with the leaders of Central and South America, see the situation firsthand before having that robust conversation?
Well, he's meeting with leaders of countries that he's traveled to many times, and certainly is very familiar with the issues that will be discussed, which is addressing root causes, coordinating, whether it's on the economic front or security front, and that's an initiative he led during the when he was vice president. So he's very familiar with those issues.
On the economy, Austin Goolsbee, the former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors under the Obama administration, said that he felt that the president yesterday in his comments about the GDP report was potentially underplaying the risks of a recession. And he pointed to geopolitical conditions with Ukraine, with Russia cutting off gas to Europe, and also GDP shrinking, saying that people should be nervous. How do you respond to that?
Well, I have a great deal of respect for Austin Goolsbee. He's a former colleague, and so does the president. But what we look at is a range of economic data, including economic data that was in the GDP numbers yesterday, which I did some explaining of yesterday. But some of the data that was in there show very encouraging signs that economists look at. Many independent economists monitor closely. American consumer spending, business investment, residential investment, all up. The decrease as it relates to exports is largely because our economy is stronger than many economies around the world, and the inventory numbers, which is kind of the number that went down, that brought it down, is in large part because the fourth quarter inventory numbers were the highest in history, and these numbers are done as a comparison from quarter to quarter. So I think we felt it was important to explain the data and what it means. We continue to monitor economic data. It's important to note that some important components of it are we created more jobs last year than any job in American history. We're at a very low unemployment rate, and while costs are high and inflation is not where we want it to be, the Federal Reserve continues to project that will come down by the end of the year. So our economists and our economic team continues to feel confident in the strength of the economy, even as we monitor a range of data.
Jennifer Granholm said something, though, that was interesting about inflation coming down. She said some economists are suggesting inflation is going to level off a bit, but it's just so hard to know because we don't know what's going to happen on the war on this. So she's seeming to also allude to geopolitical conditions that might not result in these projections coming to fruition.
Well, the Federal Reserve makes the official projections, right, for the government. What I will note, and I think maybe she was referring to, is even the new economic data we saw today, energy accounted for 61% of the reasoning for the increase in the inflation numbers. And we know that because of Putin's unprovoked invasion in Ukraine, that it's driving food costs, but also energy costs, and that is a huge driver. So that's why the president is taking a range of steps. The historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, even the steps, certainly smaller as it relates to E15 today, to work to really target and focus on energy prices and costs.
And I have just a couple questions on the disinformation board.
Sure.
Yesterday you had told me that you were not familiar with Nina Jankowicz. I'm wondering if you have more information on her today. Also, Secretary Mayorkas said that he was not familiar with statements that she had made surrounding the Hunter Biden laptop. And I'm just wondering, how was she hired if you in the White House are not familiar with her, if Mayorkas is not familiar with her statements, what's the process for putting her into a position like this? Who's in charge of her?
Well, let me give you a sense of who she is. She's an expert on online disinformation. She was formerly in the Wilson Center's she was formerly a disinformation fellow at the Wilson Center. She's testified before Congress as well as the United Kingdom and European parliaments, advised a Ukrainian foreign minister, particularly relevant in this moment, under the auspices of a Fulbright Public Policy Fellowship, and overseeing Russia and Belarus programs at the National Democratic Institute. Any hiring decisions are up to the Department of Homeland Security, but this is a person with extensive qualifications. What I will tell you about the board and what the board is doing, this is a continuation of work that began at the Department of Homeland Security in 2020 under former President Trump.
Is it, though, I guess, can you describe what her job is going to be? Because there's been some TikToks that she has put out, and it seems like rather than, calling balls and strikes on this, story is false, and this story, and here's the truth on it, one line stood out to me. They're laundering disinfo. We should really take note and not support their lies with our wallet, voice, or vote. So
well, here's what the board is going to do, which I think is of particular interest. Again, a continuation of the work of the former president. So for anyone who's critical of it, I didn't hear them being critical of the work under the former president, which is just interesting to note contextually. But in the fact sheet that they put out, what they noted yesterday, what they noted in there is that this is meant to, one, the first bullet was about protecting privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties, and the First Amendment. They said the primary mission is to establish best practices to ensure that efforts to understand and respond to disinformation are done in ways that protect privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties. I'd also note that the first example they gave about what they're going to do is support the Department of Homeland Security's ongoing work back to the former administration to address how and understand how misinformation spread by human smugglers that prey on vulnerable populations attempting to migrate to the United States. There's no question, everybody, that bipartisan support for that, to address disinformation that's helping smugglers, helping people migrate, or providing false information, prompting people to migrate. This is also work that is helping to address unauthorized terrorism, other threats, and see how disinformation and misinformation is being pushed to lead to increase those. So that's all work. We think is work that's been ongoing for some time. This is the form it's taking, and there's a fact sheet that details the specifics of it.
You just outlined a lot of efforts that sound very worthy, but you've got someone from the Department of Homeland Security telling people how they should vote. How do you explain that to critics who say that doesn't sound right to me?
This is an individual who will be overseeing the work of that board. Personnel decisions are up to the Department of Homeland Security. I just outlined the extensive history and background this individual has, but I think what's important to note here is what the board is doing, which is continuing what is important disinformation-related work that began under the former administration. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I want to ask you about some of the concerns that Democrats are expressing about Title 42, if it is in fact lifted, and these are some quotes that were in Politico today. Maggie Hassan says, what I didn't hear was specifics about numbers and deployment and really meeting the need at the border. Senator Catherine Cortez Masto said she still hasn't seen a comprehensive plan. And Senator Mark Kelly has said there's having things on a piece of paper and then what is going on in the southern border, and there's a huge disconnect. What is the administration doing to address those concerns and that criticism that there may be a plan on paper, but they certainly haven't seen it at the border yet?
Well, first, there's an extensive plan on paper that includes a 6-pillar approach to planning for and preparing for the lifting of Title 42, including surging resources, personnel, transportation, medical support, facilities to support border operations. It also includes enhancing CBP processing efficiency and moving with deliberate speed to mitigate potential overcrowding at Border Patrol stations, something in anticipation they are preparing for the possibility of. It also includes administering consequences consequences for unlawful entry. That's pillar 3. Includes number 4 is bolstering the capacity of non-governmental organizations who've been important partners to us as we're working to implement to receive non-citizens after they've been processed. It also includes targeting and disrupting the transnational criminal organizations, and finally deterring irregular migration. What it is not, and this is where we absolutely, of course, agree with these members and others, is an immigration reform plan. And that is something that we strongly support. This is a reminder of the need for, how outdated it is, how broken the system is, but Title 42 has never been an immigration plan.
How soon will the plan that you just laid out actually go into effect, understanding that it may take some time?
Yeah.
But how soon will people actually feel the real impact, so that, as Senator Kelly is saying, this disconnect doesn't exist, so that there's actual proof that it's taking place?
Well, the Title 42 lifts on May 23rd. It doesn't lift.
Nothing happens until.
I would point to the Department of Homeland Security for the implementation plan, but I think that's what's important to note here. We haven't seen, the impacts of the lifting surges because it hasn't happened yet. I'd also note that Secretary Mayorkas testified, I believe, before 4 committees over the last 2 days about exactly this.
And yet there's still this skepticism.
In order to answer their questions, and I'm sure he's happy to have continued conversations.
How concerned is the president that these members of his own party, who are facing tough re-election battles, as you know, have these serious concerns, and clearly are expressing fears that it might impact them politically, might impact their chances for re-election?
Well, without speaking to the politics, I would say, Kristen, the president shares the concern about the lack of a workable immigration system, and that impacts many of the border state leaders quite a bit, of course, because there isn't an effective asylum processing system, because we don't have smart security. We spent years investing in a faulty border wall that was never going to be an effective mechanism. He shares their concerns about that, and he recognizes and agrees with that.
How would you characterize how committed he is, understanding that an appeal, if it comes to that, is not in his hands? Would he want to see this fight go all the way to the Supreme Court?
I'm certainly not going to get ahead of a legal process. I will note, and Mary, I think Mary asked about this yesterday. So let me, in terms of where things stand, so right now what we saw yesterday is that the district court presiding over one of the challenges to the Title 42 rescission order finally officially entered, because they had just done it verbally, a temporary restraining order. What that basically means is they're saying we can't lift Title 42 before May 23rd. That has not been our plan to date, as you know. What is next is there's going to be a hearing on Arizona's preliminary injunction motion. That's scheduled to take place on May 13th. So any decision about what's next, of course, would happen from the Department of Justice, but wouldn't happen until after that. What I would note is that the judge has indicated he will rule unfavorably towards the administration at this time, but we don't know, and we don't officially know, and we won't know until he makes a ruling, and then the Department of Justice would make any decision about legal action.
One quickly on the supplemental, if I might. There's obviously a divide over whether to link it to COVID funding, which we talked about a little bit here yesterday. But given that there is this divide, and given the urgency that we are hearing from President Zelensky and others on the ground in Ukraine for this aid, why not just say, let's de-link these 2 bills and move forward with Ukraine aid and get it done as quickly as possible?
Well, Kristen, I would note that the president feels that both are urgent. Both are emergencies. Of course, we know there's an urgency in getting additional assistance. We know we have a few more weeks, depending on how the final military drawdown is spent out. But in terms of COVID, what we are doing right now is we are preventing the United States from being able to plan and purchase ahead. So, for example, if there's a better booster, which there may be because science is amazing one day, right? If there's a better vaccine, we can't make purchases ahead of doing that. That is what we have done to date. That is why we have been so prepared. It also makes it so that we can't purchase Evusheld, treatments that helps immunocompromised. We can't make additional purchases of a range of the treatments we know are effective, and make sure that we can say to every American, we'll get you a mask, we'll get you a test, we'll get you a free vaccine. So the president feels that is also incredibly urgent. Go ahead.
Do you have a reaction to the report that the FBI last year potentially searched millions of Americans' data? And secondly, is the president briefed on that? Does he have any reaction himself?
I have not spoken with the president about this. I can get you more details about this after the briefing. My understanding is that some of this was about researching and doing an investigation into potential hacking. But I will get you more from the FBI after this. Thanks for the question. Go ahead.
Yeah, E15 fuel is slightly less energy dense than what we would consider typical gasoline, so Americans might need to fill up just a little bit more frequently. So how much does the administration really think that this move will affect Americans' wallets? And does the White House believe the president has exhausted his authority on what he can do related to gas prices, or are there more options still being considered?
I mean, on the second question, we're always going to look for more options. I mean, we saw, and I talked about this a little bit earlier, even as it relates to the recent, the inflation data that came out today. We know that 61% of that is driven by the price of, by energy costs, by Putin's invasion into Ukraine, and we need to continue to take every step we can, whether that's working with Congress, considering what authorities we have, continuing to ensure we take steps to make sure the supply meets the demand out there. You know, the estimates have been it saves Americans about 10 cents a gallon, and you know, that to the president and to us felt like a reason to do it, and because without taking this step for the waiver, it basically would just be an option of additional supply that is a little bit less expensive that wouldn't be available in these 2,000 gas stations. We're not saying that this is like the silver bullet. It's not. It's just a step that we felt would help ease the burden for Americans who go to those gas stations.
And then with COVID, as we are talking about, as the White House is pushing Congress to pass for more funding, why hasn't the administration released a plan, at least for now, to transition the burden of paying for COVID drugs and vaccines to the private sector, kind of like has been done with tests, so that insurance companies have time to negotiate?
Well, there's a range of steps happening at the same time, but I will tell you that what we want to continue to be able to do is to provide these treatments for free. That's the objective. That's the reason for this request for funding. But also the request for funding is enabling the United States to be able to purchase ahead in bulk supply a lot of these treatments or vaccines so that we can make, when they are ready, we can make those available to treatment centers and hospitals around the country. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I know you said that you didn't get an extensive readout yet of the conversation with the Mexican president.
And there'll be a written readout at some point, if not yet.
To the extent that you know what happened, did the president make any headway in getting Mexico to take a harder line on Russia, and should we expect them to join the global coalition in imposing sanctions now?
Well, I would note, obviously, the Mexican government can speak for themselves on any intentions they may or may not have. They have spoken out against Russia's invasion of Ukraine, so I would note that. We will always encourage any leaders to take additional steps to support the Ukrainians and stand up in a range of ways. Regardless of the conversation, we would let them speak for themselves on that front. Go ahead.
Sorry, has the reticence by the Mexican government impacted the U.S.-Mexico relationship in any way when it comes to sanctions?
Well, again, I would note they have spoken out against Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We know different countries are going to take different steps. Some have taken them quickly, some took longer to take them, and we know different countries will have different approaches to every step, whether it's sanctions, assistance they can provide. We understand that. We have an important, strong relationship with Mexico, one that the call today was set up in order to really focus the conversation on migration and addressing root causes in advance of the Summit of the Americas. So that was really the majority of the conversation. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to miss you. Go ahead.
No worries. Thank you. So Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby was asked this afternoon if he believed that Vladimir Putin was a rational actor. And he responded saying, I can't talk to his psychology, but I think we can all speak to his depravity. Now, he later apologized for his emotions there, but I'm curious, are these sentiments also shared by the president?
Well, I think you've heard the president call him a war criminal. So I don't think the president thinks of President Putin as somebody who is a model in the world. He views him as a pariah and somebody who is guilty of war crimes and of genocide. So I think the president's comments speak for itself.
And then also piggybacking on Kristen's last question, if Congress doesn't pass supplemental aid to Ukraine or it's delayed, how much longer can we keep the current pace in supporting them?
Well, there's a range of ways we're supporting them, right? So this is why I felt it was important to outline in more detail than I did yesterday. Sometimes you go back and you say, I need more information. And that's what we did here. But we know there's $250 million left, right, from the security package. We know that we were at a very rapid pace of providing assistance for several weeks. That was strategic because we wanted to front load that, knowing that as Russia repositioned their approach to the war, the needs for the Ukrainians were different because it was going to be a longer, more drawn out war that was more kind of on the ground. So we strategically front loaded a lot of the security assistance, but there is not, and we expect a couple more weeks this assistance could be. I don't have the plans from the Department of Defense on exactly how they will roll that out. I also noted that the vast majority of our economic assistance has also been exhausted. Obviously, many of those needs are long term. Some of the funding, about $3 billion of it, was for operating needs of the Department of Defense. Some of those are still being spent out and are part of their budget, not direct assistance, of course. And then there is still funds in the humanitarian assistance bucket, but that doesn't meet all of the needs, of course, that the Ukrainians have. So this is why there's an urgency to moving forward.
And lastly, I understand that the circumstances surrounding Mr. Cancel's death are still coming to light, but does the president have any plans to talk with his relatives?
It's a great question, and what I tried to convey, perhaps not articulately, is that it has not gone through the proper channels that typically are the State Department, Defense Department, et cetera, usually the State Department likely in this case, and if there is a call to read out, I will certainly let all of you know. Go ahead, I can do like a few more, I think. Go ahead.
So it sounds like the president is still planning to attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner. In past, when he's been exposed in large events, the White House has noted that there might be an increase in his testing following those. Are there any plans to change the president's testing procedures following these big events that he's been attending, like the dinner and the two memorial services he attended?
The testing protocol is determined by his doctor. He was tested yesterday and he tested negative, but I don't have anything to predict in terms of the future. I noted this the other day, but I think it's important for your question here, is that the president, we made a decision, it was important to him to attend the dinner to honor the work of journalists, all of you, many of your colleagues around the world, something the former president didn't do. But we also took additional steps. He's not attending the dinner portion. He's coming for the program. So, and he will likely wear a mask when he's not speaking. Obviously, he'll speak, and so he'll be there for about an hour or 90 minutes, I guess, depending on how long Trevor Noah speaks and others speak in the program. But we took that additional step as well, and then he's, of course, sitting on the dais up in the front, so the interaction, he's not attending any of the receptions or anything along those lines either.
And then on the remarks, the president has been a guest on several late-night shows. Has he consulted any of those host comedians, brought in any outside help on his speech? Can you kind of bring us in the room on how he's approaching this as someone who has attended several of these dinners and seen them play out?
He has. I would tell you the president has a very good sense of humor and is working hard on his own speech.
On the topic of thank you, Jen. The administration has not said how long they expect the war in Ukraine to last, and that's understandable because no one knows what the future will hold. But the administration, and then also in this room yesterday, the administration has declined to say how much the United States is prepared to spend long term, or to give a real definition of what a victory in the war in Ukraine would look like. So my question is, how long does President Biden, the same president who got us out of Afghanistan because he said it was a costly and unwinnable quagmire, how long does he expect the American people to back this war when they don't know how long it will last, how much it will cost, or what the ultimate definition of victory actually is?
Well, I mean, let me just reiterate something the president has said from the beginning. I will get to your point, but I will get to your questions, I promise, that combating Russian aggression has costs. Leaving it unchecked would be even more costly. Allowing Russia to run rampant around Europe beyond Ukraine, which is what President Putin outlined in his speech right before he invaded, would be incredibly costly to the world and to the United States. We calculate that as well. Right now, I know, I will get there, I promise. I know you're raising your hand. You asked me a few questions. I'm going to get there. Right now, the importance of this package to the president is because every day Ukrainians pay the price of freedom in their lives, and he feels providing them with arms and foods is the right thing to do. And trying to plan for, and I noted that some components of this package are not limited. It's not that the spending will end at 5 months. It's just allowing the ability for us, the Ukrainians and the Europeans, to plan over the long term. In fact, much of the security assistance will be much longer than that. The reason it's difficult to define what winning is because obviously our view continues to be that an end will be through a diplomatic process and a diplomatic conversation. The Ukrainians are the ones to determine what the outcome of that will look like, not for us to determine on their behalf.
So should we expect a line item appropriation for military aid to Ukraine for the next 5, 10, 15 years? I mean, is this open-ended?
We, of course, want the war to end as quickly as possible. And President Putin could do that tomorrow. But right now, what we're making a decision about, what we're advocating for, is trying to support and have the backs of an incredibly brave country and their people who are kicked out of their homes, fighting an aggressive dictator and his military, lacking food, lacking economic assistance, and preventing Putin from rampaging through Europe, which, by the way, would be much more expensive than what we're talking about here.
Follow-up then. So the United States definition of what success or victory looks like in the region is contingent on how long the Ukrainians are willing to combat the Russians and whether or not they want to fight them and force them to the negotiation table or push them out of, their borders. That's up to them, but
It's not exactly what I said. What I will say is that what President Putin defined as his own version of winning and victory from the beginning was taking over Ukraine, their sovereignty, their territorial integrity. Obviously, he's already failed at that, right? So in that sense, they are already defeating Putin's effort to envelop them into Russia. But this is an ongoing war. We know that. We know that diplomacy and having a discussion and negotiation is the way to get an end to it. Our effort and our focus is on strengthening them at the negotiating table. And that's the role that we feel that we can play. I'm going to have to wrap this up. Asma, go ahead, one more.
Thank you.
Oh, and Asma, you asked me a question yesterday about a credit. That is not possible.
Yeah, I did get that.
Okay, good. But for others?
Yes. So there have been reports that EU countries are looking to approve a phased embargo on Russian oil as early as next week. And if that were to happen, it would be huge. And I'm curious how the White House is coordinating with the EU on this.
Sure. So one of the steps that the president took last month was to start this task force with the Europeans. I mean, we took steps before that, right, to work with a range of countries in Asia and around the world to provide additional supply, LNG supply, where they had excess. Japan, for example, did that to provide excess LNG supply because they had the ability to do that to the Europeans in anticipation that Russia could weaponize energy, as we've seen President Putin do. There was a meeting of this task force yesterday to continue that coordination, have that discussion, and we're just looking for ways that we can help them address these needs that we long anticipated. Okay, thanks everyone. Thank you, everyone.
All right, we just played for you the full press briefing with the press secretary, Jen Psaki, there, as there's going to be a media event, dinner coming up here this weekend at the White House. We want to alert you, though, of some tornado watches underway for southern Nebraska. We are getting in that they've been posted for Lincoln and Lancaster County, all of eastern Kansas, also under a tornado watch. The Omaha Metro likely to see strong storms move in after 8 o'clock with high winds and hail. Those are the primary concerns, but the metro area also going to face the possibility of tornadoes through this evening. We're continuing to watch this alongside our Fox Weather team, so we'll have full coverage from them after the break. Stick with us. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Now from Fox 9 Daytona, Everett, we are tracking some storms that are moving through southern Nebraska right now. I'm pulling up our radar system. This includes Lincoln and Lancaster County, all of eastern Kansas, also under a tornado watch. The Omaha Metro likely to see some strong storms move in after 8 o'clock local time, with high winds and hail being the primary concerns. But the metro area also, like I said, going to face that possibility of tornadoes through the rest of the evening. Here, our Fox Weather team is tracking it as we speak. We'll be heading out to their coverage in a moment here, but I want to alert everyone to a different story caught on camera. A child on Huntington Beach right there attacked by a coyote. Maybe you haven't been to Huntington Beach, but this is extremely rare. It's a beautiful, beautiful beach, but kind of scary to see. Viewer discretion always advised, as that coyote really launches in and attacks that baby right next to the family members. The family members then alerted, and the coyote running off. Well, we have full coverage from our Fox 11 team. Here's more.
A coyote on Huntington Beach, dead today after being shot by officials trying to trap it after a toddler was attacked on the beach.
It doesn't surprise me because how tiny is she? And these guys, you know, they're used to going after small prey.
The attack happened Thursday night. The little girl, thought to be only 2 or 3 years old, was on the water line together with her mother and a sibling, dipping their feet in the water near the pier, when suddenly, they said, a coyote appeared and attacked the child, reportedly biting her.
We saw it, and then all of a sudden it went in by this family, and there was a kid on the ground, and then 5 minutes later we walked back, whole crowd around the baby. Baby evidently got bit, and it was just blood all over her face.
She was taken by ambulance to the hospital, while Orange County Animal Control and officers with the state's Department of Fish and Wildlife were called to the scene. Everyone fanning out to search for the coyote. But 2 different coyotes were spotted, and both were shot, but managed to run away. One found dead this morning on the sand. People who live in the area tell us they're not surprised. Coyotes on the beach have become pretty common here.
I've been here 40 years, and this year's been the worst.
There's usually one lurking around there, just around the bend there.
Near the children's playground?
Yep. Yep. And it's really not afraid of us at all, and sometimes it's running along the side.
Police confirm they routinely receive calls about coyotes on the beach. This one spotted last weekend near 14th Street. It is, say experts in the matter, the result of the wildlife-urban interface. Although coyote attacks on humans are very rare, the beach city has been dealing with this since at least 2012.
On several occasions, they've chased both myself and my wife down the road. Again, I have a very bright flashlight and pepper spray that I use just to defend ourselves, but I would say it happens every single time we jog in the morning. You know, they're nocturnal, they're out at night.
In addition to a rabies test, the coyote's DNA will also be compared to any DNA left on the little girl. Since they shot 2 coyotes last night, officials tell me they're not sure that this coyote is the same one that attacked her. In Huntington Beach, Gigi Graciette.
Meanwhile, out to Wisconsin, where the search is underway for a bald eagle killer. Here's more from Fox 6.
Where the Milwaukee River meets the Washington-Ozaukee County line in Fredonia.
My first initial reaction was shock. I couldn't believe it.
Donna Knetter is missing a treasured sight.
It was majestic. You can't mistake them for anything else.
A bald eagle she says she loved to watch soar near her home was found injured along the Milwaukee River on Sunday, April 17th.
This eagle has been living around here forever, and we see it all the time. There's several other eagles in this area, but this was the original eagle, I'm assuming, since we don't see it around anymore.
The DNR shared this image of the wounded bird. It was later euthanized after being transferred to an avian veterinarian. The DNR says an X-ray revealed a bullet in the bird's body cavity.
That's our American symbol, and maybe there's someone with some anger issues out there that did this.
Eagles and their nests are federally protected. Because the investigation is open, the DNR is not sharing the exact spot the eagle was found or who exactly called it in.
I'd like to know who shot it. I'd like to know who found it.
Questions Knetter hopes will soon be answered.
They're just beautiful birds. I mean, I can't imagine anyone that would have the nerve or the anger to do something like that.
And that was Fox 6's Aaron Mabin reporting there. We want to move back into some of our weather coverage. As we said, southern Nebraska, there are warnings of tornadoes ongoing right now. Let's go out to Fox Weather for the very latest.
I think it's a big question, and if not, well, hey, it's a weather lesson. So here's the visible satellite. See how it started off fairly clear in some spots, but now a lot of that, you can see more of that issues rolling in, I should say, because we're seeing more of that storm cloud and the storm development recipe kind of rolling in, and that's where we come in and we look at the storm energy, okay? That was the word I was trying to find, the energy. So you can see right here, Wichita to Oklahoma City, the energy is quite high, okay? Now it's low in front of Wichita and Oklahoma City, but as it rolls in even to Dallas and parts of Texas and Omaha, eventually it does get much higher, and it's high right now, which is why one of the ingredients as to why these storms are developing. There's the dew point. Here's the surface winds. Dew point and winds, all factors. The winds right now in Wichita and Oklahoma City, 30 to 40 miles an hour. And as we look at the wind shear, this is what it's doing over that low at the moment. So with that being said, I wanted to save one component that I feel is one of the most important for last, and that is the radar and rotation potential. That means, okay, how does this look for tornadic activity? Well, there's extreme potential. North of Wichita into Omaha, down to Oklahoma City, and points south, east, and west. Okay, you see where these heavy purples are? That indicates that the rotation potential is there right now. So we'll be watching that, Kiana.
Yeah, we also are watching another threat for severe weather, this time heading out of the weekend and into your work week. So we have a very active couple of days. We've been saying it's a multi-day severe weather threat, and this does include Sunday into Monday too. Here's a look at the big picture here. So our next system is going to be working its way in from the west coast, again off the Pacific and moving across the Pacific Northwest, eventually into this trough area where those jet stream winds dip further off to the south. This is a look at our current disturbance that we're watching now, but that one off to the west we'll have to continue watching heading throughout the weekend. So we push it a little further here again. We see that troughing working its way across most of the west coast. We also see a large scale lift, which means we are going to have split flow. That energy is going to split into two, really over Oklahoma and into Texas. There's our look at that area of low pressure again. We have the warm front ahead of it, so we'll have those warm conditions, that dry line right towards the middle, and then that cold front off to the back. Ahead of that, we also are going to have a lot of moisture into place. We have high pressure off the Atlantic. That's drawing in a lot of that moisture off the Gulf. So that's going to set us up for a stormy evening once we head into Sunday. And we'll see that here. We have a lot of energy in place. That energy is going to continue to increase in the time ahead of Sunday. Once we get through Sunday, we do have that severe threat that's going to be across most of Texas and Oklahoma. Areas in the red that I'm showing you here are likely going to see severe storms as we head throughout the evening hours for Sunday, through the overnight, and once again as we head into Monday. So putting it all into place here, here's a look at our future track. We put time on it as we head throughout 6 o'clock here. We have some heavier storms working in from Amarillo on south, Lubbock in there as well. Just to the east of Fort Stockton, we could see some storms popping up. That's for Sunday evening. We may catch a bit of a lull in between, and then heading throughout most of Monday into the evening hours, that second piece of energy that I mentioned starts to work its way a little further off to the east, this time including Wichita Falls, out towards Dallas, as far south as Austin, and we could also see some storms as far north as Oklahoma City. So again, here's a look at the severe storm threat. Areas in the red, including the panhandle of Texas out towards Oklahoma, are very likely to see those storms for Sunday evening. Even into Monday, that pushes further off to the east, as we saw on that future track. So now we include Dallas, another big city within that storm threat, as we head into most of Monday afternoon and evening, all the way as far north as Oklahoma City into Tulsa. All those areas likely to see winds as high as 60 miles per hour. Again, some large hail quite possible, and the threat for tornadoes as well heading into Monday. Ian?
Thanks, Kiana. We're going to talk about the other danger that we've been tracking for several days now, several weeks really, the fire threat across the Southwest. Evacuations are underway in parts of New Mexico as strong winds whip the Hermit's Peak and Calf Canyon fires toward more populated areas. Some of that video that you're seeing here is from Prescott, Arizona. That's the Crooks fire. That's actually from yesterday, and you can see the crews fighting against that. They have air support. They had that yesterday. That hasn't always been available because of some of the big wind gusts that we've seen across that region over the last several days throughout this week. If you've been with us here on Fox Weather Across America, Fox Weather's Robert Ray showed us some incredible pictures, not only of the crews trying to fight that fire there, but some of the weather conditions and the terrain that they're dealing with for that particular wildfire. This is the latest information for the Calf Canyon and Hermit's Peak fires. Keep in mind, these were two separate wildfires that formed and combined off to the north and west of Las Vegas, New Mexico. These are the latest information on it. The acreage now is closing in on 66,000 acres burned. This is a huge wildfire. It's been active for 11 days now. The cause of it still unknown, but the containment is up to 37%. So we're going to have to continue to watch this. The issue is that, at least in the short term, these are very unfavorable conditions to be fighting against a wildfire of this size, of this magnitude. You look at some of the wind gusts that we've seen. Santa Fe, this is just in the last hour. That's a wind gust close to 50 miles per hour pressing on that wildfire. Las Vegas there in New Mexico has had a gust of 25. Los Alamos, a gust over 41 miles per hour. This is the fire weather outlook for this evening. Good portion of New Mexico over into Texas, eastern parts of Colorado, western parts of Oklahoma and Kansas. Those are critical fire weather conditions. But we've also got this pocket of extreme fire weather danger across northeastern parts of New Mexico, southeastern Colorado, and southwestern parts of Kansas. So this is a bad situation. Through Saturday, we've got fire weather warnings up for these areas, just indicating that any fires that develop could spread very, very quickly with weather conditions like this. So just be very alert of this threat heading into the start of the weekend tomorrow. This runs all the way through Saturday. All of New Mexico in some form of fire weather alert, and those same areas that I was just highlighting have those fire weather warnings. Look at the wind gust forecast through the overnight hours tonight, but then as we move on through the day tomorrow, you can see some of those oranges and reds indicating the wind gust potential 40 to 50 miles per hour. Kiana?
Well, Ian, some good news is Oklahoma is nearing the end of their grass fire season, but the bad news is it isn't going down without a fight. Fox Weather's Hunter Davis joins us now from Oklahoma City. And Hunter, the state's capital city alone has responded to more than 1,200 grass fires since January. So certainly have been dealing with busy and active fire weather as we head into the next couple of weeks.
Oh yeah, they're definitely not catching a break here. And unfortunately, those conditions that are perfect for fire weather, those just keep hanging around. Now, while 1,200 seems like a lot of fires, it's not an unusual number of fires. That's because Oklahoma has really good recipe for disaster out here. It's really windy, as you can tell by this live shot. And then we combine that with some low humidity and then dry vegetation hanging around. And then any little spark could ignite a pretty big fire that could spread really quickly. Fortunately, the city has about 1,000 firefighters that are training year-round, ready to take action when they need to.
We're very fortunate in our city to have all the equipment and resources and training we need to go out and we throw a lot of resources at our grass fires and wildland fires very quickly in an effort to try to keep them small. I mentioned we've had already over 1,200 fires this year. Most of those have been kept relatively small with very minimal damage to any structures, but that's something that we don't take lightly. We think about this a lot, we prepare for this, we train for this, and we're ready to go.
FD tells me it all starts with the dispatchers who screen calls to figure out exactly what firefighters may be dealing with when they get on scene. They ask questions about, are structures being impacted or how big that fire may already be? They say it's these answers that help determine how they'll dispatch.
Now, on the days where we have what's called an extreme or a high fire danger day, we will automatically dispatch a wildland task force. So that's just more resources initially. So that's something we do here in Oklahoma City. And again, it's really important just to get as many resources as you think you're going to need out there early. When in doubt, send them out.
Now, if you live in a city or a state that has that high fire danger similar to Oklahoma, there are things you can do to be prepared or make your home more defensive, as the firefighters like to call it here. These are tips on your screen from the Oklahoma City Fire Department. They say you can keep your grass very low as well as keeping it well watered. Make sure those limbs that are on your trees are cut well off the ground. That way fire engines can get by and get to your home. This will also help prevent those canopies from catching fire as well. Keep your yard clear of vegetation, so any of those dead or dry leaves hanging around. And then also make sure your address is clearly marked. So if you do call in and you say that there is a fire that firefighters need to get to, they know exactly where to go. Now, as of right now, 20 counties, just over that actually, sitting under that red flag warning, another 30 sitting under that wind advisory. And Kiana, we obviously can't ignore the fact that a good chunk of Oklahoma now sitting under a tornado watch. So the Sooner State not really catching a break anytime soon.
That's right. So we'll keep a close eye on them as well when it comes to both the severe weather and the fire weather. Fox Weather's Hunter Davis, thank you so much for the report. Ian?
You're looking at a live picture from Waukene, Kansas. This is a town right along Interstate 70 in Kansas. It's actually under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Latest check of radar shows the worst of it just south of Interstate 70 in this area, but we're tracking severe weather across the Central Plains. Several tornado warnings have already been issued this afternoon and into the early evening. Tornado watches, those are up for several states. We'll have the very latest when Fox Weather Across America comes right back.
Okay, so you've been watching Fox Weather. You're also watching Live Now from Fox. We like to tune in to some of their coverage as they have reporters out on the ground and great meteorologists to weigh in on the situation underway. As they said, though, southern Nebraska is the main point of focus right now when it comes to some of those tornado watches. So we'll be on that through the rest of the night. We'll also be on any of the other breaking news across the country, including we're getting a shot in out of the Phoenix area. A driver driving pretty erratically. So we'll get updates from officials on this, hopefully, as we always want to keep everyone safe and know that everything is moving smoothly here. We have seen some DPS vehicles following this car. You can see in the fast lane there, definitely going fast, has been weaving in and out of traffic on this Friday afternoon as we head into the 4 o'clock hour, 7 o'clock out on the East Coast. Well, stick with us. Coming up after the break, we'll be going out to some of the southern border news. As we know, there is concern from lawmakers, especially on the Republican side of the aisle, but even some Democrats speaking out about the looming expiration date of Title 42. We're also hearing from investigators that, unfortunately, human smugglers are targeting teens via apps like TikTok and Instagram. So we'll have a live report on that after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Want to take you across the country to some of the stories that we're following at this time. Southern Nebraska, there is a tornado watch through the rest of the evening. Lincoln being one of those locations, and Fox Weather has been on it, so we'll be dipping into some of their coverage here as they bring us the latest on that. And then also another shot that we are monitoring. This is out in the Phoenix metro area, as this car is not really confirmed yet under pursuit, but driving erratically with some law enforcement cars tracking it, following it here. We don't know exactly the details of the driver, how many people are inside of the car, if they are armed. These are all questions that we still have if that car is stolen, but we have been monitoring it, and there's been several issues in the driving here, driving erratically, driving fast, swerving in and out of traffic. Into the shoulders here as we're heading into the 4 o'clock hour, so somewhat of a rush hour as we head into the weekend on this Friday afternoon and evening. So we'll be monitoring that alongside our Fox 10 Phoenix team. But we want to move on to some of the other stories of the day, including what is going on at the southern border here. Fox's Brian Yennis with more on Secretary Mayorkas on Capitol Hill today, really getting grilled by a lot of lawmakers. Here's a recap.
Faces of Americans across this country dying because of fentanyl pouring into our country.
After 2 days of contentious hearings on Capitol Hill, DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas made it clear that his department is expecting to see an increase in border crossings once Title 42 is lifted next month.
We will address this challenge successfully.
On Friday, President Biden spoke with Mexico's president about the situation at the border, including the migration response. This week, a federal judge in Louisiana temporarily blocked the Biden administration from ending the public health order and has set a hearing for the case for May 13th, 10 days before it was set to expire. The White House will comply with the order.
When Title 42 is lifted, it'll be 500,000 people in 5 weeks. I don't know, and they'll have no legal status, by the way. Biggest human trafficking event of our lifetime. What are we going to do with these people?
The issue has struck a divide among congressional Democrats. Some believe the administration does not have an adequate plan in place to deal with the surge, while others argue Title 42 should have never been used in the first place.
President Biden did the right thing to substitute something that is more effective at the border, to protect our border and to respect our responsibility to welcome refugees.
A move on Title 42 could come from Congress if lawmakers are successful in including it in broader legislation meant for Ukraine aid. In Eagle Pass, Texas, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
And staying with the southern border, investigators say human smugglers are targeting teens on apps like TikTok and Instagram. They're offering them money to pick up migrants from Mexico. Fox's Mills Hayes joining us now to show us how criminals are trying to outsmart the system right now. Mills.
Yeah, Daytona, I did a ride along with Texas State Troopers. You can actually see a few of them right there behind me, but they tell me that migrants will come over from Mexico into the U.S. and get to a state highway, and that's where sometimes teen drivers will pick them up and take them to larger Texas cities like Houston, San Antonio, and Austin.
There are over 100 million monthly active users on TikTok in the U.S., and human smugglers are cashing in on that.
These smuggling organizations are starting to use and recruit juveniles through social media platforms. TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, even using WhatsApp for those encrypted messages.
Christopher Olivieras with the Texas Department of Public Safety says teens are being targeted to drive migrants across Texas after leaving Mexico.
They're not coming out saying we need drivers for human smuggling or we need drivers for drug smuggling. I mean, they'll typically just say we need drivers want it, drivers need it, and they'll show videos of stacks of money.
Texas State Troopers monitor cameras and drones looking for migrants or human smugglers on private ranches. This week, troopers arrested a 13-year-old who they say was helping smuggle migrants.
These are illegal immigrants that are traversing through these ranches, privately owned ranches, without the consent of the owner. We've encountered criminal gang members, MS-13, suspected cartel members.
The Department of Homeland Security arrested around 1,700 human smugglers in 2020 and over 2,300 in 2021. Police think it could be worse this year.
Right here, we see a lot of human smuggling.
Kinney County Sheriff Brad Coe says in April 2021, they caught 15 human smugglers. This year, more than double that.
With narcotics, they try to smuggle it in, it gets caught, they've lost it. But with the human trade, they can just keep, as long as we keep sending them back, they're going to keep trying to smuggle them over.
Texas state troopers tell me that whenever they encounter migrants, they're able to charge them with criminal trespassing on private ranches in Texas. But if Border Patrol encounters migrants, then they send them to a processing facility. They get sent back to Mexico. And then sometimes the very next day, those same migrants are back trying to get into the U.S. And law enforcement officials tell me it can get frustrating.
Yeah, Mills, this can be frustrating for a lot of people, including parents who maybe don't fully understand Instagram and TikTok. I mean, what do these ads and posts kind of look like?
Yeah, I mean, these videos aren't just outright saying we need people to help with human and drug smuggling. They're usually showing videos of lots of cash and just saying that drivers are needed in the Southwest Texas region and just promising them to reach out to them and to DM them, actually. A lot of times they're telling them to DM them on TikTok or Instagram, and then they'll communicate with them on WhatsApp, some of those apps that aren't traceable. So it really just telling those parents that they need to keep in mind and let their kids know that that's what those videos are going to look like, Daytona.
And if TikTok and Instagram said anything about this, said that they're going to change maybe these users, block them from their apps?
You know, they haven't said much about it, and the thing is, it's really hard to tell that what those users are doing, because all it says is just a video of them saying that they need drivers, so it's really hard to trace that. And I even went and tried to look up some of those users who had posted the videos that police gave me, and a lot of those users don't have accounts anymore, so they are really hard to trace.
All right, Fox's Mills Hayes, great reporting there on the border. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we're going to keep it moving here because we have some breaking news out of Phoenix, Arizona. Fox 10 in Phoenix following what may or may not be a pursuit at this time. They have the details. Let's listen in.
We might see here in a moment if we get some cross streets
we
here.
Get a road sign. Again, you know, traffic is really, this is, for the guy being pursued, you're going to have kind of limited options.
Right. Turning down a side street. What is this?
Yeah, this is kind of an industrial restaurant, and then you're into a neighborhood, and you hate to see this.
Speed bumps.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to tell where this person is going or why. Again, we don't know why law enforcement might be pursuing this individual. Picking up speed here a little bit.
You know, and a lot of times it's a stolen car. So it could be that, or somebody where there's warrants and they weren't able to execute the move. Usually, though, if they've got warrants on somebody, they can put a drop on them, and it's very quick. And they're very good at it. So this may be a stolen car. We'll have to see. There could have been a commission of another crime. We just don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to see, you know, making a move. Well, I can imagine that this might be coming to an end pretty soon, right? I mean, he's moving pretty slowly in a neighborhood where you have all these twists and turns, and hopefully law enforcement is close behind. And we might learn some more.
Well, it's a great advertisement for the need of street repair in the city of Phoenix.
Look
My
at this.
goodness.
Yeah.
It's like a patchwork. One of the things that we have noticed in the past is often whoever's being pursued, they will head back toward the neighborhood where they live because they know it like the back of their hand. They feel comfortable there. So we will see. Perhaps we'll find when this ends that this person headed back to their stomping grounds. It's just easier. They know the roads. They know where to go.
It doesn't seem like they know where they're going right now, though. They seem to be stopping and looking around, making a quick decision of where to go next. They don't look too confident in where they're heading.
Yeah, apartment complexes could be anything. We've got to believe that the Firebird chopper for Phoenix PD or the DPS chopper is up over this. So they're kind of going along similar to what you're seeing on our picture, where they've got this guy from the air. And the problem with this for police, it's such a Byzantine deal going through these neighborhoods, trying to get out ahead of this guy and drop stop sticks or try to stop him. It gets tougher in some respects even than the freeway.
Right, so unpredictable.
at least on the freeway, you know, they can kind of get ahead of it, come on another exit and kind of do a pit maneuver, whatever they have to do. But here, yeah, it's kind of a gamble. You don't really know where this person's going or where they could end up. What's that van behind them?
Interesting. Don't know.
There's
wow.
3 of them.
We've got
Okay, something's happening
This
here.
could be a bunch of unmarked. So those are big, big units, by the way.
They are. It's interesting what's going to happen here.
Wish we had a better lead on.
You can see the other chopper shadow there, so they're up.
Yeah, I wish we had a better lead on exactly where this is, but we know it's a little north of the 202 at 24th Street. It's right in that area, somewhere along, somewhere between Thomas, maybe McDowell,
Possibly.
in that area.
Yeah. They're slowing down here.
That's
got somebody
another
in front.
similar unit up
Yeah.
ahead of him.
In front and back. This is interesting. I haven't seen a pursuit like this one with these big vans.
Unless he got in the middle of some kind of convoy that we're unaware of. We don't know if these are police, what exactly
Unmarked.
this is.
Yeah, they're unmarked. Okay, we're coming to a stop here. Oh, no, we're not. Looks like the vehicle is going
And
to
that is
continue.
McDowell.
Okay.
If I've got my bearings right, it depends on which way he turns. If he turns right here, as you're looking at it, he'll be heading westbound on McDowell. So he's heading westbound, I believe, on McDowell, given the position of our chopper, heading more toward downtown Phoenix. So this could be 24th Street coming up as he speeds past it. School zone, blowing right through it. Well, he's got a little bit of runway here, so the concern always is again running a red light. These are tricky situations.
Right. And you can expect a lot of times around this time, you'll expect to see a lot of cars on this road as well. So traffic will begin to back up here too.
Yep.
Plus you have construction, as you can see there. So this person's going to have to slow down at some point. You got neighborhoods on your left and on your right, shops as well. So things are going to slow down pretty quickly, I think.
Yeah, and okay, so he's kind of stuck here. No turn lane really to speak of where he can do much. He can't really go in the opposing lanes. Again, these are these curious cars that are pulling up next to him, these van-like
These
cars
unmarked vans, yeah.
that look like they may be police vans. He may be doing a U-turn here. He's now heading eastbound on McDowell. Those could be, yeah, those
4 or
have got to be
5.
police units
We have
because
at
now they're
least
following
6.
him.
Yeah, there's about 6 of them there.
That makes you wonder what this is all about because that potentially they could hold a lot of folks in those vans.
Right. DPS, we're getting word that DPS is following the vehicle, so.
Yeah, that's a lot of, I don't want to say firepower, but it's a lot of manpower potentially in those vans. You wonder what commission of what crime this might have been.
Right, whether it's drugs or weapons, or you don't know what they're expecting here when they do eventually get this person to stop.
You know, the other part of this, I don't want to date myself, but when we first started covering these things, when I started, you didn't have the cell phone where you could jump on a telephone and start communicating with people.
Right.
To get ready for your arrival. But these guys often are in communication with girlfriends or family or gang members or people who might be able to help them out. And, and he may be plotting where he's going to end up and maybe where he can bail out and try to vanish, disappear.
Right. Yeah, and obviously, law enforcement, they don't want some kind of ambush situation, so they're overly prepared for what kind of situation they're following here.
So this is eastbound on McDowell. He flipped around and he's heading east on McDowell. He was on the I-10, we saw that. He was on the 202. He actually didn't make it to the I-10. There's 22nd Street. So 22nd Street and McDowell is where this is unfolding. and he's heading eastbound. He was on the 202. We picked him up east of the 101 interchange that heads up to Scottsdale and then south down to Chandler.
It looks like we lost Chopper for a moment. There, it's back.
Okay. Did we lose him is the question.
Oh, there.
Oh, okay. Now
There it is.
now heading on the 51, it appears. That's the silver sedan there. We believe it's a Ford, maybe a Ford Focus, something like that. And the speeds it was reaching on the 202 until he ran into traffic were probably in excess of 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, and again, we don't know exactly why law enforcement is following this vehicle at this time, but we do know there's a heavy presence of law enforcement behind this guy. We saw maybe 4 or 5, maybe even 6 big black unmarked vans following this vehicle. And at one point he was driving through neighborhoods off of McDowell there, coming to a slow pace, and now obviously he's picked up again and we're on the 51 now.
Yeah, and he's spun around now and could be heading to the airport, which presents all kinds of problems, frankly, for the helicopter airspace clearance, and obviously it becomes a little more complicated trying to track him when you get into Sky Harbor airspace.
Right. And law enforcement has their chopper on him as well.
Right, and we may run into problems with that as well. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it's hard to tell who this individual is. It didn't look like there was multiple people in the car. It just looked like the driver was present.
Right, in a red shirt, red or orange shirt.
Not sure if it was a man or a woman. It's hard to make out, but we saw through the windshield for a short time.
Looked like a man to me. I mean, we have had women pull this, but it's, I would say, 95% men.
More typical, yeah.
Young men, testosterone flowing, agitated, and, you know, they get into this kind of fight or flight deal.
Yeah, I mean, we typically see these kinds of chases, law enforcement situations, these where they're following a vehicle. This happens quite often in Los Angeles. It doesn't happen too frequently here, I would say.
And if it does, it's over before we get on it, before we
Right.
pick it up. In LA, these things string on for an hour or so.
Absolutely. This is much like situations that occur over in California, but this doesn't happen too frequently here, especially at 4:10 in the afternoon on a Friday when traffic starts to build. So it'll be interesting what happens.
Checking with the control room if they've got any better bearings. Are we 51 here?
Yeah, trying to see. It's hard to make out the exit signs. We're
We think
backwards.
it's the 10 Broadway curve heading to the airport.
Okay.
I see. Yes. Okay. He's kind of made a circle. So if he were going to head to the airport, he'd exit in the right lane if he were going to go that route. And that'll be coming up here on your right, I believe. This is where it merges, and then you slide over and head to the exit for the rental cars, the terminals,
Right.
etc.
And if that's the case, I mean,
Again, into heavy traffic. Now what do
Yeah.
you do?
right. It's a heavily populated area, especially at this time of day on a Friday. There's going to be a lot of people down in this area. He's riding the shoulder.
Okay, we have confirmed this is part of a Phoenix police pursuit involving an undercover operation, which would explain the phalanx of 3 or 4 black, they look like Suburbans, but they're even look larger than that. So the undercover part of this is very interesting because there were 3 or 4 black, really large SUVs with tinted windows that were on this guy's tail for a while when he was in the neighborhood near McDowell and 24th, just a little bit north of the 202, heading toward downtown Phoenix. Then he lost them, or they backed off. We don't know which, but again, he's heading into serious traffic here. This looks like he might be back on the 202. Or is it the 10?
It's still the 10.
Still the 10.
But since we've learned this is an undercover pursuit here, that explains the unmarked vehicles and you know, all of the unknowns about this guy or where they're going and what they may be carrying, what their plan is.
Yeah, if we've got our bearings right, then he'd be coming up on the 143, which you can also exit to get to the airport. University Drive, 32nd Street. Okay. He's really got nowhere to go because of the traffic.
Right.
But the other problem is it's hard to get officers in on that too because of the traffic.
Right, and I don't see those vans right now. We're kind of close. I don't know if in a wide shot maybe they're further back, but I'm not sure if they'd go onto the highway at this point or if they'd, you know, wait for him to exit.
The one thing this does is it buys them time to get out ahead of him. As he slows down and he's stuck in traffic, they can start to deploy officers at turnoff points up ahead to maybe, you know, head this guy off. It's tricky because you get on surface streets, you know, you don't want to do pit maneuvers on surface streets necessarily. That's too dangerous for everybody involved.
Right.
But they could box him in, they could block him, and we may see one of these unmarked units box him in where he's got nowhere to go.
Yeah.
And the people driving today have no idea what's unfolding.
Right, they have no idea what's happening around them.
Right.
I mean, if you're watching and you know anyone that's traveling home from work and maybe taking this route, maybe you advise them to take a different way. I mean, it could be a dangerous situation for people, for all involved.
Right, and we don't know if he's armed, we have no idea. But this is apparently and confirmed now by Fox 10. This was part of an undercover operation involving that car, and we don't know what he was involved with. We believe it's a single male driver in what we believe is a Ford, that silver Ford.
Yeah, blending in with traffic now. Not going extremely fast, you know, kind of not weaving lanes, just moving along. It's hard to tell what they're going to decide to do next.
Well, the other part, and police have evolved on this over the years, you know, they've kind of learned to not heighten the situation. And so they'll back off, watch him from the air, feeling the time's on their side.
Oh, here we have the vans.
Yeah, we've got these units, those black units with the tinted windows.
Okay, maybe they're going to try to corner him here.
They might.
And get traffic to stop. You can kind of tell the cars are slowing down. I don't know if that's just traffic.
So it'll be interesting if this one in the HOV lane will try to get out ahead of him and cut him off.
As we pull out here, you can kind of see this wide shot of what's going on.
So we've seen periodically these black units with tinted windows that may be part of this undercover operation to try to stop this guy. And it's involving Phoenix PD.
I think we may, yeah. Chopper's getting it's becoming difficult to keep a close eye on this vehicle as it starts to blend in with traffic here, but you can see those black vans we were mentioning, likely with Phoenix police. Here we go. The part of this undercover operation, again, we don't know what this is all about, what this person may be responsible for, if this is a stolen vehicle, could be. But it seems to be part of a much larger operation here with Phoenix police.
Yeah, look at all these black unmarked cars. That is part of this, and it's a big number. This has to be pretty serious to deploy this kind of manpower.
Right.
That's not part of it, but the ones up to the right of our screen, if they pan over, you'll see it. So they've gotten out ahead of him now.
Yeah.
Some of these units. So this will be interesting if they can pinch him in. And, you know, we're going to warn you that if they stop him, we may have to pull out because we don't know what might unfold on live television.
Yeah, they have a plan in place. It looks like they're starting to slow down here. Not sure if they're trying to box him in, corner him, and see what happens once he comes to a stop.
I-10 south of US 60. He may have a sense of what's happening here. He certainly wants to go faster than he can go right now.
Yeah, he knows he's being tailed. Obviously, he's surrounded by these big black vehicles, which were following him on the side streets as well. So he definitely knows they're around. And again, as you mentioned, John, you know, he could be on the phone with other people. It could be, you know, planning some kind of escape here or attempt to escape from the highway. But as traffic begins to build up, as you know, around this time, it's going to be pretty impossible for him to get away quickly, at least from the highway.
Yeah, he'd have to exit again and end up on side streets where he'd have a little more room. But I'm very curious about these black units, these all black units with the tinted windows that are big SUVs that have now pulled ahead of him. They're not in our frame. And you would think they could start to pinch this guy down to where he gets boxed in. That may be
right.
The answer. The other part of it, though, is if this guy's armed, and if they knew he was armed, they may be reticent to go there on a crowded freeway.
Yeah, we're on the I-10 southbound coming up on Ahwatukee now. But this all started, you know, he's been all over the valley at this point. So during a busy time of day, lots of people on the roadway, and it looks like there's not many cars around him now, but those big black vans that we mentioned, likely with Phoenix police, part of this undercover operation, they're planning something because they're all mostly, as far as we know, ahead of him at this point.
Yeah, this guy is hit for the cycle. He's been on the 101, the 202, the 51, and I-10 throughout this. So he's covered a lot of ground. Don't know what the gas situation is on board, whether he's got a full tank or, you know, that's another issue with these guys. Sometimes they run out of fuel. But again, the time is on the side of the police in these situations. They can wait this guy out. If they've got him from the air and they have a clear drop on him, they can see him. He's trying to exit.
All right, it looks like we might exit here. Now that all of those unmarked vehicles with police were up farther than he was, I wonder what's going to happen now.
Yeah, this is where it gets tricky. It'll be interesting to see if he obeys this light.
Okay. This could be Ray Road here. Taking the
Is that
exit.
one of those units behind him? Yeah,
Yep.
it looks like it.
Okay, so there were some behind him.
Yep.
Well, these things change pretty quickly, as I'm sure units that are following this guy are aware of.
There's a couple of those behind him, stacked up. So I don't even know what that is. That is beyond an Escalade. That is...
I know, it's almost like...
It almost looks armored to me.
Yeah, maybe it is. Phoenix police chopper also following this guy from the sky.
That pedestrian has no idea
None.
what he's walking into.
The other vehicles around him also likely have no idea what's going on. But again, it doesn't appear that there's any other people in the vehicle, in this silver vehicle that's being followed by Phoenix police at the moment. It seemed to be a man in the front seat driving in a red shirt.
Okay, that was Broadway there. We're told this may be near the 143 and I-10. That was Broadway that he just crossed there.
Okay.
That's one of those units, and there's another one behind him. Oh, they've
Pulling
got the grappler.
The grappler.
There we go. They got him. They got him.
The grappler device
They got him. The grappler,
to stop the vehicle.
again, working to perfection. Now, this is going to get interesting.
Oh, here we go.
He has nowhere to go, and he didn't even see that coming.
Again, a word of warning, watch with caution here. We may need to pull away from this if something, you know,
He's got long
graphic.
arms there. That's a serious weapon that he just pulled. That's not a handgun. That's a rifle.
Wow. We'll see.
Wow, shot fired.
Okay.
He must have drawn a weapon for the officers to do that. If they fired on him, they must have felt that he drew a weapon.
Yeah, we
Okay, so they're stepping away from some of their coverage here, but we want to stay on it here because we are live, raw, and unfiltered. Of course, viewer discretion always advised. If something does happen, we might have to pull out as well. I'm Daytona Everett. This is Live Now from Fox. We were listening into Fox 10 Phoenix coverage, but you saw this maneuver just seconds ago here, and now they have deployed shots And we do want to warn you again, viewer discretion always advised in situations like this. We're going to put that on our banner here for everyone who may be tuning in. But this is what we do. This has been not really fully a confirmed police pursuit for the past hour, but clearly it was with all of these unmarked vehicles that have since deployed this maneuver to get the car to stop here, pulling it back under the axle, and now some K9 units there as well. We don't know how many people are in the car at this time, possibly multiple people in the car. We do know that DPS were the ones that were following the car. And so as you can see, there's 2 K9s there. They are now waiting for this driver to get out or possibly to approach the vehicle. Still, as we've said, we don't know how many people are inside. We don't know if this person inside of the car is armed. That is always the concern from law enforcement when it comes to cases like this, pursuits like this. And so we're going to stay on this for now, but we might need to back away if something does happen. But just within the past couple of minutes here, the driver being forced to a complete stop and now backed into from one of those 3 unmarked vehicles, massive vehicles. So we're going to stay on this shot here as multiple now law enforcement cars have shown up to the scene with guns drawn. I believe they shot some rubber bullets at the car, deploying more of those shots now. Likely trying to get the driver out of the car, force them out as it's somewhat of a standoff situation now.
You can only access. Okay.
Okay, and so it does look like they're approaching the vehicle a little bit closer. The sunroof now open here. They're smashing in the windows to try to get inside with shields fully up because they don't know if this driver is unarmed. They also don't know how many people are inside. Aggressively approaching the vehicle. And we did see just moments ago the driver putting their hands up outside of the car. We're going to stay on this shot in full to see how many people they find inside. The K9 unit still there as well. We saw 2 dogs that were there to assist with this situation.
He's crawling over. He's crawling over right now.
And now the driver crawling over. It was confirmed that this was an undercover operation with DPS following this car that was driving erratically through traffic in the Phoenix Arizona area. And now they're allowing the dog to go in. And out to the other door through the driver's side door. Pulled out and now put into handcuffs. So we see just one person at this time. I don't see more than one person. Looks like maybe just one driver here. And the arrest now made. So once again, if you are just tuning in here, this is a live look in Phoenix, Arizona, an aerial shot.
Feel free to let him lay on that pavement a little extra longer, right? Yeah, it's 11, 12 days.
Okay, so once again, we are just getting all of our elements in a row here because in a moment we'll show you the grappling technique to be able to pull this driver back and kind of sandwich him in to get him to stop because he wasn't going to stop anytime soon. We're heading up on 4:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona, as the traffic really wasn't helping in this pursuit, kind of keeping law enforcement back for a while, but then the driver getting off on an exit, and they were able to maneuver this and get him to slow down with that, again, grappling maneuver here. We want to show it to you one more time as it happened live. Take a look at this. So you can see the driver making its way along this exit here, that unmarked vehicle. There were 3 that were following this whole time. One pulling out in front, the other using that grappling technique underneath the axle there, slowing the car down and almost pulling it back like a bungee cord. So we want to see that just one more time because we don't see this often, but you can see the car unable to drive away and unable to really back up either. So here we go. We'll see it one more time for you. Instant replay. As it's not every day you get to see something like this. Those 3 unmarked vehicles just honestly pulling this off extremely well. Shot underneath the car. And then that front car then backing into the driver here. So this is the Grappler Police Bumper. That's what it's called. It's used to de-escalate high-speed pursuits, and in this case, doing it swimmingly. So there we have, played it a couple times for you. We'll play it again for you tonight, back out live to the scene where the arrest has since been made. Live look from Phoenix, Arizona. Again, we don't really know why they were after this driver. We do know it was an undercover operation. And we now know it was just one person inside of the vehicle as they searched the rest of the car there. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox as we hit on some of the other top stories of the day. Stick with us. From Phoenix, Arizona, where a suspect has since been arrested near the I-10 and Broadway after this grappler technique was utilized. We just showed you the video ahead of the break, that commercial break. Again, a grappler, a new standard in de-escalating high-speed pursuits, utilized so well in this case as DPS was following this vehicle for about an hour, then completely slowing him down, backing him in, and now the arrest has since been made. We know that this was an undercover operation. We don't know the circumstances of what that operation was, but we'll hopefully be getting new details on this from our Fox 10 Phoenix team that has been following it. But you can see that suspect in the red shirt kind of sitting on the guardrail right there. Luckily, no one injured in this case. He seemed to get out fine and will now be taken off here. So we're going to step away from that story for a moment here, completely switch gears and head into one that's really affecting a lot of New Yorkers at this time. New York City's pay transparency law was supposed to start next month, but now New Yorkers are going to have to wait until November for it to go into effect. That's because the city council voted to delay it. The law requires employers with 4 or more workers to put a minimum and maximum salary in every single job ad. But some groups say it could hurt women and minority-owned businesses. They argue that larger companies will know what the pay is and offer more money to steal away potential employees. Temp agencies would be exempt from this law as well. To break it all down, though, because this is a big talker out in New York as well as other states that are thinking about implementing it as well. I want to bring in Imran Ansari, an employment attorney, and comes on for legal analysis quite often here on Live Now from Fox. Imran, thanks for being with us on this Friday.
Daytona, thanks for having me.
So what were your thoughts on this law as it has now been delayed, probably going to go into November, but this is a bigger discussion. This is kind of opening up a conversation about the pay gap and higher wages, right?
Yeah, so this law has, great intentions. It has the a possible effect of sort of lessening the gap of salaries between, say, a man and a woman, which we know that there has been a gender disparity with salaries in the workplace. And it has that goal to sort of lessen that. But as you stated, there are minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, the smaller businesses that are worried that it may have an opposite effect in terms of allowing big business, big corporations to sort of take the job pool and monopolize it by having the ability to offer larger salaries. Because now you're going to have the ability in New York City to see a job posting and see the salary range, the minimum and the maximum, and you'll have all these job postings out there for similar or like jobs, but perhaps in varying size of businesses, and there may be a disparity in what can be offered from an employer. So big businesses also have a gripe with this because they're afraid that they're going to have a existing job or employer pool now seeing what will be offered to a new hire and perhaps complaining, say, hey, how come I'm not making that when you're putting that out there in an ad?
Right. So if you could, though, explain exactly how it would work, how employees should approach this and know how to deal with this and know how to ask for more.
Sure. So, you're going to have this law going into effect somehow 6 months down the line. And that's really been placed so that to ensure that employers and prospective, job seekers can all have compliance and understand this new law and implement their job postings if you're an employer that's going to be in line with this new law. If you're an employee and you're trying to take advantage of this new law, well, you're going to be looking at it and allowing yourself as a job applicant to really have an informed decision as to what jobs you're going to be going for or applying to, and that you're not going to be applying to. What it puts the onus on in terms of the employer is to really have attractive salaries and salaries that are going to be competitive with other employers. So it's really looking to equalize the pay field, Daytona, and do so vis-a-vis this law.
Yeah, that's right. And over the last 4 years, at least 7 states from California to Connecticut, at least 2 cities beyond New York, Cincinnati and Toledo, started demanding that employers disclose salary information to job seekers. And also Colorado breaking new ground in 2019 with a law that requires a pay range in all job openings. So this is not necessarily new, but it could change in the near future.
Yeah, and I expect that you're going to see more and more states or municipalities or city adopting a similar law in order to address this pay disparity and have transparency between the employer and the employee or the prospective employee. So I think this law is going to go in effect as it's set to do here in New York City. But I think it may have echo effect across the country in different cities and different states. And as you said, Colorado's had this on the books for about a year now, and we haven't seen it, anyone seeking to at least repeal it, at least as far as I know. And I think New York City is going to implement this, and it's going to have an effect because, I'm here in New York City, Daytona, I'm biased, but I say whatever we do here in New York City has an echo effect across the country, perhaps the world. And this may be a good test here in the most populous city in the United States to see how it goes to effect in a practical basis and whether this is a successful law in terms of equalizing the pay field and having employers being a little more accountable to their employees for pay.
Yep, and I'm sure a lot of employers watching this very closely. Imran Ansari, thanks for being with us here on the show. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And we're going to step away from that, go out to a quick commercial break. Before that, though, take you to a couple of the shots that we are watching. Again, we showed you that pursuit and arrest. Now this is a ground picture out in Phoenix, Arizona, as one male suspect has been taken into custody after leading DPS on a pursuit here. They eventually were able to take him off with no one being injured safely. That is always the main concern here. This all captured from Skyfox overhead. So once we get more details on the circumstances of that undercover operation, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Friday afternoon. Just wanted to let you see some of the severe weather we are following on the plains, kind of in Nebraska into Kansas. Let's go out to Fox Weather just briefly. They are reporting that a confirmed tornado has been spotted near Hope, Kansas. Let's listen in briefly.
And a lot of active weather working through. The real impactful thing is that funnel cloud that we were talking about, Ian, definitely keeping us all glued to the screen. We have to watch things like that very closely, especially when we have tornado warnings in or around those areas.
Tiana, no question, that video is just wild. We need to get more information from that storm chaser. We're not sure if there was a tornado on the ground previously and it had actually we'll get past sunset and we'll still see that possibility for rotating supercells. Here's where we stand right now. This is a live snapshot from 7:43 Eastern Time. At this moment, we have 17 total warnings. 14 of those are severe thunderstorm warnings. 3 of them are active tornado warnings. In total, about 200,000 people included under those warnings right now, as well as more than 3,000 lightning strikes produced by these storms in the last 15 minutes. Incredible. Look at this now. From last time we checked in on our severe weather dashboard, we're seeing huge straight line wind gusts being recorded. Look at this, Wood River, Nebraska, a gust close to hurricane force, 72 miles per hour. Tipton, Kansas, 70 miles per hour. Hartwell, Nebraska, a 70 mile per hour wind gust recorded. That's one aspect of this threat. Of course, we've seen the big wind gusts. We've seen the tornado threat. Look at these hail reports. Places like Axtell, Nebraska, as well as Hollinger, Nebraska. Those are reports confirmed of 2.5-inch hail. This is very large hail. It's very dangerous. And you see, it's not limited to just 1 or 2 of these storms. All of these storms have those blinking yellow boxes on them, indicating that we have the severe weather potential. We're going back to Hope, Kansas. We've been watching this live camera. That is the same camera, of course, that we were seeing that very dramatic funnel cloud. That's a full screen picture of it right now. We're looking off in the distance. I'm looking in myself to see if we can discover anything new. Wow. Wow. Okay, this is very intense storm. We're looking back toward the hail core of this. Look at all that lightning as well being produced by that. You get that color, that hue when you get.
Okay, so really ominous storm clouds there in parts of Kansas. We also know that because of these storms today, former President Trump had to cancel a rally that was planned in Nebraska. He was stumping for a GOP gubernatorial candidate in Nebraska tonight. Well, that was canceled. It's going to be rescheduled for later this weekend. So the plane's getting hit by some of these severe storms. In the meantime, though, we have a lot more top stories on this Friday night to get to, including what's happening with MLB pitcher Trevor Bauer. Joining me now to discuss that even further, sports legal expert Dan Lust with the latest. Dan, good to see you. Thanks for bearing with us here. But this was a huge sports story today. We learned that the league, the MLB, is suspending Bauer for the next 2 seasons. Why is that? What do you make of that decision by the league?
Well, just say it's an unprecedented decision. Not that it's necessarily good or bad. It just has never happened. Under the MLB's domestic violence policy, which was enacted in August of 2015, the longest suspension we'd ever seen for a domestic incident was 1 season, most of which were, we'll say a quarter of the season, 50 games, 60 games, most of which were less than a season. But obviously this is 2 seasons. So, in that sense, it's a little unprecedented. And what we are, I guess, finding out, a little bit of breaking news in the last 10, 15 minutes, there appear to be some new claims that are arising, some previous accusers or subsequent accusers, just different accusers that were not necessarily subjected to this restraining order proceeding that was very publicly litigated several months back. So there might be some additional claims, some additional individuals that we don't know about, but that seems to be the gist of the MLB investigation, that it encompassed more than one accuser on the other side.
So, Dan, there are, though, some, I guess, exonerating facts for Bauer because an LA judge denied this accuser a permanent restraining order back in August. The LA County DA's office declined to file criminal charges in February, and we spoke about that case back then. So if nothing is happening in court on a criminal scale, why do you think the league felt like they needed to take this action? Because we've seen previous incidents, not only in the MLB, but other sports leagues that haven't had something so draconian as this.
Yeah, I mean, let's we'll call it like we see it, right? There was one civil restraining order case, you called it a domestic violence case, and the judge there was very clear that that one particular case, she used the term materially misleading. And there were text messages allegedly sent by the accuser there where a term like secure the bag was used. So there was some, emanation of potential, we'll say somebody maybe looking after money. The judge didn't make that finding, but did say that Trevor Bauer didn't exceed a level of consent, right? And said that complaint maybe wasn't that strong, right? That term that was used by the judge was materially misleading. So if baseball had made their 2-year suspension based off of that one incident, I think that would be very surprising, right? When a judge said, hey, this is not that credible, I'm not issuing a restraining order, and the Major League Baseball to say, wow, I'm going to give a record-breaking suspension off of that incident, that would be very surprising. But again, what's come out really in the last half hour or so is that there were additional incidents. I don't want to say initial incidents, but different accusers that spoke to Major League Baseball that are believed to have encompassed, we'll say more, potentially more of the reason that he's getting a 2-year suspension. But keep in mind, Andrew, it's important, right? Trevor Bauer was never charged with the crime. He has not been sued civilly by the accuser, the one that, that civil restraining order was denied. So he has no active litigation anywhere. That's very different from across the sports landscape. Deshaun Watson has 22 active civil cases. So in one sense, it's a little odd that Trevor Bauer is basically, out of baseball for 3 years and has never been charged with the crime, never been sued in civil court. But let's see what these 2 new accusations hold. I don't think we know any real details pertaining to them. But again, it's new information that's kind of developing on the fly.
Yeah, Dan, just lastly, though, what do you think Trevor Bauer is going to do to fight back? I can't imagine he's just going to tank this sitting down.
Yeah, he's already announced his intention to appeal, and I think it's important. You and I obviously had spoken about it, but Trevor Bauer has filed a defamation lawsuit against the accuser in the case from August. He's filed a defamation lawsuit against the Athletic Sports publication for their reporting about that case. But Trevor Bauer, in the last couple of months, has been very litigious, trying to clear his name for better or for worse. So he says he's going to appeal it. He's fought with the law before, so I certainly anticipate him doing it again. The only thing, Andrew, to add, under the collective bargaining agreement, Rob Manfred, who announced this punishment, did not explain what specific conduct was leading to this 2-year suspension. So Rob Manfred is saying he doesn't have to say it. And Trevor Bauer, I'm sure he knows, right, or knows the lack thereof. He's announcing his appeal. So there's going to be this dark window where we don't know the strength of Trevor Bauer's appeal until it really gets there. We might never know it, right? But that's really what we're dealing with now.
Yeah, I mean, Dan, it's just kind of, for those of us who don't play professional sports, not being at your job for 2 years, you must be very, very valuable to an organization that would still keep you around. I know there are contracts involved and the like, but I think for many Major League Baseball fans kind of scratching their head at that today.
Yeah, I mean, Trevor Bauer was just given a 3-year, $100 million contract. He played a very small portion of that first year and has not played since. So you did mention he's very, very valuable, but Major League Baseball has taken it upon themselves to make an example of him. So you just hope, that they have sufficient evidence to do so. Again, you don't have to be a fan of Trevor Bauer. Most people are not. I'm a San Francisco Giants fan, so I'm not necessarily a Dodgers fan. But, it just seems like we're missing some level of transparency here, how someone could get a record-breaking suspension, and we don't really know exactly why.
Yeah. Well, Dan Lust, as always, we'll leave it at that. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you. Anytime.
All right, interesting conversation there. A lot of these sports-related stories. We're going to be getting into some more of them, including a major tennis star way back when is getting a sentence today. We'll have more on that in the next hour. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot of live looks at this hour as well. We'll show you. So there's a lot more in store. We'll be back in just a moment. Now from Fox on this Friday night, we're almost at the top of the hour. 5 o'clock here on the West Coast, almost 8 o'clock on the East Coast. We're going to stay, though, on the West Coast. Fox 11 in Los Angeles took a deeper look into this brewing controversy and scandal that is implicating LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva. And we've seen, if you've been following this story, that surveillance video of this jail altercation with an inmate. Critics of Villanueva are alleging that he tried to cover this up. Of course, he just announced he's running for re-election, and so there's a lot of political questions and political dynamics into this scandal. Let's hear from Fox 11 breaking it all down.
I'm Alex Michaels.
And I'm Marla Tejas. Tonight, another former high-ranking member of the LA County Sheriff's Department comes forward and accuses Alex Villanueva of lying.
The allegations coming in a legal claim, and it all grows out of this video, which we've been showing you night after night here, of a deputy kneeling on the head of a jail inmate. That video obtained by the LA Times.
Fox 11's Phil Schuman, he is following the story, and he joins us now live with more on the latest accusations. Phil.
Well, if you were with us a couple of days ago, the sheriff called a news conference specifically to talk about that video, denying allegations that he saw it just after it happened and covered it up because he didn't want bad publicity similar to the George Floyd case, the murder case in Minneapolis. Well, today, when it came time to try to talk to the sheriff, I could barely get 2 sentences out of him on the same subject. Are you aware of this latest complaint by Robin Limon?
Doesn't surprise me, but you know what? We're going to litigate this thing in court. We'll be more than excited to do that, so we'll let the facts speak for themselves.
Sheriff Alex Villanueva continuing to deny allegations of a cover-up, insisting he never saw this controversial security camera video of a deputy kneeling on a handcuffed inmate's head after a fight until 8 months after it happened.
Our information is solid.
Well, that solidly contradicts a new claim filed today by former Assistant Sheriff Robin Limon, who says she personally brought a DVD of this incident to the sheriff and watched it with him and at least 2 others days after it happened.
She's the smoking gun here. She's the one confirming the cover-up.
Attorney Vincent Miller represents Limon, who's demoted, now on a leave of absence. He also represents another sheriff's official, Commander Alan Castellano, who this week made similar allegations of cover-up and retaliation. They say the sheriff didn't want the March 2021 video to come out due to comparisons to the George Floyd case coming to trial in Minneapolis at that time.
He hasn't been held accountable for 3 years, retaliating against whistleblowers, covering up investigations, and nobody's there to stop him. Nobody from the county is protecting the employees, the whistleblowers. It just repeats over and over and over again.
Villanueva, appearing at a candidates forum today as he runs for re-election, has said the controversy is manufactured by his political opponents and the LA Times, which first broke the story. In fact, the exact things he's accused of by some of his former top people, he specifically cited as things he's proud of.
Duty to intervene, duty to cooperate, whistleblower protection, policies prohibiting retaliation. All these things are in effect now. They were not in the past.
So Alex and Marla, he said, we're happy to litigate this in court and let the facts play out. Well, if you've been following the story, it's clear that there are 2 different set of facts. Someone is either lying or perhaps more politely misremembering. The stakes are high here. We're talking about re-electing the highest law enforcement official in the county, right?
Right, because the sheriff says, I didn't see it for 8 months, and she says literally the opposite of that. Only one person can be telling the truth here.
Unless they're splitting hairs by saying, you know, what, did I see it? Was it played in the room when I was there? Another top aide, Anthony Blanchard, says, well, it wasn't seen in the way it was presented. So there could be some splitting of hairs here legally, but practically speaking, yeah, somebody is telling the truth and somebody isn't.
And the undersheriff, too, Murakami, on Tuesday, he was asked about this, too, and he said...
He said that the allegation that they saw it in March, a few days after the incident, were false. And then this Anthony Blanchard was called up to the microphone, asked about it. He said it wasn't seen in the way it's been presented, which was a little bit different than the flat denial. So, you know, this is going to be explored under oath in depositions. Both the commander and the former assistant sheriff, who are now both out on stress-related medical leave at taxpayers' expense, they're going to be filing lawsuits. The inmate, who, by the way, was not seriously hurt, a man named Enzo Escalante, he's already filed a federal civil rights lawsuit. So at some point, all these people are going to be under oath in depositions.
It sort of reminds us of the Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky, depends on the definition of the word is sort of vibe again. So, Phil, I know you also spoke more with the attorney involved here.
Yeah, this Vincent Miller, he represents both the Commander Castellano and Robin Leone, the whistleblowers whom the sheriff describes as disgruntled employees. This is a little bit more of our discussion when I asked him about how serious these allegations are.
What we're looking at and what's laid out in the claim is basically an extreme abuse of government power. We're talking about people being hired who have no business being hired, who have all kinds of allegations or even proven allegations of wrongful conduct, and yet he's promoting them to captain. He's stopping people from getting the promotions that they earn. He's not investigating any whistleblower reports. Instead, he's investigating the whistleblowers. This is going on and on and on, and he's abusing the power that he has. This is a very serious problem.
Sort of a bizarre coincidence. The allegation is that the deputy who was seen kneeling on that inmate's head is one of the same ones who was never disciplined for taking those gruesome crash scene photos of the Kobe Bryant helicopter crash. And so what Miller's contention is that he never holds anybody accountable, and so they continue to do things that that they shouldn't do.
Well, the sheriff holds firm and says that the facts will be presented in court. We've also asked him to join us tonight at 7 o'clock. He was unable to join us tonight, but we did extend the invitation again tonight. All right, Phil, we'll obviously stay on this one. Right. Thank you so much.
You're watching.
All right, and we thank Fox 11 there in Los Angeles. We'll actually be speaking to Phil Shuman in about 15 minutes' time because a major anniversary today, 30 years since the acquittal of those officers involved in the Rodney King beating. We'll have special coverage of that, looking back 30 years from then because, of course, the in-depth coverage, looking back at how the LA riots unfolded, how LA has changed since then, how conversations about race in America have changed since then. We'll have more of a look back on that at about 8 p.m. Pacific time, 11 p.m. Eastern. Well, joining me now to discuss even more legal headlines is legal analyst Doug Burns. Doug, we're going to talk about a case involving a name probably many Americans haven't heard in some time. And if you're a major tennis fan like you and I are, Boris Becker sentenced to 2.5 years in prison for what today?
Well, it was interesting. Back in 2017, Andrew, he was adjudicated bankrupt in a bankruptcy proceeding. And in connection with the bankruptcy, after the decree that he was bankrupt, he was required, as is often the case, to work with the trustee to marshal assets, corral together the bankruptcy estate, as it's called. And he was charged criminally in London with hiding assets, transferring assets secretly, not being honest and truthful about the makeup of the bankruptcy estate. And incredibly, he was convicted on 4 counts. He was acquitted on multiple counts, to be fair. And the judge sentenced him to 2.5 years in prison, 30 months. And he's going to have to serve 15 months of that. Now, a very important thing to note is that Boris Becker had been convicted back in 2002, Andrew, of tax evasion, criminal tax evasion. And the judge gave him a 2-year prison term, but suspended it. Now, fast forward to now, the judge was quite worked up, as it were, by that previous conviction, in the sense that the judge said to Boris Becker, you're obviously it didn't make an impact on you, the break you were getting, the fact that that prison time was suspended. And so the point is, that's why that was a large part of why the judge hit him as hard as she did with the 30-month sentence. Now, quick context for those who aren't as familiar, as you pointed out, you're right. Boris Becker is one of the all-time greats in the sport. He won 49 singles titles, 15 doubles titles. He was #1 in the world. Most remarkably of all, and I think your viewers who aren't familiar with him will find this fascinating, he won Wimbledon at 17 years old, which is remarkable, and then came back the following summer and won Wimbledon again for the second time at 18 years old. So, I mean, this is one of the greats. He won 6 majors. So when I saw the news today, I had a number of different emotions. It was very sad, obviously. It's a fall from grace, for a great star of the sport. So it was very sad.
Yeah, Doug, I think a lot of tennis fans, and maybe not, would kind of be asking themselves today, how did Boris Becker get in all of this financial trouble, even having to declare bankruptcy? And then, of course, to the point to which this court found that he was transferring large amounts of money and hiding assets post-bankruptcy. I don't know if you know anything to, what he's been up to since his kind of peak.
I can shed light on that. And It's a fantastic question you're asking, because the key question is, how does a person, right, who won $25 million in prize money, and it's important to separate that out, because as you know, and I'm sure virtually every one of the viewers knows, there's also off-court endorsement money, which is colossal. So people are talking, just for parameters, about a $50 million fortune, 50. So your question, which it's worth me repeating is so good, is, well, wait a minute. How did this international tennis superstar who won 6 majors, was #1 in the world, and so on, how did he get in this big financial mess? The light I can shed on it is that, his personal life has been chaotic on many levels. He's had multiple marriages. He's had some divorces and marital dissolutions, which he claimed, cost him a lot of money. There were also, investments that he made. The way the bankruptcy started, incidentally, was that he got a couple of loans, fairly sizable ones. One was from a bank north of 8 figures, $10 million. Another one was from a British businessman. He had trouble paying that back. I mean, the answer to your question, it's kind of interesting. No matter what level somebody's at, and I'm not being sarcastic or glib or cute. The fact of the matter is, if you're spending tremendous amounts of money, more than are available, you can get in trouble. So, but your point is so well taken. It's highly unusual for somebody who has amassed a $50 million flow of money to get into a bankruptcy situation. But remember, Bjorn Borg, the great Swede who won 5 Wimbledons in a row, 5 French Opens on clay, making him the greatest all-court player probably in tennis history, he also ran into financial problems. So it does happen.
Yeah. Becker will have to serve at least 15 months before being eligible for release. Doug, let's move on to another legal headline we wanted to update our viewers on, of course, having to do with Ghislaine Maxwell. We're learning earlier today that a judge has denied a motion by her and her lawyers to overturn that conviction that was handed down in December. You and I were live when that all happened. And of course, this dovetails with her legal team's effort and attempt as well for a new trial because of this discrepant juror. What do we know about this?
Well, it was interesting. The judge, Judge Allison Nathan, who went to my law school, just a side footnote, I don't know her, however, but Judge Nathan held a hearing, brought that juror in, you remember, and asked him, why in the world did you answer no to this question about having ever been the victim of sexual abuse, when the answer was yes. His answers to her were satisfactory. He claimed he rushed through the form. He didn't really take the time. But the law was extremely interesting because I was saying that, you can bump a juror even without cause. So that was unfair to the defense in the sense that they might want to just kick him off. But that's not the legal test. The legal test is only if that juror could have been excused for cause does it result in getting the relief you're looking for. And the judge said that he could not have been excused for cause because it was clear that it wasn't going to affect him and so on. But to simplify this and get out of the weeds real quick, basically, a lot of times motions, for new trials and post-trial relief, they're basically creating a record for the Court of Appeals, okay? I'm not saying they're never successful, but they're not successful that often in the trial court, the motion for the new trial, the motion to set aside the verdict, in this case because of improper juror behavior. But the point I'm trying to make is that in the Second Circuit, the United States Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit, all of this will be briefed and argued fully, and there she'll get a fair shake on all of these issues. I'm not editorializing whether I think she's entitled to any relief. I'm just saying she'll get a fair shake on appeal.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see as well if they have exhausted their options, but like you said, kind of for this long list for the appellate review of this. But she is scheduled, I believe, to be sentenced late June. Do you think that could be pushed back?
No, that's a good point. I mean, we were theorizing, this is interesting to go back to it. You and I have discussed this. Would she now be afforded, is the best way to put it, an opportunity to cooperate by the federal prosecutors in the Southern District of New York? I had told you, and I'll repeat it now, that generally speaking, prosecutors are very, very reluctant, for lack of a better term, to allow somebody to come in after trial. But here, the stakes are different. Obviously, there's a lot of salacious aspects to this, so if that were to happen, and I'm not saying it will, then sentencing will be pushed back. But failing that, I think the sentencing will go forward in June, and then the case will go upstairs, as we call it, to the Court of Appeals.
All right, Doug Burns, as always, so appreciative of your insight into these legal stories of the day. Have a good weekend. We'll talk to you again.
Thanks for having me on.
All right, and we are going to get to a lot more of these top headlines on this Friday night. And if you were wondering why Live Now from Fox was not showing the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial today, it's because they were off on Friday. They will be back yet again in the courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia on Monday, and we'll have live coverage of that, bringing on legal experts, breaking down the day's testimony as we have from the beginning. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be going out to Los Angeles as the city there is looking back 30 years later after riots that erupted after the beating of Rodney King and the subsequent acquittal of the officers who beat King. We'll have a look back at that. We'll have more kind of tangential stories about what Los Angeles is doing to commemorate this. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here on this Friday night to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we're going to get to some of these other top stories we want to touch on, including how Los Angeles is remembering the riots that swept parts of the city 30 years ago after the acquittal of those police officers that beat Rodney King. Joining me now, Fox 11 reporter Phil Schuman, who also covered this story 30 years ago and who was there. Phil, good to see you. How is the city remembering this 30 years later?
Well, what it's really been about today and for the past several days has been people coming together, talking about unity, talking about brotherhood, talking about fellowship, talking about getting along with each other, to echo Rodney King's words of 30 years ago. A lot of emotion today. I think the general feeling here in Los Angeles, Andrew, is that 30 years has gone by really quickly. Some things have gotten better and some things have not. Under a bright sun in the parking lot of South LA's Bethel AME Church, people came together to talk about what's gotten better in the past 30 years.
I think the communication between African American community and the Korean American community has improved a lot. We're continuously, having events together.
And what has not improved?
I mean, jobs in this community are rare. I mean, unemployment is rampant, and we just don't have a stake.
The acquittal of the LAPD cops who beat Rodney King sparked the riots. More than 60 dead, thousands injured, $1 billion in property damage. Day 3 of 6, Rodney King made this famous plea.
People, I just want to say, can we all get along? Can we get along?
Hello, everybody. 30 years later, his middle child, Laura, who started a foundation in his name, can't believe so many are still asking that same question. She had this advice.
I think if we all close our eyes and operate from a place of hope, of love, of listening to each other's voice and hearts, that's the place of love, not what we look like, right? Thanks for remembering.
Part of the events marking the anniversary, a bus tour through South LA. The idea to show new developments and also show how much more needs to be accomplished.
My strongest memory is being on the corner of Florence and Normandy right when it happened. And what was mentioned here was how the police were absent.
Congresswoman Karen Bass, then an LA community organizer, now an LA mayoral candidate, believes the most important thing we've learned the past 30 years is?
We have to always stay vigilant. That, surveys have come out that said people feel that the despair is reaching the level again, that we could have civil unrest again. Well, we need to take that as a warning.
Strong words from Congresswoman Karen Bass, Andrew. So much of South Los Angeles has been enjoying a redevelopment, a bit of an economic boom, but there are plenty of other areas that you drive through that were burned out 30 years ago that still have never really been redeveloped. There's a feeling among so many that this area needs a lot more attention, a lot more economic resources. You heard the mention about jobs. Unemployment's much higher in South LA than in other parts of Los Angeles. African Americans make up about 40% of the homeless population when they're only about 9% of the overall population. So the history is still very much being written here 30 years after that terrible time.
Phil, for those of us who either weren't born yet, don't remember this, what happened to Rodney King? What happened to those officers who were acquitted?
Rodney King won a multi-million-dollar settlement from the city of Los Angeles years later. He subsequently had ups and downs in life. He drowned several years ago. Drugs and alcohol found in his system. He's no longer with us. He left Laura and 2 others behind. She's sort of taken on the role of memorializing him and started this foundation that I referred to, which sort of has the general goal of bridging gaps among different communities. The 4 officers that were acquitted, 2 of them were subsequently convicted on federal civil rights charges and served time in federal prison. They've all moved on. You don't hear from them at all. Daryl Gates, the police chief at the time, was really criticized because he was actually attending a political fundraiser in Brentwood, which is the very wealthy part of West Los Angeles, and his department was essentially overwhelmed, underprepared, and withdrew from the area where some of the worst looting and arson and assault started, because they just couldn't handle the crowd. And that escalated to the point where the National Guard came in days later. And so that was a huge failure on the LAPD's part, which they acknowledged. People don't talk about that much these days. That would certainly not happen again, tactically speaking. Still, the memories are so fresh for so many, but as you mentioned, so many others weren't even born then and don't really understand all the forces that came together that led to that. Some people call it civil unrest or uprising. More people refer to it as the LA riots of '92.
Yeah, and Phil, I'm kind of using my millennial frame of reference, comparing possibly to the George Floyd protests. Some would call those riots that swept the nation in summer of 2020. And if you could, and I know I don't like to compare these two news stories, but are there comparisons? Because the Rodney King riots, I mean, they swept the nation at the time. This was in kind of the public consciousness for so long in pop culture. You had so many, federal officials commenting on it at the time. Take us back 30 years ago.
Yeah, I don't really see a lot of comparisons between those two cases. 30 years ago, there was just this frustration among so many that opportunities have passed them by, that they lived in an economically disadvantaged part of town while so much money was being spent in other areas of Los Angeles. And then there was the killing of an African-American girl, Latasha Harlins, a few weeks earlier by a Korean grocer. That had people on edge. So it was a culmination of a lot of different things. And then the mob mentality took over from like a psychological point of view, where it started with some assaults. You remember the aerial footage of a trucker named Reginald Denny, who was assaulted with bricks and pieces of concrete as he sat at the intersection of Florence and Normandy. That famous overhead camera footage by a pilot then by the name of Bob Turr. It kind of became the image of the riots of '92. And then from then it became just this rampage of looting and arson that died. Many of those cases have never been solved. There were thousands injured, hundreds of businesses burned down, and it was just anarchy for 6 days before things calmed down after the National Guard came in. I mean, it was a terrible time that no one ever wants to live through anything close to that again.
Yeah, and Phil, I keep thinking back to, there were this 9 minutes of video that captured the beating and kind of juxtapose that to 2022, where we see body camera footage all the time. We see cell phone video all the time that goes viral on social media. That wasn't the factor back then.
No, that's an excellent point. Back in 1991, the Rodney King beating, it was on a freeway north of Los Angeles in an area called Lakeview Terrace. And there was a plumber named George Holliday, who also has since passed away, who had just purchased a home video camera. And he was trying it out. And in the early morning hours of that March in 1991, he heard sirens and police on the freeway that was in view of his apartment window. And so he took out this new video camera, and you saw the results with sort of this grainy nighttime footage that he had. And he went to one of the TV stations here in Los Angeles, KTLA Channel 5, and gave them that video. I can't remember whether he sold it to them or gave that to them. And they were the first to air it. And having that visual video evidence, which ultimately did not lead to the conviction in the first trial, but having that visual evidence was brand new. As you mentioned, now we take that for granted, because everybody has a cell phone, and there's so many security and surveillance cameras on freeways and municipalities that it almost goes without saying that everybody is on camera all the time. And that just wasn't the case back then. So this video was just remarkable. And what police argued successfully at the trial was that they were following the training they received as Los Angeles police officers at the academy. They were under the supervision of a sergeant who was directing the other officers. Stacy Kuhn was his name, to deliver like precise strikes with the batons to try to subdue him. You remember the term PCP, a drug that a lot of police officers were concerned with, law enforcement concerned with, because there were these stories that if you were under the influence of PCP, that you had some kind of superhuman strength. And so they were concerned that Rodney King was under the influence of PCP. And so they were doing what they needed to do to take him into custody. I mean, it's shocking, but it's true from some police analysts that if they had used their guns on Rodney King and shot Rodney King rather than beating him that night, that it may have been ruled a legally justifiable use of force, because they were claiming that they were in fear for their lives and they were using the force they needed to take him into custody. There were a number of CHP officers on the scene as well. I mean, it was that video has been played and played and played for police officers in training classes all over the world, no doubt. But yeah, your point about that video being something unusual and unheard of at the time, that was the key to the whole thing.
Yeah, and Phil, just lastly, if you could, I know there's memorials, remembrances around Los Angeles today. Eric Garcetti, the mayor, had one as well. But, you know, you've been there in that live shot position for some time. People are walking by you. Have you talked to some of them? Do they remember this very vividly? Do they not want to remember this? What have maybe some of them offered to you if you've spoken with them?
Well, we've been at a number of events today with people that certainly remember that were here then. I mean, you heard Karen Bass, the congresswoman who was running for mayor. She was a young community organizer. You know, it depends on where you were at the time and where you lived at the time and what conditions you're living in now. I mean, unemployment's high here. There are areas that still look blighted. So if you don't have a job and you live in an area that, needs to be improved, then you don't have good memories and you don't have good feelings about Los Angeles in 2022. But there's a lot of economic development here as well. There's light rail line, the Crenshaw line it's called, which is billions of dollars of investments in jobs and job training programs. SoFi Stadium, which is in the neighboring community of Inglewood, brought a ton of economic development and jobs to people in South LA. So, I'm not a sociologist, I'm not an expert on this area, but it just depends on people's individual circumstances to sort of get their take on where things are now versus 30 years ago.
All right, Fox 11's Phil Schuman, thank you for offering us that introspective look back 30 years ago, and we'll talk to you again. Have a good weekend.
Okay, you too.
Okay, just an interesting conversation there. Remember, at 8 p.m. Pacific time tonight, 11 p.m. Eastern, we will be going more in depth, showing you the great reporting Fox 11 in Los Angeles has done over the last week to commemorate this anniversary and how the city has changed since then. So we'll have more on that a little bit later tonight. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Friday night. We are getting these aerial pictures right now over a Target in San Diego. There's been a shooting reported there. We don't know if it is, or was rather, inside the Target or at the parking lot here. You can see that police cruiser with this Jeep kind of up to the side of it. The Jeep has a lot of broken glass. Looks like it was crashed into. So that's about all we know at this point in time. We don't know if there are any injuries involved or how many suspects were involved. But these are the live pictures we are getting. We're going to stay, though, in California for our next story. We heard from members of the California Highway Patrol, joined by the California Attorney General Rob Bonta today, announcing more enforcement actions in the state to go after retail theft. Remember, earlier this year, we saw a spate of those smash and grab mob types going into these luxury high-end stores, stealing everything they could, and then leaving very fast. So looks like California officials are trying to crack down on that even more. Here's this press conference from earlier today.
Law enforcement partners where appropriate. If you have any information or evidence that can help us stop organized retail theft, please share it with us and we'll put it to work. Today's announcements should serve as yet another warning to those who engage in this criminal activity and commit brazen crimes with no regard for the safety of workers, our businesses, and our community. You will be held accountable. You will face consequences. As our state's chief law enforcement officer, I'm committed to holding accountable those who break the law. We're doing that today. And ending crime is a team effort. Today's prosecution was brought forward as a direct result of a collaborative, multi-agency investigation led by CHP's Organized Retail Crime Task Force, and it involved over a dozen law enforcement agencies. So I really just want to express my deep appreciation to CHP, to their Organized Retail Crime Task Force, to all of our law enforcement agencies throughout the state of California, working together, focused on this specific crime, holding folks accountable, bringing them to justice. We cannot do this alone. We must do it together, and we are. We're working together for the safety of the people of California. And I want to once again thank CHP, all of our law enforcement partners for their efforts here, what they've done in the past, what they're doing today, what they will do tomorrow. This is a team effort, and we're going to keep at it. So with that, allow me to introduce CHP Assistant Chief Steve Ramos, who will share more information about California Highway Patrol's Organized Retail Crime Task Force and the collaboration that is on full display in this organized retail theft ring bust. Thank you all.
Thank you, Attorney General Bonta. Good morning. My name is Assistant Chief Steve Ramos of California Highway Patrol's Golden Gate Division. On behalf of the California Highway Patrol, I would like to thank both Governor Newsom as well as Attorney General Bonta for their leadership and their continued support and dedication to ensuring we are safe and our dedication to public safety in general. To combat organized crime theft in California, state law in 2019 directed both the California Highway Patrol as well as the DOJ to establish a task force specifically to combat organized crime. The main goal of this task force was to both enhance our response and to ensure that our response was specific and dedicated to those regions that were dealing with the crime. Our task force comprised of a multitude of investigators that specialize in the investigation of retail crime. And I'd like to take a couple minutes now just to highlight what we've accomplished since 2019. Since 2019 and up to the month of April here, we have, as an agency, as a task force, participated in 1,031 separate investigations, resulting in 449 arrests. We've also contributed to the recovery of over $21 million worth of merchandise. I'd like to also take a moment to acknowledge the allied agencies that we work with as part of the task force, specifically with the case that Attorney General Bonta just mentioned. I'd like to acknowledge the Citrus Heights Police Department, the Roseville Police Department, Fresno Police Department, Hanford Police Department, the Contra Costa Sheriff's Office, the Bakersfield Police Department, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office, the Folsom Police Department, the Chino Police Department, and last but not least, the Bullhead Police Department of the state of Arizona. Our goal remains the same in order to ensure that we are investigating these crimes, we are bringing these individuals to justice, and we're holding them accountable, recovering merchandise in the process, and our ultimate goal is ensuring that we're enhancing public safety. I am very proud of the efforts we've made to date, and rest assured, we are not going to rest on those laurels. We'll continue to collaborate with our law enforcement agencies around the state of California, working alongside local district attorneys, as well as the Attorney General's office, to ensure that we are addressing these crimes as they come. A special thanks to you. I would be remiss if I forgot the media. Thank you. You do play a critical role in ensuring that that safety message is brought forth to the public. Last but not least, I'd like to simply remind everyone that at the end of the day, the California Highway Patrol is and continues to be committed to ensuring that we are always committed to providing the highest level of safety, service, and security to the people of California. This task force that is run by the California Highway Patrol embodies that effort each and every day. I'd like to end on this. Safety, your safety is paramount to our goal. A reminder that if you do encounter or witness a crime of this nature, dealing with organized retail theft, please be a great witness. Do not engage the suspect and reach out and call 911. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Assistant Chief Ramos. With that, if there are any questions, we can take some. We think those were very strong and appropriate sentences for the individuals based on the conduct involved. Just a reminder, these are felony convictions. These are convictions that would be served in our prison system in California generally. So these are what the facts led to. And the facts of this case are a little bit different than some of the other organized criminal retail theft cases that we've seen. We've seen some things on TV, flash mob style, smash and grabs. This case had a little bit of a different MO. These were individuals that were breaking in to Sam's Clubs and to JCPenney's at night. There were no individuals in the store. It was after hours. The stores were closed. They were breaking into areas where jewelry was secured, stealing that jewelry and making off with it. So organized retail crime looks like a lot of different things. And for each set of circumstances, we provide appropriate accountability, including the ultimate conviction and the sentencing. So these are felony convictions that we believe are appropriate for the conduct at issue. Absolutely. Because all the evidence shows that the way to deter crime is for those who seek to commit crime to know that they will be arrested if they commit the crime. They have been arrested. They have been sentenced or convicted. They have been convicted to felony convictions consistent with the activity that they committed. So the answer to your question is yes. This is exactly what deterrence looks like. Any other questions? Thank you all for coming. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, the Attorney General of the state of California, Rob Bonta there, being joined by California Highway Patrol officials talking about more enforcement actions to go after even more of these retail thefts. We've seen a lot of them, especially this year, in places up and down the state of California, north and south. So interesting to see what those enforcement actions are going to look like and how much money they're going to put to this effort. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us on your Friday night. Hope you're getting a good start to your weekend. When we come back, though, we'll be giving you all the latest updates about the war in Ukraine, including the sad news we got today that a former U.S. Marine who traveled to Ukraine to fight with Ukrainians was killed there a couple of days ago, according to his mother. He's from Tennessee. We're going to have a look back at his life, when he got there, why he went there, and so much more of these top headlines. We'll be back in just a moment.
Show the war is taking some troubling and unpredictable turns, and the Pentagon is now turning to the Florida National Guard to help Ukraine train and adjust. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, joins us now to show us what's changing and what it means. Craig.
Well, we have around 160 members of the Florida National Guard who have been based in Pinellas County but have been in Europe for some length of time, who are now training Ukrainian troops, getting them used to and make sure they know how to and where to use the new equipment that we're sending. And at the same time, if you look at these latest Pentagon assessments, this may take some length of time because Russia is in fact making slow and uneven, small gains in the battle for Donbass. But keep in mind, this has been going on for nearly 3 weeks now, and Russia still appears to be plagued by the same logistical problems that vexed it in its offensives to the north. And it all suggests that this war may drag on for a much longer period of time than the military analysts initially thought, and it may also escalate, certainly in ways that we're trying to avoid.
War rages in Ukraine. Every minute matters. It's about time.
Well, she means they need to act now to make sure this flow of support to Ukraine is not interrupted by bureaucratic delays. But the projected duration of this war keeps expanding from days to weeks now, months and possibly years. The assessments show Russia has not made any significant progress in the Battle of Donbass, but that Russia will just dig in and grind on until something gives. And that could set up the kind of situation that we had in Vietnam in the 1960s, or as a more direct comparison, what Russia had through the 1980s when it invaded Afghanistan. And Ukraine and Russia both now know they're likely in this for the long haul. For example, take a look at this satellite picture of a Russian-controlled naval port in Crimea. These are dolphin pens. Surveillance indicates Russia is training dolphins, likely to alert Russians to intruders or search for mines or plant bombs on enemy targets at sea. Just the process and training that goes into that show how Russia is expecting a protracted war. And the United States and our NATO allies are now thinking and moving in the same direction. This figures into the president's call for another $33 billion to support Ukraine. The goal is to help Ukraine push back the invasion and contain it to Ukraine as much as possible, because a protracted war raises the risk that at some point it could spill into NATO countries, which we're obligated to defend. NATO just revealed it's already scrambled warplanes several times this week to follow Russian fighter jets that are flying closer and closer to NATO territory. This, combined with the Russian movements and explosions in Moldova and the growing nuclear threats from Vladimir Putin, illustrate the growing risk with each passing day in a war that now could grind on for years. And of course, the threat to the civilian population, millions of people in Ukraine, because while the battle is raging by ground in southeastern Ukraine, Russia is still using missiles to strike population centers to the north, including Kyiv as well. But that said, the assessments also show that Russia at this point has spent upwards of 70% of its entire stockpile of precision missiles, which leaves it with unguided missiles, which again is changing the trajectory and the direction of this war.
So, Craig, Britain announced it's sending another 8,000 troops to join NATO exercises in Eastern Europe. What's the purpose of those exercises?
Yeah, once again, it's planning for the long haul. So there will be tens of thousands of NATO troops, of which Britain is adding another 8,000 to the mix, where they will be training for months in preparation for possibly, in the event of an escalation, defending our NATO allies in the region, and also sending a not so subtle message to Russia that they are in fact preparing and are ready to defend. That's going to take place over a period of weeks.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you.
And we thank Fox 13 in Tampa there with these summaries, letting us know what's happening on the ground. Of course, we bring in our own experts as well, including national security expert Hal Kempfer. We'll be speaking to him at the top of the hour, though. Earlier this afternoon, I spoke with Washington Post reporter Dan Lamothe about the latest updates out of Ukraine, including the very, very sad news that we got of this former U.S. Marine who went over there to fight and was killed. Here's this conversation from earlier. And joining us here on Live Now from Fox is Washington Post reporter Dan Lamothe to discuss all the developments in the war in Ukraine, especially, Dan, this one that we got today. Really tragic news. A former U.S. Marine was killed fighting alongside Ukrainian fighters in the war there. What do we know about Willie Joseph Cancel? When do we know when he got to Ukraine? How long has he been there? What are the circumstances surrounding his death?
Yeah, there's a lot of mystery. It's still kind of around this story. What we know so far is that he went in earlier this year, shortly after the invasion began. His family initially thought he was working for a contractor. That is still unclear if that's the case. There's belief that he may have joined a militia instead. He served briefly in the Marine Corps for a few years. His career actually ended with a court-martial, so sort of washed out of the Marine Corps. And then with a baby decided to go to Ukraine early this year after seeing the images in Ukraine. And sadly, you know, it has ended with his loss.
Yeah, and he was only 22 years old. It remains to be seen, you know, when or if his body will be repatriated back to the United States. He was from Tennessee, I believe. But so right now, what is the White House saying? What is the Pentagon saying, especially when it comes to Americans who feel compelled to go help the Ukrainian war effort?
Yeah, I think we really heard two main messages out of them today. One is that both the president himself and the Pentagon more broadly expressed condolences to the family. They noted that he was a new father. They noted that he was a recent husband, and you know, kind of just on a more humanitarian level, on a more human to human level, acknowledged the loss. More broadly, their message has been very much the same, and they repeated it today, which is that they don't want to see Americans going to Ukraine to take on these kinds of assignments. That the danger is great, that the U.S. government cannot support anyone who takes on the assignment, and you know, and the subtext on that is when it comes to things like repatriation, this is a challenge. You know, recovering remains when you don't have the American military there to do it, you know, has a great complexity to it. That is also something that we saw back in the the campaign against the Islamic State. There were a number of Americans there that went to northern Syria in particular. And I remember talking to several of those families after they lost their loved ones. There was a great challenge in just reclaiming the remains so that they could be buried on American soil.
Dan, and I'm sure you've spoken to maybe some of these Americans who have gone up to take up the fight in Ukraine. What is their, I guess, MO? What is their impetus? What compels them to do this?
Yeah, I've written quite a bit on it, and I guess it's important to acknowledge that there are many different motivations here. Broadly, I have talked to veterans who, for one reason or another, weren't able to enlist in the U.S. military, in medical conditions, or some sort of prior criminal conviction, something that would rule them out. So they seek this either to look for a way to contribute sort of to society, or to kind of scratch the itch and test themselves in that manner. You see others who did serve honorably, did have a lengthy military career, and are looking for ways to continue that even after they're in uniform. In the case of this young man, his Marine Corps career was brief. He had some service in South Korea. He had a sea service medal, so the expectation is he would have been on ship for a time. No combat experience that I'm aware of. And then his career ended relatively briefly. I mean, he was in the Marine Corps less than 4 years, and then was court-martialed, sentenced to a 5-month confinement and a bad conduct discharge. Shortly after leaving the Marine Corps, he resurfaces in Ukraine.
Wow. Dan, let's move and talk about the U.S. role in the war overall. We've heard so many kind of comments, especially from the Russian side, that the U.S. is essentially fighting what they say is a proxy war. You've heard many defense officials say that is not the case, but we got the announcement from President Biden. He wants to commit $33 billion more pending Congress's approval long-term to the Ukrainian effort. What do you make of the U.S. role so far? At the outset, did you think the commitment would be this involved?
I anticipated at the outset that the commitment would be this involved for as long as it lasted. And I think the major change is that the early expectation is that the Ukrainian government would only last a handful of days, Kyiv would fall rapidly, and that you'd transition into some sort of an insurgency, really, where you'd have Ukrainians that were still attacking Russian forces in Ukraine, but you wouldn't have a standing Ukrainian government. At this point, you still have President Zelensky. You still have a Ukrainian military. It's still intact. It's still inflicting losses on the Russians every day. But to continue to do that, for the Ukrainians to continue to do that, they need vast quantities of weapons and even basic things like small arms ammunition, artillery rounds. A lot of headlines go into sort of the higher end systems, the artillery, the drones, other things like that. But I mean, really, it's just a vast quantity of ammo to fire at the Russians. It's fundamentally underlying a lot of this.
Yeah, and Dan, I thought the U.S. training aspect for Ukrainians is something also that's quite interesting. And early on, they were very mum, U.S. defense officials, about what this training looks like, where it's taking place. We know some of it is taking place in Germany. We know the U.K. is involved in this as well. Their training taking place in Poland. Can you offer an insight into who's being trained, where they're being trained, how many fighters are being trained?
Yeah, I mean, we're learning more as we go, especially this week in that regard. And I think part of it is you're dealing with numerous countries that are involved. And until those other countries are willing to acknowledge that they have a place in this fight for their own security purposes, the United States has withheld that information. At this point, they are acknowledging that Germany is a hub for this training. There's several different things going on all at once. One is several dozen at a time are going from Ukraine into third country locations, Germany being one of them, and learning these systems. For the most part, they're selecting Ukrainians that have some familiarity with broadly artillery, for the sake of argument. So the idea is take an artilleryman in the Ukrainian military and then teach him the difference rather than starting him from scratch. So the training is typically a week or so, 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, depending on the system. And the same thing applies to these armored personnel carriers. You're going to see similar things with drone training. And the idea is that you got to do this rapidly. And then the Ukrainians that receive this training, the military would call it a train the trainer effort. They need to go back and then teach other Ukrainians what they learned.
I see. I was struck by some comments that Defense Secretary Austin made yesterday, meeting with his Canadian counterpart, just about the latest round of military shipments to Ukraine. He said President Biden signed that $800 million tranche on a Thursday, and the howitzers started showing up in Ukraine on that Saturday. The rapidity of these shipments to the battlefield is quite stunning.
Yeah, and to me that it shows that the American logistics system, the U.S. Army and others, this is something they specialize in. So when they know, the announcement comes on a Thursday, but the Army probably knew this was coming a couple of days prior, so they can prepare this equipment, stage this equipment, and get this equipment moving as soon as the order is signed. So, and then the second piece of it is it goes into a place like Poland or somewhere else on the border. The Ukrainians have to come and pick it up. And to date, we have not heard of any reports that seem credible of the Russians able to successfully target those weapons shipments once the Ukrainians take receipt of it and move it into the country.
Yeah.
So long as the Russians are not able to do that, these weapons are going to continue to flow in day by day by day.
Wow. Dan, from the 30,000-foot view, and you cover this so closely, but to some of us who don't, I've kind of caught on that the conventional wisdom or kind of the preconceived notions about the viability of Ukraine's effort, it seemed to suggest at the beginning that Kyiv would fall in a matter of hours and days, that Zelensky would have to go into exile somewhere, that the Russian force was just no match. 2 months into this, that has been completely turned on its head. And you're hearing so much optimism from U.S. officials that Ukraine can win this thing.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple things there. Most significantly, perhaps, is that what Russia has for a military, what the United States thought they had, what allies thought they had, even what the Ukrainians to some degree thought they had, simply isn't true. It's simply not real. The Russians have struggled every single day of this conflict with very basic things: getting food, getting fuel, getting water to their people. So that kind of, that's a foundational aspect of any conflict. And without it, forces crack and fall apart as soon as they're under duress.
Yeah.
On top of that, as this has extended, the Ukrainians continue to pile up casualties on the Russian side. So that becomes a significant factor. And now, once you add in additional high-end systems and new things that the Ukrainians didn't have and now they do, the Ukrainian military becomes, one, more experienced day by day, and two, they have more things in their arsenal that they can throw at the Russians. Yeah. So, I mean, really, the Russians, the anticipation was Russia would have a ton of momentum once they launched this. They got some foundational things wrong from the jump. And then after that, Ukraine was able to be more nimble, adjust more quickly. They're very creative military, clearly. And as a result, you've seen Russia really struggle on really almost every front.
Yeah, and the latest figure from Ukraine's Ministry of Defense, 23,000 Russian casualties. That is a stunning figure. Dan, last question, though, going into the weekend, into next week, what questions do you still have that you want answered, and what will you be monitoring?
I think we're into a spot now where, one, there's a handful of systems the Ukrainians have requested that we haven't seen surface yet in these packages that the president has signed. One thing in particular they're looking for is some sort of multiple rocket launch system. The Marine Corps and the Army use what they call HIMARS. It basically launches rockets rapidly off the back of a pickup truck, for lack of a better way to put it. That comes in really handy when you're trying to target an adversary's artillery. It's also extremely precise. So that's one question. Do you see something like that surface later on? Long term, I think we're into a period where the rhetoric has shifted. You're starting to see the Americans talk about the Ukrainians being able to win. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the expectation, the predictions are largely that this is going to be a long, protracted bloody mess in the eastern part of the country. So can you keep momentum up? Can you keep enthusiasm up? Can you keep funding up? And can you continue to have the support of numerous allies to send in weapons, to manufacture weapons, and move them at a clip fast enough to keep Ukraine in the fight?
All right, we'll leave it at that. Dan Lamothe from the Washington Post. We'll talk to you again. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, hope you enjoyed that conversation there. We're just getting started, though, talking about Ukraine. In the next hour, we're going to be replaying a conversation that my colleague, Christy Larson, had with one of our Fox News reporters who was live for us this afternoon from Lviv, Ukraine. We'll show you that again. And then, of course, we'll be bringing in Hal Kempfer to go even more into detail on the latest developments in the war there. So all of that and more in just 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox.
Developments in Ukraine as the war continues to rage on. Earlier today, we were listening in with the Pentagon briefing. We had Press Secretary John Kirby even getting a little bit tearful and choked up during moments when he was talking about the very latest, saying some of those images just so hard to digest. And of course, we've been trying to do our best on keeping you up to date with the latest. But let's go ahead and bring in Fox's Greg Palkach. He's joining us from Ukraine. And Greg, I know that there's been so many new developments, this all coming at a time when President Biden just announced more aid going to be provided to Ukraine as they continue to fight off those Russian forces.
Exactly, Christy. Very important to the folks here. We've been talking to them about that, and they are very heartened by the new aid that will be coming from the U.S. This as this battle rages on several fronts. The capital of Kyiv is still reeling from multiple attacks overnight. It had been quiet there for a few weeks, but then there were 5 Russian rockets hitting various points around the capital and being pulled out of the rubble today. Sadly, a local journalist for the U.S.-backed Radio Free Europe. That all happened during a visit by UN Secretary General to the city. So it shows that the Russians really don't care who they're shooting at and when they're shooting and where they're shooting. Russian forces also said to be moving a little bit more forward in the eastern part of the country. They're taking territory there in the south. Remember, that's the new focus of Moscow now that they've given up, at least for the time being, on roaring into Kyiv. They take no chances this time, though, said to be pounding away with their artillery before they make any moves. And the Ukrainians are very strong there, too. The Ukrainian forces, they are staging counterattacks as well. Meanwhile, this was the day, Christy, that we were supposed to be seeing some more evacuations of civilians out of that battered city of Mariupol. No luck. Instead, word that we're getting of multiple Russian attacks there again in the last 24 hours. A hospital hit once again. That's upping the number injured. Local officials now say on the ground there could be about 20,000 killed. It was a city, I've been there 10 years ago, it was a city of about 420,000. And finally, Christy, in Moscow, nuclear-ready missiles are being rolled out for rehearsals about what is planned to be a big celebration on May 9th, marking the anniversary of the end of World War II. It was thought that Russian President Vladimir Putin wanted to make some battlefield gains by that time, but we're looking at really just about 10 more days until that date, and that's not much time to make up for a lot of ground that so far he hasn't covered. Christy.
And too, I know you were reporting, we're hearing of more of these volunteers and these journalists and people who have made their trips to Ukraine being captured by Russian troops. And we even heard earlier here too that the first U.S. Member to die in Ukraine, it was a Marine veteran who was killed. Have you heard any more details on that?
Sadly about that. Yeah, a 22-year-old Marine veteran. He said he wanted to go over there and help the people. He did. We don't know exactly where he was fighting, but we know he was fighting alongside Ukrainian soldiers. Americans are here, Brits are here. A British volunteer soldier died yesterday, and we've also heard of 2 Americans who were injured the day before that who were fighting here. So people coming from all over the world, aroused by the images that they're seeing here of the death and destruction being wrought on this country by Russia, and they do play a role. Sadly, it can be a very dangerous role, as we saw today, Christy.
And finally, I just have to ask too, just because we know that Russian troops and forces, they're kind of starting to kind of re-strategize where they're making these attacks. Of course, we know that they've even been targeting some more areas even further into Ukraine, like Lviv. Have you been hearing and seeing firsthand an increase of maybe warnings, those air raid sirens that go off once in a while, or what have you been seeing with your time there in Ukraine?
Yeah, we've been here for a couple of days in Lviv. We have heard some air raid sirens here. Mostly, there have been targets hit in the broader region. What Russia is saying is that hitting convoys of U.S. and other Western nation military aid coming into the country, either by rail or by road, is fair game. They seem to be hitting the last hit that happened here in Lviv. It was near a rail hub, and that's what they seem to be going for, as well as depots. And so, yes, there have been targets hit in the western side of the country, but most of the focus right now, very, very heavy fighting in the south and the east of this country, Christy.
Yeah, and as we heard too, there's been a lot of casualties being reported over there in those cities that are just continuing to be hit hard. And of course, our thoughts going out to all of those as we continue to keep people up to date. We do appreciate your time here, especially as we know it's getting kind of late on your end there in Ukraine. So Fox's Greg Palkat, thank you so much for this update, especially since it's been so important to keep track of all of these different headlines coming in here as this war continues to rage on.
Thank you, Christy.
Okay, Greg Palkat there, Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent, speaking to us earlier today, live from Lviv. Right now, though, we're going to be speaking to national security expert Hal Kempfer, like we have each and every day of this war, going over what is going on down on the ground. Hal Kempfer, as always, good to see you on this Friday. We're rounding out the week here. I believe it's day 63, 64 since the invasion began. And we've been talking about this, and we can get into it, but very sad news. A former U.S. Marine who felt compelled to go fight with the Ukrainians was killed in action there. We have very few details about how exactly he died. His name, I have it here, 1 second, Willie Joseph Consell. He was only 22. And so hopefully we'll get more details into what exactly transpired and when his body will be repatriated, if and when, rather. Hal, talk to us about what's happening in Mariupol. We know that apparently the Ukrainians wanted to start this operation very soon to evacuate civilians. Do you think that'll be ultimately successful?
It's going to be interesting to see, Andrew, if they can actually pull that off. The Russians, every time they set up a humanitarian corridor to do some sort of evacuation, the Russians find some way to thwart whatever they're trying to do. The Secretary General of the UN, that was one of his main objectives, was to try and develop these humanitarian corridors, specifically in Mariupol. Obviously, you saw he had a very abrasive reception from Putin in Moscow. And then when he went to Kyiv to meet with President Zelensky, Moscow decided to suddenly shoot long-range missiles into Kyiv, among other things, killing a U.S. reporter. And they had not fired on Kyiv in at least over 2 weeks. So the timing of it, it's not coincidental. Let's just put it that way, that they did that. Both of them sending signals to the UN Secretary General that his goals and objectives are not being met with any acceptance or cooperation from the Russian side. It's tough to do. The Russians control that area. One thing, the Ukrainians, it's kind of gone back and forth. They say we want to evacuate the civilians, and then every once in a while they'll sneak in there and the military personnel that are there. That's actually gets into the law of war. Evacuating military personnel is unusual. Usually if the military personnel want to leave a position like that, they would surrender to the enemy. They're in a different status than the civilians are. I don't know if they're going to be able to pull this off or not. I hope they can. Right now, they're using overwhelming firepower. They're using airstrikes, missiles. They're trying to level that entire steel plant to the ground. Of course, that steel plant has this vast underground capability that was built to withstand a nuclear attack, and that's where everybody's holding up. So the ability to clear that the old-fashioned way, going in there with troops and clearing it, very, very difficult. You know, at some point, they already are starting to run out of food, water, ammunition. But but I don't know. I don't know if they're going to be able to pull that off or not. I hope so. There's just so many civilians trapped in Mariupol that need to get out of there. And the commander of the Marine Brigade down there said, this is beyond a humanitarian catastrophe today. So I think that gives you an idea of just how bad it is on the facility, particularly underground.
Yeah, Hal, we also learned today, and this is somewhat striking, that Ukrainian officials have specifically identified the soldiers who are responsible for the atrocities in Bucha. Two very specific descriptions of them as these war crimes investigations go forward, as they collect evidence. I believe it's about 10 Russian soldiers that they have identified. Very precise here.
Welcome to the information age.
Yeah,
it's going to be thousands by the time we're done. I will tell you this. First off, what they've been doing, the Ukrainians have been doing a number of things with the dead, the killed Russian soldiers. They've been using facial recognition technology and then working through social media and other means to identify who they are, and then reportedly making phone calls to their families in Russia to tell them that their sons had been killed in battle as part of their information operation to get the word out as to what's actually going on. This is just one other step where they're doing the same sort of approach, analytically speaking, but using it on war crimes. In some cases, there may be pictures they can actually work with, images of Russian soldiers who were there at any given time, probably because of what they need for facial recognition, have to be people who actually took the photos there, but also doing things where they can take pictures of units, identifiers on unit vehicles, tie that with signals intelligence and any other intelligence they have, sort of an all-source fusion thing, to figure out which units were there. And then once they figure out what units were there, they can figure out, okay, who was commanding those units, what forces are in those units, or what soldiers are assigned to those units. It's a very detailed, very methodical, analytical approach to figuring out who was there. And many times you may get the 90% solution, which is it was probably Sergeant so-and-so that was in charge of the squad that did this atrocity. And there's still a few more things put together. Intelligence, and I've only been dealing with this for about 30 years. Mm-hmm. Intelligence and criminal investigations are very similar, but they're not identical. And in criminal investigations, you have to have beyond a reasonable doubt under U.S. law. And intelligence is to drive operational decisions, policy decisions, stuff like that. a different level of certainty in many times of what's going on. So they're going to take the intelligence and then try and turn that into war crime stuff. There's still a lot of work to be done. Let's just put it that way.
Definitely. Let's talk, though, about this latest figure of 23,000 Russian losses. That's according to the Ukrainian Defense Ministry. And then, of course, we get this news that a senior EU source, I believe is telling Reuters, Putin has now taken day-to-day control of the conflict and delegated the running of Russia to the prime minister. Those kind of two factoids are incongruous and related at the same time. And so what does this say about the state of the war?
Well, let me just, if I could talk about the BDA piece, the battle damage assessment piece up front. 23,000, it's a stunning number. And by the way, the US numbers, the UK numbers, the NATO numbers have all been getting closer and closer to the Ukrainian numbers, not the other way around. So whereas everybody originally thought the Ukrainians were inflating, and they might be slightly higher than ground truth, they're not grossly inflating these numbers. So I just want to say that. But also almost 1,000 tanks, have been destroyed, Russian tanks, almost 2,500 armored personnel carriers. It is stunning the amount of loss that the Russians have taken. And a lot of that, the two-front war, there's a front that's in Ukraine, and then there's a front that's in Russia, particularly in Moscow, the political front. The problem is, for Putin, is he can't hide those losses. Over the long run, those losses, the information of people killed, wounded, everything else will get to the Russian people. So now he's taken direct control. Not surprising. This has happened before. If I could go back to World War II, this is what Hitler did. Hitler got frustrated with how the war was going, and he took direct control of the military, and he started taking direct control of everything. Of course, one of the times when he really took the direct control was after there was a attempted military coup where they tried to blow him up, and apparently he was a bit put out by that. But he took very direct control, and if you go back historically, the more control he took, the better it was for the Allied opposition against Germany, because he would make very amateurish mistakes. That's the same thing I think you're going to see with Putin. He's definitely shown he's not a military theorist or a military practitioner. He's an old-fashioned intelligence officer, but when it comes to some of these military operations, he may have things in his mind. And I'm not saying he's not stupid, but it's just you can't suddenly jump into an area where you haven't been doing this, and he's going to make bigger mistakes. And frankly, what I'd anticipate, the more control he does, he's going to double down on things that would seem intuitive to him, from his perspective, which could be really bad. Now, one thing he did, and I think we talked about this off before we went on, he put the Army Chief of Staff in charge of the main effort in eastern Ukraine, which is interesting because General Dornikov, as you may recall, a few weeks back was made the overall commander. They had not had an overall commander to this point, which is stunning. That tells me that Putin was already messing with this thing and causing issues anyway. But they put a more senior general in there in charge of the main effort. Now, they have not officially announced that they have demoted the previous commander, but I don't know how you put a more senior general, someone of that stature in charge of that without making some sort of adjustment on the ground. But it also tells you he's shortening the line between Putin and the ground operations, between the actual military operations on the ground. He's putting the guy who would come in every day to brief him and talk about the war. So that shows a significant change right there, which kind of underscores the report that he has taken direct control. That would all seem to be a very supporting sort of change across the board.
I see. You and I have talked so much about the speed of U.S. logistics getting military equipment and weapons to Ukraine. It happens very fast. You always say we're very good at it. And that, of course, goes to the fact that the U.S. House of Representatives approved the Ukraine Democracy Defense Lend-Lease Act. by a vote of 417 to 10 after the Senate passed it by unanimous consent earlier this month. The bill allows the president to lend or lease defense equipment to Ukraine for fiscal year 2022 and 2023. So it kind of slashes that bureaucratic red tape, kind of like what we saw back in World War II as well. But not only do we provide military equipment very fast, logistically speaking, the intelligence support is also near instantaneous. I thought this was interesting today. U.S. intelligence support has helped block Russia from gaining aerial superiority. The U.S. has supplied coordinates about Russian positions and also warned Ukrainian air defense systems to evacuate before Russia strikes. Now, you have to do that almost instantaneously. What say you?
Yes, that's exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
This is one thing, and I know I've said this several times. There is an intelligence sharing effort going on here, which is I hate to say it's unprecedented, because frankly, saying unprecedented has become quite precedented over time. But it's truly stunning, the amount of intelligence support and its ability to leverage all sorts of different ways of getting intelligence to them, so they can get actually tactical. I mean, it's to know where the Russians are planning to strike an airfield or an air defense facility, and get that information in time to the Ukrainians to move those assets so they don't get hit. You're talking incredibly fast, real-time intelligence transfer, which gives you an idea of the relationship that we have. Of course, since 2014, we've been working very, very closely with them, so we can do these sorts of things. The ability to do that, and that intelligence, getting that type of detailed, accurate intelligence, is a quantum factor, if you will, on the battlefield. In fact, it's one of those things that it's a force multiplier across the entire Ukrainian theater of what's going on there. Now, one of the things that's interesting, there is a report out, nobody's verifying it, the sinking of the Moskva ship. They had a couple of drones, those TB2 Turkish drones, one or two, it's not quite clear, that were out there diverting attention away from where they were actually firing the Neptune missiles. But there is a report that there was a P-8 Poseidon aircraft, which is an intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance aircraft that we fly, that may have been in that Black Sea area at the time, that could have provided some real-time intelligence that could have helped with the targeting of that ship. So there's a lot of things going on. That's why when I look at Donbass, I'm looking at the speed with which we can get that artillery out there. Reports coming out today that they have just trained a cadre, a fairly significant cadre of operators of the counter battery radars. They've been training a lot of the artillerymen, and as Dan, previous guests, had talked about, don't take somebody who's never used artillery. Take someone who's been using the Russian artillery they had in their inventory. You bring them over. They already know how the howitzer works. You just train them on that particular howitzer system. Same thing with this, is you're trying to take people who've already had a baseline of training and you're training them on the new system. They've already got a lot of those mental and in some cases physical muscle movements already figured out. And you get them out there as fast as possible. Once we can get out there and start doing counter battery stuff, then we have another all-source fusion thing where the U.S. can help, because it can help locate those Russian rocket systems, help locate those artillery systems, and start doing what we call counter battery fire, where they take out the Russian artillery and the Russian rockets. If there can be serious attrition of Russian artillery and rockets on the same level we've seen with, say, their tanks and armored personnel carriers, this entire war could change very quickly. That is really out in Donbass. That is the long pole in the tent. That is their center of gravity. And if they can't overwhelm with artillery and rockets, their maneuver stuff will fall apart pretty quick. As it is, their maneuver stuff pretty bad on a good day. But without that overwhelming firepower, they can't move.
Yeah, and just going to last point I want to make here. This is an interesting use by Russia of marine life. We got some of these aerial still images in the Black Sea. And just bluntly, I guess, does Russia use dolphins to gather intelligence? What is the capability of using dolphins, and when did this start?
Well, they've been using mammals, and we've been using mammals too. I don't know when the Soviet program with mammals started, but I would imagine I'm looking at the 50s and 60s that they were doing that. We use mammals. A lot of it's very closely held as far as what's done, but I've had the opportunity to. I haven't trained with the mammals myself. I have trained in areas where we have the mammals out there. I think they may have been doing stuff with us as aggressors or something. I wasn't quite sure. I know one night operation, I kind of wondered where they came from, but that's another issue. But they are out there. They can be trained to gather intelligence. They're trained for a lot of different things. Big one they're trained for is counter swimmer and counter diver operations. They can sense things as where swimmers and divers are in the water, and they can go up, and there's certain protocols they use on that. They can use them for EOD, explosive ordnance disposal operations, to go in and find mines, attach devices to blow up those mines, to do a lot of things. These are very hazardous missions. One where, potentially humans could do it, but it's very, very, very dangerous, and the mammals can do it better because they're just better suited to operate in the water. And so the Russians, from what I can tell, are doing the same thing. Sevastopol, for example, which is a major Russian port in Crimea, there's reports that they have a fairly large mammal, dolphin or other mammals. They're not the only mammals that are used for these things, but that they use down there for counter swimmer, counter diver operations. And they can also be used for gathering intelligence. If you put some other things with them, they can capture that data. But yeah, they're very capable thing. We use them for years. What's happening today in our side is a lot of things where we use them, we now use robotic devices and things like that, drones, underwater drones and stuff, because we can pack more stuff into them and do other things with that. So yeah.
Interesting to leave it off there, talking about an interesting way as this war still goes on into the next week here. Hal Kemper, as always, have a great weekend. We'll talk to you again.
Andrew, you too.
Okay, we want to take a quick commercial break, though when we come back, we'll be showing you the full Pentagon press briefing. Earlier today, we heard from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby, who was asked if the United States still believes that Putin was rational after invading Ukraine. John Kirby gave quite an impassioned and eloquent answer. His voice broke a few times. He got choked up talking about the atrocities that we've all seen by now. He said he can't talk to Putin's psychology, but we can all speak to his depravity. We'll have that and more in 2 minutes. from Fox on this Friday night. Today marks the 30th anniversary of the Los Angeles riots stemming from the beating of Rodney King. Tonight, we'll have in-depth coverage looking back at how the riots unfolded and changes that have taken place in the past 3 decades. That's tonight at 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific. Right now, we do want to, like I said before the break, go out to the Pentagon press briefing. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby taking questions on the war in Ukraine, asked if the United States still believes that Vladimir Putin is a rational actor into this. Kirby could not comment on Putin's state of mind, but just on the horrific brutality of the war itself. Here's the Pentagon press briefing.
Good afternoon back, but I guess we're all tired? Yeah. All right. I have a couple things at the top today. Today I can announce that the United States has commenced training with the Ukrainian Armed Forces on key systems at U.S. military installations in Germany. These efforts build on the initial artillery training that Ukraine's forces already have received elsewhere, and also includes training on the radar systems and armored vehicles that have been recently announced as part of security assistance packages. U.S. Army Europe and Africa Command will organize this training in coordination with the government of the Federal Republic of Germany, and we're grateful, of course, for Germany's continued support. As you recall, in February, out of an abundance of caution, the Secretary ordered the temporary repositioning of about 160 members of the Florida National Guard who are then supporting the Joint Multinational Training Group Ukraine. And we said at the time that this decision was not the end of our relationship with Ukraine, of course, and with that we would explore new ways to work together in the future. The recent reunion now of these Florida National Guard members with their Ukrainian colleagues, we are told, was an emotional meeting, given the strong bonds that were formed as they were living and working together before temporarily parting ways in February. This new training effort in Germany and at other locations in Europe is in direct support of recent U.S. security assistance packages that are designed to help Ukraine win their battles today and build strength for tomorrow. These new systems and the associated training that will strengthen Ukraine's ability to counter Russia's renewed offensive in eastern Ukraine. Since 2021, the United States has committed more than $4.3 billion in security assistance to support Ukraine's armed forces in the face of Russian aggression. And as I have said before, we should not forget the importance of this long-term training relationship. Now, today we're talking about the Florida National Guard, but as you all know better than me, they were preceded by others of their colleagues going back over the last 8 years. And so while we are rightly focused on the security assistance that's going into Ukraine, we shouldn't forget that a big part of Ukraine's soldiers' ability to defend their country as well as they have has been the training that they have gotten over the past 8 years that have really sort of helped transform them off of Soviet doctrine and Soviet area organization. They have better command and control. They have better battlefield initiative. They have a competent non-commissioned officer corps that is empowered on the field of battle to make tactical decisions. That didn't happen by accident. And so we're grateful to be able to restart some of this training on these key systems that are going forward and to keep improving their battlefield competence. Now, I also have a couple of other schedule items to brief to you. The Japanese Defense Minister Kishi will travel to the United States from May 3rd to the 6th, and he'll have a chance to meet with Secretary Austin on the 4th of May. Items on the agenda, of course, include Ukraine. We were grateful that Japan was represented in that 40-plus meeting, the consultative meeting in Ramstein earlier this week. They'll talk about China, of course, North Korea, and defense cooperation initiatives to strengthen the deterrence and response capabilities of the Japan-U.S. alliance. Kishi will also have a chance to visit the Missile Defense Agency and U.S. Cyber Command to exchange views on ballistic missile defense and cyber cooperation. And then lastly, on Wednesday, the 25th of May, Secretary Austin will travel to Colorado Springs to deliver the commencement address at the Air Force Academy this year. He's very excited to get this opportunity to speak to the cadets as they begin brand new careers as officers in the United States Air Force. And with that, questions. Lita.
John, Can you flesh out the training decision a little more? This is the same unit that was pulled out, largely, other than maybe onesies, twosies that might have swapped, but this is essentially the same unit that got pulled out.
That's correct. Yeah, they did not leave Europe. Yeah.
And then are they doing the bulk of the training, or are they being supplemented by other U.S. forces on some of the other training? And is that multiple locations, or is it consolidated? Can you give us a sense?
Sure. My understanding is the bulk of the training on these new systems will be done by the Florida National Guard, but I don't want to preclude the option that on systems coming in that we might provide additional training capabilities that maybe the Florida National Guard doesn't have. So they'll do the bulk of it, but I'm not going to go so far as to say that all of it will be done just by the Florida National Guard. What I can tell you is that we're talking about roughly 3 locations outside of Ukraine, and in this case, we definitely can identify Germany as a site. But there are other sites outside Ukraine, and we're just not at liberty to disclose where they are. Those sites could change over time. Either we move to different ones or we add additional ones. We just don't know. But training has already occurred outside Ukraine, and particularly on the howitzers. There's another class going on right now on howitzers. In fact, 2 different tranches are being trained on howitzers right now. One of them we can confirm is in Germany. So we want to make this as nimble and as agile as we can, and we also want to make it not only useful and constructive for the Ukrainians, but not onerous. You know, that it doesn't, that it's not so time-consuming that it takes them out of their fight for too long. As you might imagine, these soldiers are they're eager to learn these new skills, but they're also eager to apply those new skills in the conflict.
And just one clarification: has that Florida unit been extended? As we know, some have not been redeployed.
There's been no extension decision made on the Florida National Guard. As you might recall, Alita, they arrived in Ukraine at the very tail end of last year, early December-ish. So they are still on their original set of orders. Travis.
Hi, John. Happy Friday. I wanted to ask you about the former Marine who was killed in Ukraine, Willie Joseph Cancel. I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly. But he was reportedly employed by a military contractor. Was that company contracted with the Department of Defense?
Not that I'm aware of.
Does the Department of Defense have any contractors working in Ukraine?
Not that I'm aware of.
John, can you enumerate any more of the donations that came out of the conference earlier this week with the 40 nations? Anything else concrete that you can point to?
There were some additional contributions, but those nations have decided that it's best for them to either talk about it or not, and so we want to respect that. I mean, the Secretary at his press conference afterward detailed what he could, and again, these are sovereign decisions that we want to be respectful. But the bottom line is, yes, there were additional nations who had additional contributions that they stated that they planned to make. And again, we're going to leave it to them to speak to them.
And what more can you tell us about what's happening in Moldova? And can you deter Russia from going into Moldova? What would happen if Russia were to actually move in to that area?
So look, we're aware of these explosions that happened in the Transnistria region of Moldova. We do not have much information about what caused those explosions, who was responsible, what the motive was. And look, the farther away we get from them, probably the less fingertip feel we're going to have in terms of what actually happened. We absolutely respect Moldova's sovereignty. We want every other nation in the world to respect it. A Russian general out there claiming that Moldova's next is clearly irresponsible rhetoric. I'm not going to get into hypotheticals about what the Russians will do or won't do, or what the people of Moldova will do. Our focus is on making sure that Ukraine, whose sovereignty actually has been violated by Russia, is able to defend itself against that violation and achieve their own victories on the battlefield. That's where our heads are right now.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Phil.
You talked about training. Is there any consideration being given to returning some training to inside Ukraine now that diplomats are returning to Ukraine, or is the idea of training inside Ukraine, a non-starter because of the president's guidance against engaging directly with Russians?
Right now, Phil, we don't have any plans to return to training inside Ukraine. The training that we'll do will be outside of Ukraine. Now, one thing I will say is we are exploring on some of these systems the possibility of doing virtual training. So where the trainers would be obviously outside Ukraine, but able to communicate with Ukrainian troops inside Ukraine virtually. So that's an option available to us. Hasn't started. We're not doing that right now, but we foresee the possibility on some of these systems where maybe checking in every now and then, familiarization, that kind of a virtual connection is certainly a possibility, but there's no plans right now to put U.S. trainers back on the ground in Ukraine.
And also on the training in other parts of Europe, what are the limits of how many Ukrainians you can actually get out of the country and out of the fight to do this training, and how does that affect what systems you really are going to make available?
Yeah, it's a great balance that we're trying to strike, Phil. I mean, just take a look at what we've done so far. Relatively small numbers, and again, we're trying to focus this training on individuals who are already familiar with that kind of capability. So, for instance, artillery is a great example. We're not bringing out infantrymen and teaching them how to use our howitzers. We're bringing out a small number of artillerymen because the systems are familiar. It won't be that much of a stretch for them to learn an American howitzer. Training them up right now, it's been 2 tranches of about 50. And again, the numbers were set by the Ukrainians and in concert with them. And they are basically going to be trainers themselves. They'll go back into Ukraine and train their teammates. On the radar systems, the counter-artillery radar and the towed air defense radar system that we're giving them, we're training a small number, less than 20 Ukrainians who, again, already have radar skills, bringing them out for like a week. So we're trying to give them systems, new systems. If we're going to give them new systems, we're trying to give them systems that are roughly akin to what they're used to and won't require an onerous amount of training. And so that's the focus right now. I won't get ahead of decisions going forward, but right now, because they're in such an active fight, we don't want to belabor them with long, complicated training that also requires a high number of personnel, because they are in an active fight right now, and they too are suffering casualties on the battlefield, and we want to be respectful of that. Yeah, Laura.
So just on this $33 billion package that the president is sending over, once Congress does approve that, if, does any of this have to be spent by the end of the fiscal year? And if so, does that limit cause any issues, particularly for the replenishment of DoD?
I think some of that will be determined by Congress in what they approve in the supplemental request. As the president said, if we get speedy approval on this, this funding will probably get us through 5 months. So that certainly gets you well within the fiscal year. What we're planning on is assuming it gets approved, and as you heard the secretary say, we urge Congress to approve this in a speedy way. We would expect that that this would be actionable on our part well within the bounds of the fiscal year. Yeah.
And then just as a follow-up, are we going to hear more about the capabilities that we would be transferring to Ukraine with this money?
Sure will, yeah.
When do you understand that these capabilities will be delivered?
Well, look, I mean, you're talking about the supplemental. So first it has to get approved. But I can tell you that Pentagon planners are already putting pen to paper and working with the Ukrainians on what they would need once we get approval and sort of where we're at. We still have some drawdown authority still available to us as well, but this would be on top of that. So we're already started thinking that through with the Ukrainians. And as for speed, Laura, again, it would depend on what goes into the package, how fast you can get it there. But I would tell you, I mean, just look at what we were able to do with the howitzers, which was a brand new capability we gave them in just the previous 2 presidential drawdown packages within just the last couple of weeks. And in some cases, not in every case, but in some cases, from the time the president signed the authorization to the moment howitzers started showing up in the region, was only about 48 hours. And then 24 hours or so after that, actually showing up in Ukraine. And so over the last two packages, that's 90 howitzers between PDA 7 and 8. And of those 90, more than half of them are in Ukraine as we speak. And those trainers that just finished the week-long course were able to fall right in on top of equipment that was waiting for them. I mean, that's just an incredible rate of effectiveness and efficiency in terms of getting them there. It's a long answer to a very good question. What I would say is, just to wrap it up, whatever goes in these future aid packages, I can assure you that we will work with lightning speed to get them there as fast as possible. Yeah, Rio.
Thank you. I want to ask you about the Secretary's meeting with the Japanese counterpart Kishi next week. Is the Secretary going to discuss any concrete steps to maintain peace and stability over the Taiwan Strait?
I think, as I read out to the beginning, that we clearly expect China to come up as part of this discussion. Rio, I'm not going to get ahead of the actual agenda here. We're just announcing the visit, and we're very pleased to welcome Minister Kishi here at the Pentagon. We'll have a full readout, I think, as you know, but clearly tensions with China will absolutely be on the agenda.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, back there.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up about the Austin meeting with Japanese Defense Minister.
Sure.
So, in light of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, what kind of discussions do you expect? And do you expect there will be some discussions to reassure nuclear deterrence to East Asia during the Biden term?
I would say a couple of things. We obviously have a treaty alliance with Japan that we take very, very seriously, and that includes a shared discussion over deterrent capabilities. I won't go into specifics about nuclear deterrence or nuclear posture, but I can assure you that a not insignificant amount of the discussion with Minister Kishi will be about how we, the United States, continue to meet our security commitments to Japan. And you had another question that I think I did not get.
Deterrence.
Huh.
Nuclear deterrence.
Yeah, I just thought I answered that one. Okay, looks like, am I good? Are you okay?
Thank you. And about Russia's invasion of Ukraine, what kind of...
Yeah, so again, I'm not going to get too far ahead of a meeting that hasn't happened yet. We were delighted that Japan could join us. They joined virtually, but still they participated in the consultative meeting in Ramstein earlier this week. It was terrific that they were able to attend. And I suspect that the Secretary wants to pick up on that conversation with the Minister, not unlike he did yesterday with the Minister of Defense from Canada. There's an awful lot to discuss. I won't speak for Japan and what they are or are willing to do going forward in terms of supporting Ukraine. It's their decisions. Their decisions to speak to. But they're a key ally and a great friend, and the Secretary looks forward to talking with them in furtherance of our discussion at Ramstein. Kelly.
I have two questions, but I wanted to ask you off the top about the Time article where President Zelensky says he came within minutes of Russian forces finding him right in the beginning days of the war. I was curious your thoughts on that and that revelation.
I can't confirm that anecdote. Certainly I'm in no position to refute President Zelensky's own accounting of this. But I think it just goes to show you how much energy the Russians were trying to apply to Kyiv, which makes it all the more impressive that they lost that battle. The second thing that I take away when I hear about this anecdote is the inspirational leadership of President Zelensky, that he never left. He's still there, and he never gave up command and control of his forces. He still has terrific command and control of his forces. He's still the democratically elected leader of Ukraine and executing those responsibilities every single day under incredible pressure and clearly under a very real physical threat to his life. But he's still there. And Secretary Austin was honored to be able to travel to Kyiv and meet with him and talk to him, face to face about the leadership challenges that he continues to face.
I just wanted to follow up on the other day when we were talking about the nuclear threat and taking it seriously. Is there anything we're doing to show that we're taking it seriously, any deterrence? And does the Pentagon worry that Putin might look to use more low-yield tactical nuclear missiles in the battlefield?
Yeah, we've talked about this low-yield tactical nuke issue. A nuclear weapon's a nuclear weapon. And you can talk all you want about low yield and tactical and all that. It's a nuclear weapon. It's a weapon of mass destruction. And it's completely irresponsible for a nuclear power to be saber-rattling like that and blustering on about the potential use of nuclear weapons of any kind, of any size, of any yield. And that's why we're monitoring this as best we can, the Russian nuclear capabilities. And as I've said many, many times, we are comfortable with the strategic nuclear deterrent posture that we have in place to defend the homeland and defend our allies and partners. And we urge Russia to stop escalating the rhetoric with respect to nuclear weapons and do the right thing. Is end the war today. Have your troops leave Ukraine, sit down in good faith with President Zelensky and do the right thing. Barbara.
2 points to follow up on. Most days you talk about that notion of the Russians and the Ukrainians sitting down and negotiating. I think you have used that word many, many times. I want to make sure I understand what you say, what you mean when you say that. What is it that the Pentagon believes they should negotiate about?
Let me, if I could just take that one. We're not dictating terms of negotiation to Ukraine. We are simply reiterating what President Zelensky has said he wants to do.
So you're talking about Ukraine, your frame of reference is what Ukraine, when you say negotiating, that's what your frame of reference is?
President Zelensky has said he wants to sit down with President Putin and find a way to end this war. We respect and support that. We are not in any way we're not fashioning negotiation tactics here. We're not suggesting approaches to President Zelensky is the democratically elected president of a sovereign nation, and only he can decide what victory is going to look like and how he wants to achieve it. I don't read anything more into that than that. And your second question?
Yeah, I do. You mentioned several minutes ago about the budget you're asking for the $16 billion, if I understood you right, $16 billion in additional weapons transfers to Ukraine would last about 5 months?
The president said that this would serve for about 5 months. It's an approximation.
Sure. But what I wanted to ask you, underpinning all of that, what is the planning, even though you cannot say how long the war will last, and no one thinks you have a crystal ball on that?
You're getting ahead of my answer, I see.
I would like to ask you, since you have laid out the 5 months, what is the planning scenario that you're planning against? Certainly, there is no indication that this is going to end anytime soon. So what are you are you thinking more than 5 months? Is 5 months the outside? What is the planning scenario for how long this may be?
I want to be a couple of things. When the president talked about 5 months, he was talking about the entire $33 billion, not just the $16 billion for security assistance. We're not putting a time horizon on the specific security assistance that we supply Ukraine. When we get the authority, we source it, and we get it there. And we've been getting it there in record time. And we are talking to the Ukrainians literally every day about their consumption rate, about how fast they're working their way through some of these. Some systems, some munitions they work through very, very quickly, others not so much. I mean, 50 million rounds of small arms ammunition, and they still tell us that that's probably one of the most critical things that they need, small arms ammunition, because they're using it literally every day. So their consumption rates are different, and it's going to change from day to day given on what resistance they're offering the Russians. So we're not scoping it out by the calendar, Barb. I mean, we are scoping it out by the consumption rate and the needs of the Ukrainians, and that's why we continue. You've seen us now, several packages. The quantities change, the capabilities change, given the situation in Ukraine and our conversations with them.
So just to be clear, U.S. military assistance goes until there is a peace agreement?
The president has been very clear, Barb, that we're going to continue to support Ukraine's ability to defend itself. We're going to do it as much as we can and as fast as we can. And that's the focus. We're not putting a date on the calendar and saying, well, if it doesn't end by such and such a date, well, that's it. You know, the well's dried up. We're not going to support you. The president has been clear.
Let me try one more time. The reality would be at this point in years, not months.
I don't think anybody can know that, Barbara. I mean, I don't know how anybody can know that. The war, and I know you get, I say this all the time, and you probably are tired of me saying it, but it's true. It could end tomorrow. It could end tomorrow if Mr. Putin did the right thing. Now, clearly, he's shown no desire to do that. We understand that. So in the meantime, whatever that meantime is, weeks, months, whatever that meantime is, we are going to continue to provide the capabilities that Ukraine needs to defend itself. Let's see. I need my glasses. Oh, Sylvie.
Hello, John. Thank you. I have a question about Secretary Austin said that U.S. wants to see the Russian military power degraded for the long term. So how can this happen, and what is the U.S. doing to make it happen?
Sylvie, what he said was we wanted to see a weakened Russia. That is what he said. And he had an opportunity to talk about it again in Ramstein. I can't really say it any better than he did. I would certainly refer you back to the transcript of that press conference. But in a nutshell, his point was, and this has always been, from the outset of this war, it has been administration policy to not allow Russia to be in a position to do this again. That is what he was talking about. And they are already a weaker military. They have suffered thousands of casualties. They have lost airplanes. They have lost tanks. They have certainly lost battles, and they are certainly a weaker military than they were 64 days ago. No question about it. We don't want to see them be able to restore that kind of aggressive power again and do this kind of thing to another neighbor. And the bottom line is, and again, we've been saying this from the very beginning, that this should not be cost-free for Mr. Putin. He should suffer consequences, and quite frankly, he has. Not only on the battlefield, but as an economy, and the export controls, the sanctions that are in place, they have already affected his ability to regenerate some of his military capability. We talked about precision-guided munitions the other day. It's a great example. He's struggling now to get components for some of those munitions, and we're already starting to see in Mariupol, which they continue to bomb, an increasing reliance on non-precision-guided munitions. So that is all accounting for a weaker Russia. I think we can all agree that we don't want, or at least we all should agree, that we don't want Mr. Putin to be in the same position going forward than he found himself in late February when he was able to launch this unprovoked invasion. Jared Suba from Al Monitor.
Sylvie, do you want to go ahead? I think Sylvie had a further follow-up.
Thank you, Jared. Yes, I had a follow-up. Is the fear of Putin using nuclear weapon overblown?
Overblown?
Overblown.
When you have a nation the size of Russia, with a nuclear arsenal that their size and capability, and a leader that's clearly as belligerent as Vladimir Putin, we have to take seriously the escalatory rhetoric that he and his leaders have been using lately. It would be as irresponsible as it is for him to use that rhetoric. It would be equally irresponsible for us not to take it seriously, and so we do. And we monitor the capabilities as best we can. And if we have to make changes, we will. As I said, we have seen no reason to change our nuclear strategic deterrent posture at this time.
All right, we've been listening into the Pentagon briefing there with Press Secretary John Kirby saying that they have to take seriously nuclear threats from Russia at this time, but that war could end at any moment if Putin does so choose to do that. We'll be continuing our coverage of the war in Ukraine a little bit later into the evening, but we're also getting some breaking news out of Waukesha, Wisconsin, as there's a police incident underway. At the top of the hour, we'll have full details coming up.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Top of the hour, 7 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, 10 o'clock out on the East Coast. We're getting some breaking news from Waukesha, Wisconsin. Police activity underway. Here's more from Fox 6.
And obviously cold being outside and nervous, but glad to be out and safe in one piece.
Now at 9, breaking news in Waukesha, a hotel on high alert. The tactical situation unfolding as police respond to the report of shots fired. Plus,
Terry Jackson is a coward. He's desperate. He's running scared.
A man dubbed one of Wisconsin's most wanted. The search tonight for a man suspected of shooting and killing a mother of 6. But first to our breaking news, dozens of law enforcement responding to a hotel in Waukesha this evening.
police tell us this is a tactical situation, and for hours they urge the public to stay away. All of this happening at the Baymont Inn & Suites. That's on Moreland, about a mile off the interstate. Madeline O'Neill joins us live now. Maddie, just minutes ago, authorities gave the all clear.
Exactly. We just got this public safety message on our phones saying that the scene is all clear and that there's no threat to the public. But they do say that there may still be a police presence here for a while. We'll show you there are a few police cars, but I will tell you there are so many few than there were even 10, 15, 30 minutes ago. We actually just within the past couple of minutes got to walk up this far. Now, we haven't heard official word from Waukesha Police, which we heard was taking the lead on this investigation, but we did talk to witnesses, one who said that police told him that there was a shooter in the area, another who was inside the hotel when this was all happening.
I was on my way there.
She was on her way to meet her husband at the Baymont Hotel.
Got the warning as I pulled into the area.
When Carrie Schrader came upon all of this.
The shots fired, all squads that responding.
He said he heard someone say shots fired. He did hear a single shot. And I've seen a SWAT team on a, looks like armored truck.
An emergency alert from the Waukesha Sheriff's Department just before 7 p.m. warned people to avoid the area of East Moreland Boulevard and East Main Street because of an ongoing police incident.
And please avoid the area.
We spoke with Carrie just after that, when she could only think of the fact that last she heard her husband Brian was in the hotel.
Making sure that he's okay and just making sure we're all going to be okay.
About 15 minutes later,
on edge to say the least,
Brian says he was able to leave the hotel after police questioning.
It felt like everything stopped and sped up at the same time.
Brian says he heard what he thought was a gunshot and police telling people to stay in their rooms.
The fact that I'm uninjured is just a big relief.
This isn't how the couple planned to meet, but being reunited is even more meaningful.
I miss probably the police coming in just by minutes because, like I said, I heard them and just grateful to be safe and sound.
Again, that recent safety message says that there is no threat to the public, but police will remain on scene for a while. Live here in Waukesha, Madeline O'Neill, Fox 6 News. Glad to hear things have certainly calmed down. Madeline, thanks.
U.S. Marshals.
Okay, so as they move into the other top stories of the day there in Wisconsin, that was again Fox 6 in Milwaukee there. And we'll keep you updated on that police situation outside of that hotel in Waukesha. But for now, we'll move on to some of the other stories of the day, including this video that's been released, now going viral, of a coyote attacking a child at Huntington Beach in California. Here's the latest from Fox 11 in Los Angeles.
Coyote on Huntington Beach, dead today after being shot by officials trying to trap it after a toddler was attacked on the beach.
It doesn't surprise me because how tiny is she? And these guys, you know, they're used to going after small prey.
The attack happened Thursday night. The little girl, thought to be only 2 or 3 years old, was on the water line together with her mother and a sibling, dipping their feet in the water near the pier, when suddenly, they said, a coyote appeared and attacked the child, reportedly biting her.
We saw it, and then all of a sudden it went in by this family, and there was a kid on the ground, and then 5 minutes later we walked back, whole crowd around the baby. Baby evidently got bit, and it was just blood all over her face.
She was taken by ambulance to the hospital while Orange County Animal Control and officers with the state's Department of Fish and Wildlife were called to the scene. Everyone fanning out to search for the coyote. But 2 different coyotes were spotted, and both were shot. but managed to run away. One found dead this morning on the sand. People who live in the area tell us they're not surprised. Coyotes on the beach have become pretty common here.
I've been here 40 years, and this year's been the worst.
There's usually one lurking like around there, just around the bend there.
Near the children's playground?
Yep. Yep. And it's really not afraid of us at all, and sometimes it's like running along the side.
Police confirm they routinely receive calls about coyotes on the beach. This one spotted last week near 14th Street. It is, say experts in the matter, the result of the wildlife-urban interface. Although coyote attacks on humans are very rare, the beach city has been dealing with this since at least 2012.
On several occasions, they've chased both myself and my wife down the road. Again, I have a very bright flashlight and pepper spray that I use just to defend ourselves, but I would say it happens every single time we jog in the morning. You know, they're nocturnal, they're out at night.
In addition to a rabies test, the coyote's DNA will also be compared to any DNA left on the little girl. Since they shot 2 coyotes last night, officials tell me they're not sure that this coyote is the same one that attacked her. In Huntington Beach, Gigi Graciette.
And once again, we're getting that new video in of the attack itself. As this video shows, you can see the coyote moving up to that child, that baby, that toddler, attacking the child. Even that eyewitness saying that the face of the baby completely bloodied after this, the family unaware of what was going on, and then the mother seemingly turning around, and then the baby walking back up. Luckily, a child expected to be okay out in Huntington Beach. Meanwhile, moving out to Wisconsin, where the search is underway for a person who shot a bald eagle, that bald eagle now dead.
Where the Milwaukee River meets the Washington-Ozaukee County line in Fredonia.
My first initial reaction was shock. I couldn't believe it.
Donna Knetter is missing a treasured sight.
It was majestic. You can't mistake them for anything else.
A bald eagle she says she loved to watch soar near her home was found injured along the Milwaukee River on Sunday, April 17th.
This eagle has been living around here forever, and we see it all the time. There's several other eagles in this area, but this was the original eagle, I'm assuming, since we don't see it around anymore.
The DNR shared this image of the wounded bird. It was later euthanized after being transferred to an avian veterinarian. The DNR says an X-ray revealed a bullet in the bird's body cavity.
That's our American symbol, and maybe there's someone with some anger issues out there that did this.
Eagles and their nests are federally protected. Because the investigation is open, the DNR is not sharing the exact spot the eagle was found or who exactly called it in.
I'd like to know who shot it. I'd like to know who found it.
Questions Knetter hopes will soon be answered.
They're just beautiful birds. I mean, I can't imagine anyone that would have the nerve or the anger to do something like that.
That was Fox 6's Aaron Mabin reporting. Well, earlier tonight, we took you out to a police pursuit in Phoenix, Arizona, eventually ending with a maneuver called the Grappler Police Bumper. Never heard of it before, but this is a fairly new maneuver that is now being utilized by the Phoenix Police Department. Well, our Fox 10 Phoenix team able to speak with the inventor of this and talk to him over the phone. We're going to play that out along with some of the video from today as they were able to stop this suspect, this driver, that driver now in custody.
Well, it was the first time it had been used live, and there's been at least 400 field grapples to date, and we figured this would happen at some point, but it's pretty exciting to see it on live TV because we've only had a few stories where some of the uses have been on like a dash cam, and so it's been limited, but for it to be live TV, it's pretty exciting.
And when you saw it, is that exactly how it's supposed to work? What did you think of their guys' technique?
The technique used was textbook. That was the perfect scenario and perfect execution of the grappler. And as you can see, it was the police officers there. They've got it down. They not only the grapple was perfect, but you see the backup vehicles ready to assist. So it was couldn't have been a better live TV grapple.
And what I'm amazed about your product is it seems like it increases the safety of like other motorists. It's like a much like a safer way to stop these suspects.
Well, when you have a vehicle, several thousand pounds of steel traveling down the road with an unpredictable suspect in there, it's kind of important to stop the vehicle. And of course, the grappler does that. And I didn't see how long that took, but I think within a few seconds, the vehicle was stopped. And they did try to get away, but they were tethered. And so obviously this is why we put so much work into it to put it out there, is just so that vehicle isn't going to go through an intersection and hurt or kill someone.
Is there I don't know, is there anything you want to tell us about? I mean, this product is was your brainchild, and how long has it been out in the market and out on use?
Well, we started with the first field units were in 2018. Before that, nobody knew about the grappler. Mark Martinez did a story on it, and that night our videos started going viral, and within a couple of days we were bombarded by agencies asking, can we get it, how much, who's using it. Well, we didn't even have a product then. It was just kind of a prototype. So we just got to work, and that was in late 2016. And with the first units going into the field in 2018, now there are over 200 units out in the field, and we have quite a few orders to fill. We're just nonstop working to keep up.
Well, Leonard, thank you so very much for taking the time. Is there anything that I didn't ask you that you'd like to add about what you saw today?
I just commend Phoenix PD for being the leader when it comes to the grappler. They've used it the longest, and they have a lot of other agencies rely on Phoenix for their technique. When they get grapplers, they do lean on Phoenix PD for advice on how to use it and technique. So definitely hats off to them.
Well said, well said. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your time and enjoy your upcoming trip, and we'll talk to you again soon.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, bye.
Okay, so once again, coverage from Fox 10 in Phoenix. They're the inventor of the grappler out in Phoenix. So cool to see it actually in action. You can find that full clip on our YouTube page. Just search LiveNOW from Fox. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, the latest when it comes to the situation at the border. Also, human smugglers utilizing apps like TikTok and Instagram to lure in teens. That's after the break.
Americans across this country dying because of fentanyl pouring into our country.
After 2 days of contentious hearings on Capitol Hill, DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas made it clear that his department is expecting to see an increase in border crossings once Title 42 is lifted next month.
We will address this challenge successfully.
On Friday, President Biden spoke with Mexico's president about the situation at the border, including the migration response. This week, a federal judge in Louisiana temporarily blocked the Biden administration from ending the public health order and has set a hearing for the case for May 13th, 10 days before it was set to expire. The White House will comply with the order.
When Title 42 is lifted, it'll be 500,000 people in 5 weeks. I don't know, and they'll have no legal status, by the way. Biggest human trafficking event of our lifetime. What are we going to do with these people?
The issue has struck a divide among congressional Democrats. Some believe the administration does not have an adequate plan in place to deal with the surge, while others argue Title 42 should have never been used in the first place.
President Biden did the right thing to substitute something that is more effective at the border, to protect our border, and to respect our responsibility to welcome refugees.
A move on Title 42 could come from Congress if lawmakers are successful in including it in broader legislation meant for Ukraine aid. In Eagle Pass, Texas, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
And Fox's Mills Hayes also on the border today, but doing a ride-along with investigators because they say human smugglers are utilizing apps like Instagram and TikTok to lure teens in. Here's that.
There are over 100 million monthly active users on TikTok in the U.S., and human smugglers are cashing in on that.
These smuggling organizations are starting to use and recruit juveniles through social media platforms, TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, even using WhatsApp for those encrypted messages.
Christopher Olivieras with the Texas Department of Public Safety says teens are being targeted to drive migrants across Texas after leaving Mexico.
They're not coming out saying we need drivers for human smuggling or we need drivers for drug smuggling. I mean, they'll typically just say we need drivers wanted, drivers needed, and they'll show videos of stacks of money.
Texas state troopers monitor cameras and drones looking for migrants or human smugglers on private ranches. This week, troopers arrested a 13-year-old who they say was helping smuggle migrants.
These are illegal immigrants that are traversing through these ranches, privately owned ranches, without the consent of the owner. We've encountered criminal gang members, MS-13, suspected cartel members.
The Department of Homeland Security arrested around 1,700 human smugglers in 2020 and over 2,300 in 2021. Police think it could be worse this year.
Right here, we see a lot of human smuggling.
Kinney County Sheriff Brad Coe says in April 2021, they caught 15 human smugglers. This year, more than double that.
With narcotics, they try to smuggle it in, it gets caught, they've lost it. But with the human trade, they can just keep, as long as we keep sending them back, they're going to keep trying to smuggle them over.
That was Fox's Mills Hayes reporting. Moving along here into some sports news. Trevor Bauer now suspended from the MLB for 2 years. Not great news for the Dodgers. Fox 11 in Los Angeles has a recap.
We're watching Fox 11 News Special Report.
We have made it to Friday. Good evening. Welcome to Fox 11 News Special Report. I'm Alex Michaels.
And I'm Marla Tejas. We begin tonight with that unprecedented suspension handed down to Dodgers pitcher Trevor Bauer.
Major League Baseball suspending Bauer for 2 years for violating the domestic violence and sexual assault policy. The suspension covers 324 games, all this season, all next year. Bauer gets no credit for the time that he's been on administrative leave since last summer. A San Diego woman accusing Bauer of beating and sexually abusing her. A court denied the woman a restraining order, and the LA County District Attorney declined to prosecute Bauer, citing not enough evidence.
And then today, the Washington Post reported allegations by a Columbus, Ohio woman who claims Bauer choked her to unconsciousness and violated her while she was unconscious. The woman says she did consent to sex with Bauer, but during sex, she says things happened outside of her consent. The woman's attorney says she shared that information with Major League Baseball.
So here is Bauer's response in the strongest possible terms. I deny committing any violation of the league's domestic violence and sexual assault policy. I'm appealing this action and expect to prevail. As we have throughout this process, my representatives and I respect the confidentiality of the proceedings. Gerard Moncure, live at Dodger Stadium. Dodgers aren't saying much, Gerard, but you did speak with manager Dave Roberts.
That's right, Alex. You know, they basically have played 81 games without Trevor Bauer since all this started, so they're pretty used to not having him around. And I think they anticipated, because of the policy that Major League Baseball implemented in 2015, he was going to end up getting suspended. They're sticking to the statement, though, but I did talk to Dave Roberts about 4:30 today, and this is what he had to say on the Bauer suspension.
Dave, with the Bauer suspension coming down, 324 games, you'd played almost half of a season without him anyways. Does this put some closure on this thing for you as a manager with the squad?
You know, for us, we've kind of been of the mind of just focusing on the guys here and the teams that we're playing. So it really doesn't change our mindset at all as far as guys in the clubhouse.
Were you shocked at the 324 games?
I got no comment on that. You know, right now that's out of all of our hands, and I know we put out a statement, the Dodgers did. I stand behind that, but as far as commenting on that, I just can't comment.
So during the time that Bauer was on leave, which happened several times, while we've been waiting for this whole thing to clear up, the Dodgers were paying him. Now that he's suspended, they're not going to have to pay him. So they could save pretty much close to $60 million while this thing continues to kind of drag out, as, of course, Bauer is going to appeal the ruling by the commissioner in Major League Baseball. Alex?
Yeah, and that Dodgers statement, by the way, basically says that the Dodgers take this sort of thing seriously, that they're cooperating, and they don't really say a whole lot because of Bauer's appeal. Phil Schuman is with us now. Phil, you've reported extensively on this case. You were in the courtroom when many of those X-rated details came out. Your reaction to all of this and some insight you gained from your reporting.
Well, what's interesting is that everybody seems to be reaching different conclusions. The judge in the restraining order, we heard 4 days of that X-rated testimony, said that Bauer did not exceed the boundaries on rough sex that his accuser outline. At the same time, he didn't feel that he was an ongoing threat to her, which is why she denied the restraining order. The Pasadena police and the district attorney, in reviewing the evidence, which I don't believe included any interviews with Bauer, they simply decided they could not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a crime was committed, sexual assault. And the Major League Baseball doesn't need to have an arrest, doesn't need to have a conviction in order to suspend Bauer, but Major League Baseball has concluded he violated the policy against sexual assault, which means he committed a non-consensual sexual act. So there's different conclusions based on these different agencies, and meantime, Trevor Bauer has maintained all along he did nothing that the accuser didn't agree to.
Yeah, and Phil, we will put up the MLB policy specifically in just a moment, but first, we wanted to get some legal perspective on this, so we turn to criminal defense attorney in Los Angeles, Sarah Azari. She represents athletes. She was shocked by this, and she explains why. Here she is.
Generally, when I look at these situations, and I represent athletes both in and out of court in defense of these Me Too type claims, you know, I go, anonymity has no credibility. So I don't know what the MLB's investigation entails. Obviously, we don't know. We don't know who they've interviewed. We don't know whether these anonymous accusers were corroborated or not. But if their claims have any similarity to the claims of the most recent accuser who took him to court on a restraining order that she lost, then this is bogus. These are things that he does in his private life that other people have consented to, and so now we're regulating things that happen in a bedroom consensually. I have a problem with that.
Yeah, so she basically says that he already proved himself twice, first with not having to face criminal charges, and then also the fact that the woman was denied the restraining order, the continuation of that. So that's what she has a problem with, and that's why she calls it bogus.
Yeah, and some of that issue, of course, is that question about consent. Obviously, one woman, at least maybe two women now, say that this wasn't consensual. And let's talk about that policy more, Marla.
Right, so it reads this. Domestic violence includes, but is not limited to, physical or sexual violence, emotional and or psychological intimidation or injury. Notwithstanding this definition, a single incident of abusive behavior in any intimate relationship may subject a player to discipline. So knowing all this, I ask Sarah, the defense attorney, does she still stand by her take? Here's what she says.
I do, because in the context of a relationship, dating, sexual, whatever, hookups, whatever it is, consent matters. And so, I might not be into that, but she was. I'm all about female empowerment. But we have to also understand that males can be victims as well. And that if we really want equality, we have to be able to challenge, allegations, such heinous allegations. And so, for Johnny Depp to come forward, or for Bauer to sue the accuser, these are sort of firsts.
Yeah, she's, Phil, really pointing to the fact that she is, that Bauer is taking the step to defend himself by filing a lawsuit now against the accuser, the original one.
Well, I'm not sure what Sarah's talking about when she talks about the Me Too movement and what's so unique about this. Only the two of them know what really happened, and it's never been played out in court. Sarah talks about anonymity is not credible. The woman was not anonymous.
She's referring to the Columbus, Ohio woman who hasn't come forward.
Okay. All right. But now there's 3 women at least that are saying essentially the same thing. I'm not an attorney like she is. I'm not the attorneys that the DA used and the Pasadena police consulted with in determining they couldn't convict beyond a reasonable doubt. And remember, Trevor Bauer is a different kind of guy. I mean, ever since he was in high school, at Hart High School in Newhall, at UCLA, in his previous major league teams in Cincinnati. I mean, he is unusual in that he's outspoken, he's blunt, he does things his own way, he's unapologetic. You remember when this story was in the news a year ago, we talked about the things he said in a Sports Illustrated article, which would shock a lot of people. That doesn't mean he's guilty of anything. I'm just saying that Trevor Bauer is unlike most athletes or most public figures that we normally have in the news.
Yeah, and Gerard, let's talk about the baseball impact of all of this. The Dodgers paid him $40 million last year not to pitch. Now they're off the hook for that salary, at least for now. It is possible that he wins his appeal. He has been victorious so far in his fight on this. But how does this impact the Dodgers? Because whatever you think of Trevor Bauer, he's a really good pitcher.
Alex, he is a really good pitcher, but they've been on cruise control without Trevor Bauer for a long time now. The deal was 3 years, $102 million. Dodgers are going to recoup, looks like $60 million unless he wins the appeal. But they moved on. I mean, from the beginning of this thing, you got to remember, all those players, they unfriended him on social media. I mean, so they moved on a while ago, and I think everyone anticipated that he was going to have a heavy suspension, and so they weren't really surprised, from what I understand from what the players felt about this when the news came down today. They're worried about baseball. They're worried about tonight, Alex, playing the Tigers.
And it clearly has not stopped them from drawing a crowd who's happy to see Gerard. Thank you. Have fun out there at the stadium tonight. Phil, we will get back to you with another story a little bit later on in the show, but now we want to keep the sports train going.
Okay, so as they continue in with their coverage, we're also going to go back into Los Angeles for full coverage at 8 o'clock here Pacific time. So just in about 30 minutes, we'll be talking about the LA riots on the 30th anniversary of Rodney King. We'll have full coverage from Phil Schuman himself and from Fox 11 in Los Angeles there. But we want to stay with the coverage of Trevor Bauer because we brought on our own sports legal expert about why this is happening with the MLB right now and why this is different in comparison to other accusations of athletes in other sports. Take a listen.
We have a lot more top stories on this Friday night to get to, including what's happening with MLB pitcher Trevor Bauer. Joining me now to discuss that even further, sports legal expert Dan Lust with the latest. Dan, good to see you. Thanks for bearing with us here. But this was a huge sports story today. We learned that the league, the MLB, is suspending Bauer for the next 2 seasons. Why is that? What do you make of that decision by the league?
Well, just say it's an unprecedented decision. Not that it's necessarily good or bad. It just has never happened. Under the MLB's domestic violence policy, which was enacted in August of 2015, the longest suspension we'd ever seen for a domestic incident was 1 season, most of which were, we'll say a quarter of the season, 50 games, 60 games, most of which were less than a season. But obviously this is 2 seasons. So, in that sense, it's a little unprecedented. And what we are, I guess, finding out, a little bit of breaking news in the last 10, 15 minutes, there appear to be some new claims that are arising, some previous accusers or subsequent accusers, just different accusers that were not necessarily subjected to this restraining order proceeding that was very publicly litigated several months back. So there might be some additional claims, some additional individuals that we don't know about, but that seems to be the gist of the MLB investigation, that it encompassed more than one accuser on the other side.
So, Dan, there are, though, some, I guess, exonerating facts for Bauer because an LA judge denied this accuser a permanent restraining order back in August. The LA County DA's office declined to file criminal charges in February, and we spoke about that case back then. So if nothing is happening in court on a criminal scale, why do you think the league felt like they needed to take this action? Because we've seen previous incidents, not only in the MLB, but other sports leagues that haven't had something so draconian as this.
Yeah, I mean, let's we'll call it like we see it, right? There was one civil restraining order case, you called a domestic violence case, and the judge there was very clear that that one particular case, she used the term materially misleading. And there were text messages allegedly sent by the accuser there where a term like secure the bag was used. So there was some, emanation of potential, we'll say somebody maybe looking after money. The judge didn't make that finding, but did say that Trevor Bauer didn't exceed a level of consent, right? And said that that complaint maybe wasn't that strong, right? That term that was used by the judge was materially misleading. So if baseball had made their 2-year suspension based off of that one incident, I think that would be very surprising, right? When a judge said, hey, this is not that credible, I'm not issuing a restraining order, and the Major League Baseball to say, wow, I'm going to give a record-breaking suspension off of that incident, that would be very surprising. But again, what's come out really in the last half hour or so is that there were additional incidents, I don't want to say initial incidents, but different accusers that spoke to Major League Baseball that are believed to have encompassed, we'll say more, potentially more of the reason that he's getting a 2-year suspension. But keep in mind, Andrew, it's important, right? Trevor Bauer was never charged with the crime. He has not been sued civilly by the accuser, the one that, that civil restraining order was denied. So he has no active litigation anywhere. That's very different from across the sports landscape. Deshaun Watson has 22 active civil cases. So in one sense, it's a little odd that Trevor Bauer is basically, out of baseball for 3 years and has never been charged with the crime, never been sued in civil court. But let's see what these 2 new accusations hold. I don't think we know any real details pertaining to them. But again, it's new information that's kind of developing on the fly.
Yeah, Dan, just lastly, though, what do you think Trevor Bauer is going to do to fight back? I can't imagine he's just going to tank this sitting down.
Yeah, he's already announced his intention to appeal, and I think it's important. You and I obviously had spoken about it, but Trevor Bauer has filed a defamation lawsuit against the accuser in the case from August. He's filed a defamation lawsuit against the Athletic Sports publication for their reporting about that case. But Trevor Bauer, in the last couple of months, has been very litigious, trying to clear his name for better or for worse. So he says he's going to appeal it. He's fought with the law before, so I certainly anticipate him doing it again. The only thing, Andrew, to add, under the collective bargaining agreement, Rob Manfred, who announced this punishment, did not explain what specific conduct was leading to this 2-year suspension. So Rob Manfred is saying he doesn't have to say it. And Trevor Bauer, I'm sure he knows, right, or knows the lack thereof. He's announcing his appeal. So there's going to be this dark window where we don't know the strength of Trevor Bauer's appeal until it really gets there. We might never know it, right? But that's really what we're dealing with now.
Yeah, I mean, Dan, it's just kind of, for those of us who don't play professional sports, not being at your job for 2 years, you must be very, very valuable to an organization that would still keep you around. I know there are contracts involved and the like, but I think for many Major League Baseball fans kind of scratching their head at that today.
Yeah, I mean, Trevor Bauer was just given a 3-year, $100 million contract. He played a very small portion of that first year and has not played since. So you did mention he's very, very valuable, but Major League Baseball has taken it upon himself to make an example of him. So you just hope, that they have sufficient evidence to do so. Again, you don't have to be a fan of Trevor Bauer. Most people are not. I'm a San Francisco Giants fan, so I'm not necessarily a Dodgers fan. But it just seems like we're missing some level of transparency here, how someone could get a record-breaking suspension, and we don't really know exactly why.
Yeah. Well, Dan Lust, as always, we'll leave it at that. Have a great weekend. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you. Anytime.
All right, great conversation right there. And remember, today marks the 30th anniversary of the Los Angeles riots stemming from the beating of Rodney King. Tonight, we'll have in-depth coverage looking back at how the riots unfolded and changes that have taken place in the past 3 decades. That's tonight at 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. So top of the hour here. Stick with us. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Fox, I'm Daytona Everett. Friday evening here. We're coming up on 8 o'clock in Phoenix, Arizona, 11 o'clock out on the East Coast. We're going to hit some of these consumer stories. Fox 13 in Tampa with a recall roundup, all the products you need to be watching out for on the shelves. but some patients are still getting them. So what's to say for this? Fox 13 in Tampa with more.
Getting charged for medical bills that aren't yours? It's happening more than you might think. Consumer reporter Sabani Banerjee has the numbers and the impact. Hi, Sabani.
Hi, everyone. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau says that people's most common debt collection complaints last year had to do with efforts to collect on a bill they said didn't belong to them. Around 1 in 5 households carry some sort of legitimate healthcare related debt. But the problem here, people say they're being charged for bills they already paid, don't owe, or aren't even theirs. And these sort of complaints are only increasing. They jumped between 2018 and 2021 by 31%, Linda.
So you say complaints are rising. How many are we talking about here?
750,000 complaints.
Wow.
The agency said that in 2021, it sent those complaints to roughly 3,400 companies for them to review. Let's look at some of the other key findings from them. The median medical debt they found in the U.S. is about $310. In 2021, 15% of debt collection complaints were about attempts to collect on a medical bill. Consumers said that sometimes they didn't even recognize the billing company, and they also complained that the collection notices had a lot of personal medical information on them. The agency also found that communities with more minority or low-income individuals, veterans, and young adults were more likely to have medical bills reported on those credit reports.
Okay, so when they do end up on those credit reports, does it hurt your score?
It can, for now. The agency found that many Americans kind of feel forced to pay medical bills that might not even be legit, like they've already paid them. Maybe they never owed to begin with because they are scared to have that credit score hit. But in March, leading credit rating firms, Equifax, Experian, TransUnion, they all said that they plan to drop most medical debt from consumers' credit reports starting this summer. Last year, you'll remember, too, Congress tried to address some of the problems of these runaway medical bills. They passed the No Surprises Act, which protects people with health insurance from getting billed for receiving any emergency medical care outside of an insurer's network.
That's a big deal.
It really is. And under the law, though, you're still responsible for deductibles, copays, things like that you would normally have to pay under your plan. You just have to be billed at your plan's in-network rate. So,
because an emergency is an emergency.
Right.
Sometimes you don't have time to ask about in-network.
Exactly.
Thanks, Sabani.
All right, great roundup right there with Fox 13 in Tampa. We appreciate them, and a beautiful shot in New York City there, which takes us into our next story. A pay transparency law could soon be taking effect out in November. It has been stalled, but what is it and why could other states follow suit? Here's more from a conversation earlier. New York City's pay transparency law was supposed to start next month, but now New Yorkers are going to have to wait until November for it to go into effect. That's because the city council voted to delay it. The law requires employers with 4 or more workers to put a minimum and maximum salary in every single job ad. But some groups say it could hurt women and minority-owned businesses. They argue that larger companies will know what the pay is and offer more money to steal away potential employees. Temp agencies would be exempt from this law as well. To break it all down, though, because this is a big talker out in New York as well as other states that are thinking about implementing it as well. I want to bring in Imran Ansari, an employment attorney, and comes on for legal analysis quite often here on Live Now from Fox. Imran, thanks for being with us on this Friday.
Daytona, thanks for having me.
So what were your thoughts on this law as it has now been delayed, probably going to go into November, but this is a bigger discussion. This is kind of opening up a conversation about the pay gap and higher wages, right?
Yeah, so this law has, great intentions. It has the a possible effect of sort of lessening the gap of salaries between, say, a man and a woman, which we know that there has been a gender disparity with salaries in the workplace. And it has that goal to sort of lessen that. But as you stated, there are minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, the smaller businesses that are worried that it may have an opposite effect in terms of allowing big business, big corporations to sort of take the job pool and monopolize it by having the ability to offer larger salaries. Because now you're going to have the ability in New York City to see a job posting and see the salary range, the minimum and the maximum, and you'll have all these job postings out there for similar or like jobs, but perhaps in varying size of businesses, and there may be a disparity in what can be offered from an employer. So big businesses also have a gripe with this because they're afraid that they're going to have a existing job or employer pool now seeing what will be offered to a new hire and perhaps complaining, say, hey, how come I'm not making that when you're putting that out there in an ad?
Right. So if you could, though, explain exactly how it would work, how employees should approach this and know how to deal with this and know how to ask for more.
Sure. So, you're going to have this law going into effect somehow 6 months down the line. And that's really been placed so that to ensure that employers and prospective, job seekers can all have compliance and understand this new law and implement their job postings if you're an employer that's going to be in line with this new law. If you're an employee and you're trying to take advantage of this new law, well, you're going to be looking at it and allowing yourself as a job applicant to really have an informed decision as to what jobs you're going to be going for or applying to, and that you're not going to be applying to. What it puts the onus on in terms of the employer is to really have attractive salaries and salaries that are going to be competitive with other employers. So it's really looking to equalize the pay field, Daytona, and do so vis-a-vis this law.
Yeah, that's right. And over the last 4 years, at least 7 states from California to Connecticut, at least 2 cities beyond New York, Cincinnati and Toledo, started demanding that employers disclose salary information to job seekers. And also Colorado breaking new ground in 2019 with a law that requires a pay range in all job openings. So this is not necessarily new, but it could change in the near future.
Yeah, and I expect that you're going to see more and more states or municipalities or city adopting a similar law in order to address this pay disparity and have transparency between the employer and the employee or the prospective employee. So I think this law is going to go in effect as it's set to do here in New York City. But I think it may have echo effect across the country in different cities and different states. And as you said, Colorado's had this on the books for about a year now, and we haven't seen it, anyone seeking to at least repeal it, at least as far as I know. And I think New York City is going to implement this, and it's going to have an effect because, I'm here in New York City, Daytona, I'm biased, but I say whatever we do here in New York City has an echo effect across the country, perhaps the world. And this may be a good test here in the most populous city in the United States to see how it goes to effect in a practical basis and whether this is a successful law in terms of equalizing the pay field and having employers being a little more accountable to their employees for pay.
Yep, and I'm sure a lot of employers watching this very closely. Imran Ansari, thanks for being with us here on the show. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right, great conversation right there. We'll get into some more legal headlines because it's been a pretty busy week here, especially with the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. Everyone's watching this, and you can watch it. Highlights on our YouTube page at LiveNOW from Fox. Just search it up in the bar. Pretty much anything that you can think of. Kind of hilarious testimony. Johnny Depp himself up on the stand. We're still awaiting Amber Heard to testify. She will be up there, and we'll be airing that live for you in full here on the show, on the stream. So head over there for that and all of your other top stories, including this story, also one to watch. Boris Becker, the tennis star, being sentenced to 2.5 years in prison for a bankruptcy fraud. This is a criminal conviction. We spoke with a legal analyst about this and also the latest on Ghislaine Maxwell. Here's that.
Joining me now to discuss even more legal headlines is legal analyst Doug Burns. Doug, we're going to talk about a case involving a name probably many Americans haven't heard in some time. And if you're a major tennis fan like you and I are, Boris Becker sentenced to 2.5 years in prison for what today?
Well, it was interesting. Back in 2017, Andrew, he was adjudicated bankrupt in a bankruptcy proceeding. And in connection with the bankruptcy, after the decree that he was bankrupt, he was required, as is often the case, to work with a trustee to marshal assets, corral together the bankruptcy estate, as it's called. And he was charged criminally in London with hiding assets, transferring assets secretly, not being honest and truthful about the makeup of the bankruptcy estate. And incredibly, he was convicted on 4 counts. He was acquitted on multiple counts, to be fair. And the judge sentenced him to 2.5 years in prison, 30 months. And he's going to have to serve 15 months of that. Now, a very important thing to note is that Boris Becker had been convicted back in 2002, Andrew, of tax evasion, criminal tax evasion. And the judge gave him a 2-year prison term, but suspended it. Now, fast forward to now, the judge was quite worked up, as it were, by that previous conviction, in the sense that the judge said to Boris Becker, you're obviously, it didn't make an impact on you, the break you were getting, the fact that that prison time was suspended. And so the point is, that's why that was a large part of why the judge hit him as hard as she did with the 30-month sentence. Now, quick context for those who aren't as familiar, as you pointed out, you're right. Boris Becker is one of the all-time greats in the sport. He won 49 singles titles, 15 doubles titles. He was #1 in the world. Most remarkably of all, and I think your viewers who aren't familiar with him will find this fascinating, he won Wimbledon at 17 years old, which is remarkable, and then came back the following summer and won Wimbledon again for the second time at 18 years old. So, I mean, this is one of the greats. He won 6 majors. So when I saw the news today, I had a number of different emotions. It was very sad, obviously. It's a fall from grace, for a great star of the sport. So it was very sad.
Yeah, Doug, I think a lot of tennis fans, and maybe not, would kind of be asking themselves today, how did Boris Becker get in all of this financial trouble, even having to declare bankruptcy? And then, of course, to the point to which this court found that he was transferring large amounts of money and hiding assets post-bankruptcy. I don't know if you know anything to, what he's been up to since his kind of peak.
I can shed light on that. And It's a fantastic question you're asking, because the key question is, how does a person, right, who won $25 million in prize money, and it's important to separate that out, because as you know, and I'm sure virtually every one of the viewers knows, there's also off-court endorsement money, which is colossal. So people are talking, just for parameters, about a $50 million fortune, 50. So your question, which it's worth me repeating is so good, is, well, wait a minute. How did this international tennis superstar who won 6 majors, was #1 in the world, and so on, how did he get in this big financial mess? The light I can shed on it is that, his personal life has been chaotic on many levels. He's had multiple marriages. He's had some divorces and marital dissolutions, which he claimed, cost him a lot of money. There were also, investments that he made. The way the bankruptcy started, incidentally, was that he got a couple of loans, fairly sizable ones. One was from a bank north of 8 figures, $10 million. Another one was from a British businessman. He had trouble paying that back. I mean, the answer to your question, it's kind of interesting. No matter what level somebody's at, and I'm not being sarcastic or glib or cute. The fact of the matter is, if you're spending tremendous amounts of money, more than are available, you can get in trouble. So, but your point is so well taken. It's highly unusual for somebody who has amassed a $50 million flow of money to get into a bankruptcy situation. But remember, Bjorn Borg, the great Swede who won 5 Wimbledons in a row, 5 French Opens on clay, making him the greatest all-court player probably in tennis history, he also ran into financial problems. So it does happen.
Yeah. Becker will have to serve at least 15 months before being eligible for release. Doug, let's move on to another legal headline we wanted to update our viewers on, of course, having to do with Ghislaine Maxwell. We're learning earlier today that a judge has denied a motion by her and her lawyers to overturn that conviction that was handed down in December. You and I were live when that all happened. And of course, this dovetails with her legal team's effort and attempt as well for a new trial because of this discrepant juror. What do we know about this?
Well, it was interesting. The judge, Judge Allison Nathan, who went to my law school, just a side footnote, I don't know her, however, but Judge Nathan held a hearing, brought that juror in, you remember, and asked him, why in the world did you answer no to this question about having ever been the victim of sexual abuse, when the answer was yes. His answers to her were satisfactory. He claimed he rushed through the form. He didn't really take the time. But the law was extremely interesting because I was saying that, you know, you can bump a juror even without cause. So that was unfair to the defense in the sense that they might want to just kick him off. But that's not the legal test. The legal test is only if that juror could have been excused for cause does it result in getting the relief you're looking for. And the judge said that he could not have been excused for cause because it was clear that it wasn't going to affect him and so on. But to simplify this and get out of the weeds real quick, basically, you know, a lot of times motions, you know, for new trials and post-trial relief, they're basically creating a record for the Court of Appeals, okay? I'm not saying they're never successful, but they're not successful that often in the trial court, you know, the motion for the new trial, the motion to set aside the verdict, in this case because of improper juror behavior. But the point I'm trying to make is that in the Second Circuit, the United States Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit, all of this will be briefed and argued fully, and there she'll get a fair shake on all of these issues. I'm not editorializing whether I think she's entitled to any relief. I'm just saying she'll get a fair shake on appeal.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see as well if, you know, they have exhausted their options, but like you said, kind of for this long list for the appellate review of this. But she is scheduled, I believe, to be sentenced late June. Do you think that could be pushed back?
No, that's a good point. I mean, we were theorizing, you know, this is interesting to go back to it. You and I have discussed this. You know, would she now be afforded, is the best way to put it, an opportunity to cooperate by the federal prosecutors in the Southern District of New York? I had told you, and I'll repeat it now, that generally speaking, prosecutors are very, very reluctant, for lack of a better term, to allow somebody to come in after trial. But here, you know, the stakes are different. Obviously, there's a lot of salacious aspects to this, you know. So if that were to happen, and I'm not saying it will, then sentencing will be pushed back. But failing that, I think the sentencing will go forward in June, and then the case will go upstairs, as we call it, to the Court of Appeals.
All right, Doug Burns, as always, so appreciative of your insight into these legal stories of the day. Have a good weekend. We'll talk to you again.
Thanks for having me on.
And I hope you enjoyed that conversation there. Always bringing on legal experts to talk about these major headlines of the day, one of which we want to take the time in this next hour, top of the 8 o'clock hour, to look back on 30 years after the LA riots, after the beating of Rodney King in 1991, and the subsequent trial and acquittal of the officers who were accused of beating King in 1992. We're going to be showing you stories from our affiliate Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they have spoken to the stakeholders, the people who were there, lawmakers at the time, activists at the time, about how this not only changed parts of Los Angeles, this changed the country in part as well, if you talk about race relations. So here's this first installment from Fox 11 in Los Angeles 30 years later from the LA riots.
It was 1992, the Los Angeles riots. Rodney King.
Can we all get along?
Reginald Denny.
Oh, look at that.
South LA, Koreatown. From one end of Los Angeles to the other, there was violence for 5 days. Back in 2017, we took a look back at those days and talked to some of the people involved. Time has given us a bit of perspective on those events. Why did the uprising happen? Can it happen again? We look back at that special report and hear some new voices on the 30th anniversary of the LA riots as Fox 11 News In Depth starts right now. Hello, everyone. I'm Hal Eisner. Hard to believe, but it's been 3 decades since one of the worst uprisings in the city of Los Angeles. 6 days of violence, rioting, fires, and terror across the city of L.A. The civil disturbance was set off after a jury acquitted 4 LAPD officers who had been charged with excessive force in the arrest and beating of Rodney King. Ultimately, the man at the center of the firestorm was called upon to ask for peace.
Well, I just want to say, you know, can we all get along? Can we get along?
Those words, some of the most poignant and powerful of all time. But the question, can we all get along? Can we all get along? Still remains after 30 years. Joining us to talk about some of those lingering questions is Jody Armour, a professor at the USC Gould School of Law. And Jody, it's good to see you again. It's always good to talk to you about these sort of things. And I guess what I want to do right now is ask you to transport yourself back to April 29th of 1992. And I want you to think about a younger Jody Armour, what you were doing that day, what you were thinking, and what still lingers in your mind.
Hell, I can remember the day, the time, and the weather. That's how vivid it was, because it was one of those moments. We had seen the Rodney King beating, the videotape of the beating, saturating the airwaves for a year, right? Because this was the first time we had 24-hour news cycles on cable news. And so anytime you turn on the TV, you could see Rodney King getting beaten. And the video seemed just as clear as the George Floyd video, right? It seemed clear something wrong had happened. And then came the verdict. And the verdict was jaw-dropping. It seemed like we were being gaslighted. Black America was being gaslighted because this was a jury. This was a 12-person jury. So it wasn't just police officers who you could say are a few bad apples. The jury, as the voice of the community, representatives of the community, have said, we don't see anything in this video that crosses the line. And that was what was so shocking, right? It seemed like there was ocular proof of wrongdoing, and yet much of America didn't see it that way. And I suddenly realized that I may be living in a different social reality than many of my countrymen and countrywomen. And so it was a real wake up for me at that time in 92.
Not that you're an old man now, but you were a much younger guy back then. And back then, I don't know if you were teaching at that point or where you were in your life, but did you go to the streets? What happened? What did you do?
Yeah, this was a national event, Hal. So I was way out in Pittsburgh. I was teaching. I was talking to students about criminal law. I was teaching criminal law and torts. But even out in Pittsburgh and in Philadelphia and in Baton Rouge, everywhere Black communities felt this, because this, again, was the jury speaking with the voice of the people. And it seemed that there was a double system of justice. And it was really kind of a bracing experience, Hal, and one that anticipated what we saw 25, 30 years later with the George Floyd tapes and the other videos that have come out as part of the Black Lives Matter movement.
You alluded to it. One of the distinctive features of the LA riots was the role video played. Video taken long before there were smartphone cameras. Video taken by a man named George Holliday. To really understand the LA riots, you have to go back a year earlier. The LAPD pursuing a suspect in LAPD's Foothill Division. They stopped not far from where George Holliday lived. He grabbed a video camera he had just purchased, and what he witnessed would be soon seen by the entire world.
I was woken up by the sirens and the helicopter outside, and when I looked out of my window, there was an individual spread-eagled on the car that had been stopped right across the street from my apartment.
I interviewed George Holliday at that apartment. We stood on the balcony from where he shot that video. Holliday died in September of 2021 from COVID. Also seen by the entire world, Jody, was that graphic beating of Reginald Denny, an astonishing video of the brutality happening on L.A. streets. It was shot by helicopter reporter Zoe Tur and appeared live on our sister station, KCOP. Here's a look back at that.
Oh, look at that. Terrible. And there's no police presence down here.
Chaos. The city is burning. Everything's on fire. And it felt like I was in a war zone.
Zoe Tur was Bob Tur back in 1992. With Bob in the chopper, he and his wife would be America's eyes on history.
This was just rage. This is just nonsensical, insane rage.
This is attempted murder.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I really couldn't believe it.
These images, Jody, in our mind, but as you watch them, as you think about them, what's your reaction to them?
Yes, this is blind rage. I think the earlier voice was right. You had a rage, pent-up rage, a reservoir of rage in the black community from years and years of what they felt were oppression by this occupying force of the police department. And the rage is blind, and that's why our hearts go out when we see it spilling over into somebody who is innocent, had no part of this. But that's the price, we pay when the criminal justice system loses its moral credibility and legitimacy in the eyes of many in the community. It seemed like justice was no longer something that could be, even a consideration, and people fell into a blind anger and rage, and it was heartbreaking to see that, Hal.
Jody, let me ask you, here we are 30 years later. What's your thought? Where are we? Have we made progress?
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? Because here, 25, 30 years later, we were talking about George Floyd, and we saw this long procession of hashtags, starting with the Black Lives Matter movement, from Sandra Bland to Walter Scott to Eric Garner. And it seems like we recognize the problem more, but we don't yet know how to get a handle on it. We've seen, there's a kind of racial injustice Groundhog Day that we keep waking up to. Until we figure out how to get to the bottom of this problem, I think we're going to keep waking up to the same pattern of problems.
Yeah, but we have 30 seconds. Is there something that you think would make a difference?
Yeah, I think figuring out a way to have more effective policing. Right now, we don't necessarily need policing when it comes to traffic violations, for example, which is what sparked Rodney King. They've done in many jurisdictions, they've taken away the traffic function from police, and crime hasn't gone up, traffic accidents haven't gone up. So finding ways to minimize the footprint of law enforcement in the black community and alternatives to the police to help solve the community problems like houselessness and other problems related to poverty.
Okay, Fox 11 there with such a great look back at the 30th anniversary now of the LA riots, the beating of Rodney King, the acquittal of the officers. We're going to take a quick commercial break. More on this story, where that came from, in 2 minutes.
An important anniversary coming up this week. Some of the darkest days in LA history, the 1992 LA riots. It's been 30 years since the social upheaval following the Rodney King verdicts. One person has a unique perspective from everyone else, Rodney King's daughter. Our Laura Diaz spoke with her one-on-one in this revealing report.
known as the Rodney King riots. But Rodney King had nothing to do with the violence of those 3 nights. Yet his daughter Laura, only 8 years old at the time, and watching the riots on TV, quickly realized her father was at the center.
Did you realize the connection of the verdict over your father's beating to what was taking place here in 1992?
Initially, I didn't, because I didn't know what was going on. And then once I heard people chanting his name, then I realized what was going on.
We meet at the infamous corner of Florence and Normandy, flashpoint of the riots. Laura tells me that in 1992, she had just moved into this neighborhood. Now it was on fire.
Do you feel a connection to it or not?
You know, it's weird. I do. I get really emotional every time I come here. For some reason, I naturally have a reaction, an emotional reaction that's unexplainable, to where it's like, oh. My sister and myself were going to the liquor store, and then we realized it was like smoke. And once we got there, our liquor store was literally on fire.
Later, in a more formal setting, Laura says that she and her dad were very close. They talked about a lot of things, except the beating.
We never talked about it much. I purposely didn't, because we never had intimate moments with our dad out in public. And in the house, we did, but I just tried to steer away from, you know, those topics, because everyone else always talked to him about it. So I wanted to bring something, you know, light to his life.
Laura had good reason to avoid certain topics.
He would have nightmares. It was very scary. And it was scary because there was nothing I could do to, you know, only to wake him up, because it was scaring me.
Laura has a life of her own now, with 2 children. In fact, just this month, her teenage daughter made a video project. The subject, racism. And her teacher didn't know about her famous grandfather until that very moment.
She did her own research, she read the book, and then she used her interpretation, her own interpretation, and her own perspective of what racism is and what it's done to America, and her, you know, what she received from those words that my dad spoke. And it was pretty profound. I was pretty honored.
And about those words spoken on the 3rd day of the riots, many wonder about the origin of that statement.
Can we all get along? Can we stop making it horrible for the older people and the kids?
He was actually given something to write. They wrote,
say.
Yeah, and he didn't. He literally threw it away and spoke from his heart.
Please, we can get along here. We all can get along.
In South LA, Laura Diaz, Fox 11 News.
A reminder of that very important date that we're all reflecting on throughout the week here at Fox 11. You and I have both interviewed Laura as well, and I remember she told me whenever they'd go in public, people would always be staring at her father. What that was like for everybody to, you know, look at him.
For the rest of his life,
yes.
Right? Doing that, and you talked to him several times before as well.
We did, and he also did tell me as well that he came up with those words himself, can we all get along?
Yeah.
So amazing job there from Laura Diaz, and like I said, we're going to have stories every day this week, so join us here on Fox 11.
Okay, and we are going to continue along with those stories that Christine was talking about. Here is the next one as we look back 30 years on since the Rodney King riots in Los Angeles.
With the 30th anniversary this week of the 1992 LA riots, Fox 11 is taking a look back at the seeds of unrest even before the beating of Rodney King. There's a name that is also synonymous with that uprising. That's Latasha Harlins. Our Christine Devine has her story.
To understand the LA riots of 1992 is to know its backstory.
I just want to say, you know, can we all get along? Can we get along?
Video of the 1991 beating of Rodney King by LAPD officers is infamous. But 2 weeks after this, there was a case that would also shake South Central LA to its core.
It was like Emmett Till. Everybody just ready to go to war. Everybody ready to fight.
Latasha Harlins was 15 when she was shot and killed by a liquor store owner, a Korean immigrant, who accused the teen of trying to steal a bottle of orange juice.
We grew up together. We only 4 months apart. So we grew up together in the same house all the way from birth till the day she passed away. So it's my sister.
Shanice Harlins-Kilgore is Latasha's younger cousin. You lived how far from this market?
Oh, roughly a half a block away.
And this would be normal to come here?
Normal to come here.
Here is now a Numero Uno Market, but back in 1991 on Figueroa and 91st, it was Empire Liquor.
I can still see her right there where she dropped that in the front of the camera, you know, from the video. So no, I don't go in there.
Security video captured a scuffle between clerk and customer. Sun Jadu shot the teen in the back of the head, killing her. Witnesses said Harlins had cash in her hand.
To die with $2 in your hand, that lets you know that she was not that person that the media or whomever say so is what she is.
Du was convicted of voluntary manslaughter, but given probation. Then came April 29, 1992. The not guilty verdicts in the beating of Rodney King. 4 LAPD officers acquitted. Rioters took to the streets. And after years of cultural tensions, half the businesses burned or looted. 2,000 of them were Korean-owned.
This 15-year-old child who got her brains shot and blown out over a dispute of a bottle of orange juice was the precursor to the civil unrest in '92, after the jurors found the LAPD cops not guilty for beating Rodney King.
That was activist Najia Lee last year.
We will never forget Latasha Harlins.
It was at a playground dedication and a mural of Latasha Harlins at Algin Sutton Recreation Center.
It was really beautiful.
There's a whole generation that may not know the story of Latasha Harlins, but there is a movie in the works, and last year a Netflix documentary got an Oscar nomination. You'd come to this park as a child?
Every day.
Every day?
Every day.
So it means what to have that artwork?
Priceless. Lots of emotion.
The Rodney King beating. I was a young anchor during this era, reporting live during the 1992 civil unrest. This picture ending up in a university textbook to the Harlins family, documenting history matters.
Just so that this generation can know about what happened 30 years ago, because they don't know. If you ask a 18-year-old, 19-year-old, it's not taught in school. It's not taught in their household, or it needs to be relevant right now.
That was Christine Devine reporting.
You know, it's a reminder as well for a lot of people that may not know history, that everybody that says that we've never been more divided than we are right now, or we've never had more crime than we have right now, yes, we have. It was way worse back then, which really wasn't that long ago. 30 years ago, the city was way more divided. The crime rate was significantly higher, and we've made a lot of progress over the years.
And here we are 30 years later with some progress made.
And a lot of work still to be done.
Okay, we are going to take a quick commercial break. More from Fox 11 when we come back.
Friday marks a major anniversary in SoCal's history, the 1992 LA riots. Our next interviewee calls it civil unrest, expressed by so many in so many other ways than this. 30 years ago, on the night of the not guilty verdict for 4 LAPD officers in the beating of Rodney King, a voice of healing emerged. Reverend Cecil Murray of First AME Church launched to national recognition. Well into his 90s, he's no longer giving interviews, but see how his legacy and lessons thrive today.
God is within the walls to be worshiped. God is beyond the walls to be worked.
Reverend Cecil L. Chip Murray of First AME Church. His teachings are now part of USC at the Cecil Murray Center. It means what to be here at the Murray Center?
It's a huge deal because you don't have, I can't say exactly that there's none anywhere else, but there aren't many centers in academic spaces that are named after faith leaders or pastors.
Reverend Dr. Najuma Smith Pollard works here.
Our Faith Leaders Institute.
The center, part of Dornsife College and under the USC Center for Religion and Civic Culture. What is Reverend Murray's legacy?
The great work that blooms out of the smokes, the blooming smokes. I've got this bloom of activists, leaders, people who have made a commitment to not go back to a time like that.
In 1992, after the verdict in the case of 4 LAPD officers in the beating of Rodney King was not guilty, this is part of his sermon.
This good verdict that's good for nothing except creating chaos, treating us against each other, causing us to hate one another.
Pastor Murray had prepared the church weeks in advance.
Smith Pollard calls herself the spiritual daughter of Reverend Murray. In 1992, she was a member of First AME's choir in her early 20s.
The day of the verdict, whether it goes one way or the other, we're going to meet here. Either we're going to be celebrating or we're going to be mourning. The not guilty verdict comes down and people are devastated. Devastated. He was really the pastor that was really out front.
She says there's more to what's widely called the 92 riots, the people who looted, set fires.
Those fires were started when some men of influence decided that this nation can indeed exist, half slave and half free.
Smith Pollard says there was an overall feeling of civil unrest.
LA County, the city, California, and the nation woke up to the reality of what is really happening in our communities as it relates to police brutality, economics, immigration.
With the civil unrest, First AME Church became a go-to place for the mayor, celebrities, the community. I was a young reporter and went live from here.
Always be on. Now here's a little hint for you. You're going to be extra. Don't be on time. Come early.
And after that, Fox 11 wanted to know more about his teachings.
It's a program called Man-Child.
As a young anchor reporter, we took note of Murray's youth leadership programs.
To be a leader, which is what you're being brought up to be, there are 3 things you have to have in your bag.
Happy birthday to you.
Reverend Cecil Murray celebrated his 91st birthday in 2020. He's no longer practicing or giving interviews, but offered words of healing.
Put God first. Yes. And as you put God first, God will elevate you to help you help others.
I got to attend this COVID times drive-through birthday. It was just months after the murder of George Floyd. At the birthday, police officers, firefighters, and I witnessed him tell this deputy, "We'll get through this." Today at First AME, First African Methodist Church in LA's Adams District, Reverend Murray is revered. He was pastor here for 27 years, a street circle named in his honor. Some would say there's still so much work to do.
Which is why faith leaders are still needed, activists are still needed, community leaders are still needed, and we have to still continue to get out there and do the work.
For more on Reverend Cecil Murray, see the video archives of his teachings online at the USC Center for Religion and Civic Culture.
Such a giant in the history of Los Angeles.
Indeed.
Can you expand a little bit about that riots versus civil unrest?
Well, not everybody was out there looting and burning, but a lot of people had a great concern about what was happening to the black community, and they expressed it in many different ways. You know, coming together at the church, for example. I was there the night of the riots, and it was packed. packed, and they stayed open nonstop for days to come after that.
So many different perspectives and different ways to view that experience as well. All right, great story there. Coming up.
All right, we have one more segment there from Fox 11 in Los Angeles that we want to get to, talking with their Hal Eisner, who covered this as well from the very beginning. So many veterans at Fox 11 in Los Angeles who covered this huge story of national scale. Here's this.
Hal, what was it like 30 years ago?
Well, it was something you simply never forget. April 29th, 1992. It was a Wednesday. It started off like any other day that week, waiting for a jury to render a verdict in the Rodney King case, wondering what it might be, what it would be like. We knew anything could happen, and we were all preparing for it. All of us who report the news on the ground and in the air.
We prepared the helicopter, totally fueled it up, got our camera equipment ready.
It was moments before the Rodney King police beating verdict was to be announced. Anticipating not guilty verdicts in the case, Hannah Zoe Tur recalls that preparation for covering news in the LA skies April 29, 1992 was not going to be like any other day.
I even had a still photographer, and I even brought my lawyer down to the airport to ride with us because I thought there'd be a riot, and I thought that the Los Angeles Police Department would illegally try banning us from the skies by using the Federal Aviation Administration to issue a temporary flight restriction, which I would have violated.
Tur, who was working for our sister station, KCOP Channel 13, was right. The LAPD officers charged in the case were all found not guilty, and demonstrators started filling the streets.
By late afternoon, people were throwing bricks at cars.
That was at the intersection of Florence and Normandy, and Tur was overhead.
We were able to convince the news director that I worked for to go ahead and get us on the air so we can warn people about what was happening at Florence and Normandy.
And there's no police presence down here.
Then came the infamous beating of truck driver Reginald Denny.
Within seconds, his door was ripped open. Mr. Denny was pulled from the vehicle, and he was beaten. He was kicked.
A brick was thrown at his head. He had serious injuries. All that 30 years ago. News coverage from the sky with technology that did the job.
But today, light years ahead.
Tur, who now works in the Silicon Valley with some of the newest emerging news technologies, says everything about telling stories from the sky technologically has improved.
We're using some of the same technology they use on feature films.
Better, more stable cameras, sharper lenses, broadband, cell technology.
Some of the technology I'm seeing that is just fits and can fit in your pocket, can broadcast 4K imagery.
But in the end, it's still all about the story, just better ways to tell it.
And you have no idea what's coming in the next 3 to 5 years with drone technology. That is a game changer.
As for what Tur witnessed 30 years ago, that's the kind of thing you never forget.
I remember the events of that day like it was yesterday. It just does not go away.
It really doesn't. I remember being at a church in South LA with several ministers who were going to make an appeal to the public for peace. When they saw Tur's live aerial images of Reginald Denny being beaten, one of them looked at me and he said, and this is a quote, "It's all over." And very quickly, we had fires and looting and days of protest. As for Reginald Denny, he was seriously hurt. He needed years of rehabilitation therapy. As part of our 30th anniversary coverage, we made extensive efforts to try to find him, even at his last known address in Lake Havasu. But understandably, he's made every effort over the years to stay low on the radar. And Alex and Christine, he still is.
Yeah. So, Hal, 30 years later, you and I were both on the streets reporting during that time. I'm wondering if you're feeling like I am, very emotional about tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, look, I remember that day as crystal clear. The verdicts came down. I was with my photographer. We looked at each other and we said, good luck. We don't know what's going to happen. We went to that church. We came out after our news director told us to come back to the station. And as we were driving up La Brea, sofas were on fire in the middle of the street. Other things we had to dodge with our news van as we were going around. It was frightening. And then what proceeded over the next few days was equally frightening. So you know what? It stays with you, and we remember each year, and it comes back because it was not a good time here in the city of Los Angeles.
Okay, and we are going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we did our own reporting and talked to Fox 11 in Los Angeles ourselves here at LiveNOW. Fox 11 reporter Phil Schuman offering his insights. He was there as well covering this and how the city of Los Angeles has changed since then. That conversation and more in 2 minutes. Who also covered this story 30 years ago and who was there. Phil, good to see you. How is the city remembering this 30 years later?
Well, what it's really been about today and for the past several days has been people coming together, talking about unity, talking about brotherhood, talking about fellowship, talking about getting along with each other, to echo Rodney King's words of 30 years ago. A lot of emotion today. I think the general feeling here in Los Angeles, Andrew, is that 30 years has gone by really quickly. Some things have gotten better and some things have not. Under a bright sun in the parking lot of South LA's Bethel AME Church, people came together to talk about what's gotten better in the past 30 years.
I think the communication between African American community and the Korean American community has improved a lot. We're continuously, having events together.
And what has not improved?
I mean, jobs in this community are rare. I mean, unemployment is rampant, and we just don't have a stake.
The acquittal of the LAPD cops who beat Rodney King sparked the riots. More than 60 dead, thousands injured, $1 billion in property damage. Day 3 of 6, Rodney King made this famous plea.
People, I just want to say, can we all get along? Can we get along?
Hello, everybody. 30 years later, his middle child, Laura, who started a foundation in his name, can't believe so many are still asking that same question. She had this advice.
I think if we all close our eyes and operate from a place of hope, of love, of listening to each other's voice and hearts, that's the place of love, not what we look like, right? Thanks for remembering.
Part of the events marking the anniversary, a bus tour through South LA. The idea to show new developments and also show how much more needs to be accomplished.
My strongest memory is being on the corner of Florence and Normandy right when it happened. And what was mentioned here was how the police were absent.
Congresswoman Karen Bass, then an LA community organizer, now an LA mayoral candidate, believes the most important thing we've learned the past 30 years is?
We have to always stay vigilant. that, surveys have come out that said people feel that the despair is reaching the level again, that we could have civil unrest again. Well, we need to take that as a warning.
Strong words from Congresswoman Karen Bass, Andrew. So much of South Los Angeles has been enjoying a redevelopment, a bit of an economic boom, but there are plenty of other areas that you drive through that were burned out 30 years ago that still have never really been redeveloped. There's a feeling among so many that this area needs a lot more attention, a lot more economic resources. You heard the mention about jobs. Unemployment's much higher in South LA than in other parts of Los Angeles. African Americans make up about 40% of the homeless population when they're only about 9% of the overall population. So the history is still very much being written here 30 years after that terrible time.
Phil, for those of us who either weren't born yet, don't remember this, what happened to Rodney King? What happened to those officers who were acquitted?
Rodney King won a multi-million dollar settlement from the city of Los Angeles years later. He subsequently had ups and downs in life. He drowned several years ago. Drugs and alcohol found in his system. He's no longer with us. He left Laura and two others behind. She's sort of taken on the role of memorializing him and started this foundation that I referred to, which sort of has the general goal of bridging gaps among different communities. The four officers that were acquitted, two of them were subsequently convicted on federal civil rights charges and served time in federal prison. They've all moved on. You don't hear from them at all. Daryl Gates, the police chief at the time, was really criticized because he was actually attending a political fundraiser in Brentwood, which is the very wealthy part of West Los Angeles, and his department was essentially overwhelmed, underprepared, and withdrew from the area where some of the worst looting and arson and assault started because they just couldn't handle the crowd. And that escalated to the point where the National Guard came in days later. And so that was a huge failure on the LAPD's part, which they acknowledged. People don't talk about that much these days. That would certainly not happen again, tactically speaking. Still, the memories are so fresh for so many, but as you mentioned, so many others weren't even born then and don't really understand all the forces that came together that led to that. Some people call it civil unrest or uprising. More people refer to it as the LA riots of '92.
Yeah, and Phil, I'm kind of using my millennial frame of reference, comparing possibly to the George Floyd protests. Some would call those riots that swept the nation in summer of 2020. And if you could, and I know I don't like to compare these two news stories, but are there comparisons? Because the Rodney King riots, they swept the nation at the time. This was in kind of the public consciousness for so long in pop culture. You had so many, federal officials commenting on it at the time. Take us back 30 years ago.
Yeah, I don't really see a lot of comparisons between those two cases. That 30 years ago, there was just this frustration among so many that opportunities have passed them by, that they lived in an economically disadvantaged part of town while so much money was being spent in other areas of Los Angeles. And then there was the killing of an African-American girl, Latasha Harlins, a few weeks earlier by a Korean grocer. That had people on edge. So it was a culmination of a lot of different things, and then the mob mentality took over from like a psychological point of view, where it started with some assaults. You remember the aerial footage of a trucker named Reginald Denny who was assaulted with bricks and pieces of concrete as he sat at the intersection of Florence and Normandy, that famous overhead camera footage by a pilot then by the name of Bob Turr. It kind of became the image of the riots of '92. And then from then it became just this rampage of looting and arson that died. Many of those cases have never been solved. There were thousands injured, hundreds of businesses burned down, and it was just anarchy for 6 days before things calmed down after the National Guard came in. It was a terrible time that no one ever wants to live through anything close to that again.
Yeah, and Phil, I keep thinking back to, there were this 9 minutes of video that captured the beating and kind of juxtapose that to 2022, where we see body camera footage all the time. We see cell phone video all the time that goes viral on social media. That wasn't the factor back then.
No, that's an excellent point. Back in 1991, the Rodney King beating, it was on a freeway north of Los Angeles in an area called Lakeview Terrace. And there was a plumber named George Holliday, who also has since passed away, who had just purchased a home video camera. And he was trying it out. And in the early morning hours of that March in 1991, he heard sirens and police on the freeway that was in view of his apartment window. And so he took out this new video camera, and you saw the results with sort of this grainy nighttime footage that he had. And he went to one of the TV stations here in Los Angeles, KTLA Channel 5, and gave them that video. I can't remember whether he sold it to them or gave that to them. And they were the first to air it. And having that visual video evidence, which ultimately did not lead to the conviction in the first trial, but having that visual evidence was brand new. As you mentioned, now we take that for granted because everybody has a cell phone, and there's so many security and surveillance cameras on freeways and municipalities that it almost goes without saying that everybody is on camera all the time. And that just wasn't the case back then. So this video was just remarkable. And what police argued successfully at the trial was that they were following the training they received as Los Angeles police officers at the academy. They were under the supervision of a sergeant who was directing the other officers. Stacy Kuhn was his name, to deliver like precise strikes with the batons to try to subdue him. You remember the term PCP, a drug that a lot of police officers were concerned with, law enforcement concerned with, because there were these stories that if you were under the influence of PCP, that you had some kind of superhuman strength. And so they were concerned that Rodney King was under the influence of PCP. And so they were doing what they needed to do to take him into custody. I mean, it's shocking, but it's true from some police analysts that if they had used their guns on Rodney King and shot Rodney King rather than beating him that night, that it may have been ruled a legally justifiable use of force, because they were claiming that they were in fear for their lives and they were using the force they needed to take him into custody. There were a number of CHP officers on the scene as well. I mean, it was that video has been played and played and played for police officers in training classes all over the world, no doubt. But yeah, your point about that video being something unusual and unheard of at the time, that was the key to the whole thing.
Yeah, and Phil, just lastly, if you could, I know there's memorials, remembrances around Los Angeles today. Eric Garcetti, the mayor, had one as well. But, you've been there in that live shot position for some time. People are walking by you. Have you talked to some of them? Do they remember this very vividly? Do they not want to remember this? What have maybe some of them offered to you if you've spoken with them?
Well, we've been at a number of events today with people that certainly remember that were here then. I mean, you heard Karen Bass, the congresswoman who was running for mayor. She was a young community organizer. It depends on where you were at the time and where you lived at the time and what conditions you're living in now. I mean, unemployment's high here. There are areas that still look blighted. So if you don't have a job and you, live in an area that, needs to be improved, then you don't have good memories and you don't have good feelings about Los Angeles in 2022. But there's a lot of economic development here as well. There's a light rail line, the Crenshaw line it's called, which is billions of dollars of investments in jobs and job training programs. SoFi Stadium, which is in the neighboring community of Inglewood, brought a ton of economic development and jobs to people in South LA. So, I'm not a sociologist, I'm not an expert on this area, but it just depends on people's individual circumstances to sort of get their take on where things are now versus 30 years ago.
All right, Fox 11's Phil Shuman, thank you for offering us that introspective look back 30 years ago, and we'll talk to you again. Have a good weekend.
Okay, you too.
Okay, and we thank Phil Schuman, as always, such a friend of the program, and has so much experience, especially in Los Angeles, and these major stories. Right now, though, I want to show you some of the remarks. There was a memorial service, if you will, remembrance ceremony with L.A. Mayor Eric Garcetti. We heard from also L.A. mayoral candidate Karen Bass, Congresswoman Bass, and members of Rodney King's family. Some of his daughters spoke. Here's some sound from L.A. from earlier today.
The events that we commemorate today might seem like distant things in our rearview mirror. But to the families who lost someone, to the children of business owners who still haven't slept a single good night since that, to the communities that have moved on without being moved up, the anger and the grief that exploded 30 years ago are still very real and present in trauma here today.
Whether it's the smoke, it was the rainbow unrest. It happened all over the city. It didn't just happen in South LA. It wasn't just African Americans. It was everybody involved. And we think about...
Han pasado 3 décadas, las últimas 3 décadas, y su ciudad ha a traer la paz a sus comunidades.
You know, Martin Luther King said the riots are the language of the unheard. And after a while, if a toddler is screaming and you're not paying attention, they're going to throw a tantrum. So it's like, I hope we leave here and learn from our pain. Like, we're all here further, and we're 30 years later, right? We have moved forward, but let's push so that we won't be a next hashtag. Let's push so that we can look how ignorant we are and compared to where we came from, and look at this moment like, wow, I can't believe we were that ignorant to judge people based off of the color of their skin. We can teach again, police, they're not bad guys. They have families like us. They do. And I know I'm gonna get some slack on this. You know, unfortunately, I haven't had good experience, but my good experience outweighs my bad. They have families too. So we need to figure this out. We need to if we,
I'm just your prop holder.
Okay, some of the remarks and the sights there from that moment of silence for the city of Los Angeles, for Rodney King's memory with his daughter there. He was speaking alongside Mayor Garcetti and others. We're going to be moving on to some of these other top headlines on this Friday night. Hope you're getting a good start to your weekend. When we come back, we'll have updates out of Capitol Hill, also what President Biden is up to this weekend, and the latest health headlines, especially regarding COVID vaccines for the youngest among us. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Friday night. This is Andrew Kraft. Well, earlier today, out of Alexandria, Virginia, a federal judge sentenced a British terrorist to life in prison for his central role in the kidnap, torture, and killing of Western hostages who were held by ISIS in Syria. Alexander Coty, 38 years old, was part of a brutal ISIS cell of Britons called the Beatles. It's a nickname given by their victims because of their British accents. Coty pleaded guilty last year to multiple charges that guaranteed he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. He admitted he was directly involved in the detention and hostage-taking of 4 Americans back in 2012 and 2013, all of whom had traveled to Syria as journalists or to provide humanitarian aid and died in ISIS custody. Of those 4, James Foley, you might remember that name. Kayla Mueller, that name, of course. She hailed from Chandler, Arizona. Steven Sotloff and Peter Kasich. Foley and Sotloff were beheaded in gruesome propaganda videos that stunned the world. The executioner of the group, Mohammed Emwazi, who was also known as Jihadi John, he was killed in an airstrike in Syria back in 2015. And so right now, the judge sentenced him to 8 life sentences. They're to run at the same time and could land him at a high-security prison in Florence, Colorado. So we just wanted to make sure that we got you that update. Remember, earlier this month, we reported that a jury swiftly convicted Shafi el-Sheikh, 33, another ISIS militant believed to be a member of the same group known as the Beatles, on 4 counts of hostage-taking and 4 counts of conspiracy related to the deaths of the Americans. So we just wanted to make sure, and that, of course, Kayla Mueller right there. Some justice being done as this case moves forward. In the meantime, I want to put up a Live Now look out of Washington, D.C. There's the U.S. Capitol. We learned a significant development today in the investigation into the January 6th riots. The House Select Committee investigating the attack on the Capitol will hold a series of hearings on the probe in June. That's according to Chairman of the House Select Committee, Benny Thompson, the Democrat from Mississippi. There will be as many as 8 hearings, the first one starting June 9th, with some scheduled for prime time and others during the day. Thompson told reporters as he left the Capitol yesterday that the public will hear from outside witnesses, people, quote, we've not heard from before, adding that, quote, their testimony will be on point as to why this investigation was so important. So come this summer, that's going to be must-see TV from some of those witnesses who were instrumental in the planning, probably, and organization of the Capitol attack, but also many of those who were impacted by it as well. In the meantime, we do want to give you, like we said before the break, the latest health headlines, especially regarding COVID-19 vaccines for children, what the FDA is proposing on menthol cigarettes, and so much more. Here's Live Now's Regina Gonzalez speaking to Mike Sirigliano out in Philadelphia.
Moderna seeking emergency use authorization for a COVID-19 vaccine for the world's youngest children. So when you talk about youngest children, what age group are we looking at? And so far, what do we know that the data has shown?
Well, they're looking at 6 months old up to 5. And that's the one group. It includes about 18 million children. And these folks have not had an opportunity to get vaccinated. And the Moderna vaccine, which, by the way, is a quarter of the dose, about 25 micrograms, 2 doses, showed a fairly robust response to protecting kids from symptomatic COVID and severe COVID. Now, the FDA has a benchmark of about 50%. The numbers are a little lower than that, but I expect that this will get emergency use authorization along with the Pfizer vaccine, which they're looking at more data. That may require 3 doses. So the timing of all of this is yet to be seen, but I feel confident it'll be available.
And, you know, Dr. Mike, we've had COVID-19 vaccines since early last year at this point. So why has it taken so long to get a specific vaccine for such young children?
Well, it comes down to data, and is it safe, and is it effective? And the safety part of this, I got to tell you, as a parent, no occurrence of myocarditis that may reflect the fact that it's only a quarter of the dose, a very low dose, and the children tolerated it very well. The only side effect that they saw was a sore arm, which you get from many, many different vaccines. And I think it's the right thing to do. My two children, although they are 10 and 13, have been fully vaccinated.
And, you know, my next question to you, kind of going off of what you just said, Dr. Mike, is, you know, obviously when a baby is that little, I feel like maybe they don't really leave the house that much. You know, is their exposure to COVID-19 still greater than usual? Really, the question is, should kids that age even get the vaccine? What advice do you have for parents right now with small children?
Well, the way you need to look at this is that many schools, including my own children's schools, have lifted mask mandates, and that's a whole nother topic. And I think it's we're in a better place right now, much better than we were 2 years ago. So bottom line is this: it's a good thing. We're going in the right direction, but kids are susceptible. Kids can get very sick. These young children can end up in the hospital. If you're a parent out there deciding on what to do, in my humble opinion, based on the science, that it is a risk-benefit ratio and the benefit outweighs any risk. You don't want long COVID. We don't know the long-term effects of COVID-19, especially in very young people. And so you want to protect yourself and your family. Get vaccinated. I've been saying that since day one that they were available.
Yeah, and you know, Dr. Mike, I actually do want to get your take, obviously, in your profession, on the status of America in this pandemic, because it was a huge story that we followed yesterday. Dr. Anthony Fauci saying that we are kind of moving out of the pandemic phase as a nation, but then he really retracted that statement. So where do you feel that we are at this point in time?
Well, I've had about 4 or 5 cases a day of COVID-19. And so we're not out of it. What I said and where I think we are, we're in a better place. And unlike China, where they have a zero COVID tolerance policy, I think they're mistaken in doing that, because COVID's never going to go away. It's going to be around forever. We just need to learn to live with it. Now, what is the big difference compared to 2 years ago? We have vaccines. They work. And to this day, since this whole BA2 variant has been rearing its ugly head, I've had at least 3 or 4 patients every day come down with COVID, but they were vaccinated and they're doing fine. They have a bad cold. They stay home. They're not on a ventilator. They're not getting any kind of treatments unless they are at high risk. And then I give them a drug called Paxlovid, which is an antiviral, and they get over the virus even quicker. So are we out of the pandemic? No. Are we getting into a post-pandemic era? Yes. Do we have better treatments? Yes. Are people ending up dying? Those who are not vaccinated? I'd worry. But get vaccinated, it's all good.
Yeah, and you know, this is all happening as we had that judge last week lift mask mandates on public transportation. The Biden administration and the DOJ planning to appeal that. So when it comes to travel, Dr. Mike, you know, we've seen on airlines that it's basically optional at this point. You've got some wearing masks, some not. So what is your advice as we do enter this phase of being at a better point in the pandemic?
Well, Regina, my advice is wear a mask. But if you don't wear a mask, okay. Again, I've quoted this since day one. America is the land of the free and home of the brave. Again, now that we have vaccinations, we know the game better. We know the virus much better. If you want to get on a plane, not wear a mask, you're not vaccinated, God bless you. If you are vaccinated and you get on a plane, I'd wear a mask. Why not? It's simple, and it'll protect you. I can't afford to get COVID. I have not gotten COVID, knock on wood, since the beginning of this whole thing. It's because I am not paranoid, I'm cautious. And that's how you deal with it. I don't do crazy things. I don't go in large crowds of people. I don't do that without wearing a mask.
Yeah, well, I've had COVID, and I'm proud of you for not getting it. I don't recommend getting it. It's not fun. So glad to hear that you haven't had. You've been keeping safe. So definitely wanted to get your insight on all of the latest when it came to the pandemic. But Dr. Mike, we actually do have more news to talk about on the health front, and I do want to show our viewers some video here because it was a major announcement that we got just yesterday. The FDA proposing a rule to ban menthol cigarettes and flavored cigars. So, Dr. Mike, my question to you is why specifically these products as opposed to all of the other tobacco products that are out there?
Well, I think they tend to market these products, and for many people, they have a taste, they have a flavor. Young people, African Americans, a lot of folks are consumers of these products, and you know, there's some debate about well if they ban menthol cigarettes, is that focusing on certain groups? My take on this whole thing is that whatever your race, whatever your ethnic background, smoking will kill you. So I don't care whether it's a bad thing. And if it is being modified with putting flavorings like these cigars and these blunts or whatever you call them, and cigarettes with menthol, forget about it. I don't want that. And if we're going to get people to stop smoking, you need to get rid of it. So I'm all in favor of this.
Yeah, and you know, Dr. Mike, kind of going off of that, as far as a timeline, what we're looking here, if this were to get finalized, we're seeing that it may not be for a couple of years, and then obviously we anticipate that some of these tobacco companies are going to fight this.
Well, there's no question about it. I mean, they have a lot to lose. They have a lot of money to lose. And my agenda is to keep people alive and not need oxygen. Think about it. If you're out there and you're listening to this and you're a smoker, do you want to be at your grandchildren's wedding where you have an oxygen tank? And believe me, I've been invited to a lot of my patients' weddings. I'm very proud of that. And some of them, I think they invited me to the wedding because they were afraid they might not make it, because they're on oxygen, because they smoked all those years and they have emphysema. It's just a bad, bad thing. You want to invest, Regina, in your health, 401k, so that, Regina, when you get older, you can reap the harvest of your labors, and you can go like hiking up a mountain when you're retired someday and not be restricted to sitting playing bingo. Not that I have anything against bingo. I love bingo.
I love that for you. Well, yeah, definitely eager to see how this is going to play out in the next couple of years and as this case kind of moves forward with the FDA. So we'll definitely touch base with you about that as it kind of goes on. Another story to get to here on the health front, Dr. Mike. We are talking about bird flu. Now, this has been a story that's kind of been around for a couple of weeks now. And just yesterday, we found out that this highly contagious strain of avian flu, it's called, that likely killed hundreds of birds and spread across more than 24 states, I'm seeing, has been detected in a human for the first time in the United States. So what is this disease, and should we be worried? Can you kind of elaborate here?
Well, it's kind of a fascinating scientific story if you like scary stories. So there's another case in a human in China. And in that particular case, they worked on a poultry farm and they raised crows. How do you like that? We have tons of crows in Philly. They're wild. We don't have to raise them. But I guess some people do. So this young child contracted, I believe it's the H3N8 virus. Now, what is that? It is kind of a subclass of influenza A. And what's fascinating about this, back in 1889, there was a pandemic. We all talked about 1918 with the Spanish flu. This was called the Russian flu, and it originated in Russia, and it killed about 1 million people. Now, before people start thinking, oh my God, again, so far, the virus is not able really to readily transmit from one human to the other. It's got to be more of a perfect storm like COVID-19. It's the right virus at the right time with the right mutations in an area where then it gets spread from one human to another. And then you have a problem. But I don't think we're there yet. But I got to tell you, Regina, hopefully when we're long and gone, there will be another pandemic. We'll be better at handling it, I hope. But viruses are out there, and they're all trying to eke out a living, every one of them.
Yeah, and you know, Dr. Mike, when you talk about humans contracting this bird flu, what type of symptoms does that initiate? Are we talking mild symptoms or going to the hospital? What can this do to a human being?
Well, it does cause flu-like symptoms, and for the young boy in China, they were hospitalized a couple of days, and then they got discharged, so they're fine. Again, as we've so always have learned, you know, if it had been a really old person, maybe a 90-year-old, who knows? But the bottom line is, so far, not to worry. Okay, not to worry. But in the very beginning, when we saw the hospital going up in Wuhan, China, I also said, don't worry. But we'll see. Again, in all my heart and soul, I don't think this is a problem.
All right, well, that is definitely good to know. We'll definitely keep monitoring this situation for our viewers here. Another medical headline that I want to get to here, Dr. Mike, is the World Health Organization actually monitoring and expressing concern following a hepatitis outbreak that's impacting small kids. So what do we know about this right now?
Well, there's a lot of intrigue and interest in this. They are young children. Some of them have needed liver transplants. It causes hepatitis. It can be very, very dangerous. These are in young children, and it's been seen in Europe, around the country, around the world. Not a lot of numbers, but concerning. Now, there's a lot of theories as to what is going on here. They think it might be an adenovirus, which is another kind of virus, that because kids were in lockdown and weren't in daycare, not getting these viruses as an earlier age, it might be now getting to them a little bit later. I don't know. There might be some mutation with that virus. I would just, what I would do at this point as a parent, just keep an eye on your children. If they should develop abdominal pain or jaundice where their eyes look yellow, seek medical attention.
And yeah, and Dr. Mike, I'm seeing that, you know, despite this concern here, that actually hepatitis is often mild in children. Am I right?
Sure. And hepatitis is very prevalent, and there's a variety of different kinds. There's hepatitis A that you can get from a food if it's prepared by someone that has hepatitis A. There's hepatitis B. You can get that from IV drugs and things like that. Hep C, and there's a variety of viruses out there that can cause hepatitis, cytomegalovirus. I mean, I could go on and on and on. But the bottom line is this, that if you have elevated liver tests, you warrant a workup. And so if you go to your healthcare provider and they do lab tests and your liver tests are up, they have to work it up. Now, if you have jaundice and you don't feel well and you have nausea and vomiting, and you're going to seek attention right away. And that's very important.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you for elaborating on that, Dr. Mike. One more topic that I want to get to before we send you off. The United States Preventative Services Task Force officially updated its guidelines for, or to recommend against initiating daily low doses of aspirin in people 60 and older. So what are the important details regarding this? Why is this important?
Well, basically, that organization is echoing the American Heart Association and basically saying, look, no one should just take a baby aspirin because they think it's good for them or because it's the right thing to do to prevent a heart attack. You have to take a baby aspirin when there is a reason. Now, if you have known heart disease, you have coronary artery disease, you had a stroke, you had a heart attack, you have stents, you have a lot, then you need to talk to your healthcare provider because it may be very, very important that you are on a baby aspirin. What this is targeting, this data, is that, well, everybody should just be on a baby aspirin. It won't hurt you. It's good for you. But that's not the case. The risk of bleeding from your intestinal tract, your stomach, or bleeding into your head does go up significantly. And so you have to have a reason to take it.
Got you. Well, a lot of headlines to get to here, Dr. Mike. We really thank you for joining us and elaborating on all of them. We will certainly be touching base with you again next week, and we thank you for your time. Have a great weekend.
Regina, you are the best. You rock. I love you.
We love you too, Dr. Mike. We'll see you soon. Have a good day.
Okay, all your health headlines you need to know there from Dr. Mike and our friend Regina Gonzalez there in Orlando at LiveNOW's East Coast Bureau, if you will. Well, you might remember this crazy police pursuit in Arizona just this afternoon. And so we're going to be talking to our Fox 10 reporter, Stephanie Bennett, after the break about what happened with the suspect, why were police pursuing the suspect in the very beginning. And you can see there that grappler maneuver that is kind of blowing a lot of people's minds, that the police can even catch a suspect like that, or their car at least. So this was really, really exhilarating to watch. We'll get an update on it in 2 minutes.